everybody out there in comic book land. My name is George Serrano, aka The Don, and if you're listening to this, you can only be here for one reason, and it's a brand new episode of the Major Issues Podcast, brought to you each and every week by ComicBookClique.com. And as always, I am never alone. Sir, if you could please introduce yourself.
Hey, it's Alex Garcia, aka The Cog, ready to talk about how Superman is.
The Cog is in the building, but he's not the only part of this Justice gang. Other sir, if you could please introduce yourself.
What's up, everybody? It's John Escudero, aka Yogi. You got an upgrade.
Hey,
we're naked.
Yeah,
we are naked.
Yeah, you see that, right? We're working on bare bones today. But yeah, but hiding in his own pocket dimension. Other sir, if you could please introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Gregory Thomas. I have been hidden in this pocket dimension because I have been deemed too woke.
Oh my God! Yes, exactly. You stand in your woke corner, right?
Zaslav does not approve of this Greg situation right now.
And last but not least, feeding the company dog. Other sir, if you could please introduce yourself.
Also the company dog. It's All-Star Asa.
All-Star Asa is here, and this is an all-star cast here to talk about the movie that everyone's talking about, seemingly Superman, which just hit theaters last week. There's been all sorts of early screenings, Amazon promotions, but we've all been able to watch the film. We're going to do a deep dive into the plot, things we liked, the things we didn't. But before we get into all that chunky goodness, I'm going to go around table, and I kind of want a spoiler-free take on what you guys thought about this film and whether or not anyone who's watching this right now who hasn't seen it, whether or not they should. So I'm going to move it over to you, Cog. Go ahead.
Oh, see it yesterday. Get on it. I've already seen it twice in the theaters. Yeah,
that's a ringing endorsement. Yogi?
Yeah, man. One of the things I said immediately when I came out of the theater was, this is the most unashamed comic book film I've ever seen in my life.
Yes.
Because I've never seen it did something that I don't think any other superhero film has done so far, and that's like give you the feeling of picking up a comic book. And that's not like a curated internet top 25. Let me tell you which book is the best one to read for your first comic type deal. I'm talking picking one up off the shelf, taking one from your brother and being like, what is this comic shit right here? I've never been able to give someone else that experience like that. Like, I've never been able to take my mom to the movies and be like, this is what it feels, Ma. This is what a comic book feels like. Which is really the goal I've always wanted. That's how I want to share my superhero experience when a movie comes out. Like, I want you all to see this thing that I saw when I read. And then when it's not that, I'm like, ha, my heart is broken.
Right.
But this was authentic in a way that I can't really explain spoiler free. So we'll get into it later.
Oh, definitely. But a ringing endorsement. GT Rebirth. We've talked a lot about Superman here on this very podcast. The day has come. The dust has settled. What is your verdict?
The Superman is the reason I have a job here. And to bring it all the way back around to this one, I can only sing its praises. I am glad to have a bluer and brighter example of one of my favorite characters to talk about on here, and no longer about the evil, scary British man.
Yes. I'm also very glad that hopefully the conversation.
And by that I mean Frank Miller. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. It's gonna be rough waters for a while, but yeah, I look very much forward to this direction of the DCU. All-Star Asa, what is your verdict on this new edition of Superman? So many cinematic Supermen. Should the people go out and see this one if they haven't?
Oh, of course. I will say I'm not remotely familiar with the comics of Superman. Most of my DC knowledge comes from the cartoons and whatnot. Oh, come on. However, I do enjoy all the movies. So I would say so far I would have an argument that he's my favorite Superman.
Wow, that's big. There's a lot of people giving that, and even like there's people I don't begrudge anyone still holding a candle for Christopher Reeve, but it's still a hell of a thing to say. Like, this is the best Superman in like 50 years. Right? That's still like pretty good. I think that's a pretty
Yeah.
good standard to have with that character. I really like this movie. I thought it was fun. That was the first reaction I got when I left the theater. Like, I turned to the person I came with and I was like, that was fun. There's probably a metric ton that we're going to get a microscope out and point out, things that may have not worked the best way that they wanted it to. But I often say that, especially when it comes to this comic book stuff, the reading of these characters is so personal. You do it on your own, right? You do it to yourself at your own pace. You develop relationships with these characters and these stories. And then when something like this happens, an adaptation or someone gets their movie, it's kind of comic book fans' chance to experience that together. Like to experience almost this joke we already heard, but told the best way possible, so that when other people hear the joke for the first time, they like it. In many ways, we've seen a myriad of characters be poorly portrayed, and studios then refuse to even touch them after the fact. All it takes is to have one bad experience eating fish to never eat fish ever again. And I felt like with characters like Superman and other characters, they were really having a hard time nailing tone, and they scared them. Like, it legitimately scared them, not knowing which way to tackle this. But I agree with all of you guys. I believe that this is a new, brighter take. I think it is one of the best modern takes on the character. I think like fighting for that number one spot is always going to be subjective. I think in that sense of like whatever one means the most to you. But he's in the top conversation. This film, this entire encapsulation of the character is in the top conversation for portrayals of that character. This is the first time that like I'm seeing other people who are not Superman fans get excited, and I'm like, that's how you're supposed to feel. Like, you see that right there? You saw that smile? And I unfortunately saw it this twice, but the second time wasn't in the best conditions. And even though that was the case, like, damn, by the end of this film, this movie dares you not to smile. Like, it like punks you out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of punk are you? You're not gonna smile in this moment. You're not gonna, just be, just let your heart get filled with all that this story has. It was really, really good. What's interesting is we've sat here
and then it introduces you to Iggy Pop for some reason.
Yes, it does. This film, like, we've talked for hours about these comics and these films and these movies and TV shows and adaptations and canceled projects and all that kind of stuff. This one, I feel like I'm gonna have a kind of a hard time articulating, because I just like it. Like, it's just one of those weird things when you're like a color. Like, I can't sit here and tell you why red is better than blue. It is, but I can't sit here and tell you why that is. I just feel that way. You can write a PowerPoint presentation.
It's that GIF with the kid that's looking at the bright lights.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm just locked in for this. But I do think that as we go through this plot, there's going to be so much to talk about, not only with the presentation of this character, but the future of the DCU and even some of the past that they were setting up before this. But if you guys are ready, we can go full spoilers.
Yeah. Spoiler time.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Turn it off. Go see the movie. Come
Up,
back.
up and away, y'all.
Let's go. Look up, people. So up front, Superman is a 2025 superhero film written and directed by James Gunn, marking the first entry in the DC universe, first film entry in the DC universe by DC Studios. David Corenswet stars as Clark Kent, who must defend his role as Earth's protector when Lex Luthor schemes to sway public opinion against him. The film also features Rachel Brosnahan, Nicholas Hoult, Eddie Gathegi, Anthony Carrigan, Nathan Fillion, and Isabel Marquette.
I believe so.
Okay. I always think it should be. I don't think she has a question mark at the end of her name, but I always think it's Marced, and if not Marquette, if I'm saying it wrong.
I always said Merced.
Merced, right? Merced.
Isabela Merced.
Isabela. Dora the Explorer.
Mercedes, but like without the S.
Yeah, without the S. So this is the part that I think I saw John and Alex kind of agreeing on. But even this beginning here with the text, right? Like, when you pick up a random issue of a comic, you only have that setup in that first page of like, Oh, by the way, Spider-Man got shot. He has no legs, and he's time traveled to Europe or to Egypt.
You might be wondering how I got here.
Yeah, and then you kind of you're there. You're just in the middle of it. This film doesn't handhold the audience to a lot of stuff. Like, I think almost the MCU got so serious that people were literally pulling out equations for time travel and being like, this doesn't make sense. And I'm like, what? None of this makes sense. You understand? But I don't think we're going to fall into that trap in the DCEU or DCU because I don't think he cares. You understand? Like, this world is what it is.
I think there's just a big superhero movie fans. That's such an interesting pool of fandom because it's like a mixture of movie fans that don't have anything to do with comics and comic people that don't have anything to do with movies. And the things that they want are really different. This was a risk because this was so much for comic book fans. I don't know when I first came out of the theater for this, I was like, man, this is another situation where it's like, was this catered specifically for me? Like,
right.
Last time this happened, everybody got really angry.
And am I supposed to apologize for this? Like, I love it. Like, am I supposed to?
I'll never care. That was, but
I'll never care. I'll never
care. I really liked the Snyder movies, but there's something about this movie and sharing a real Superman experience with everybody else, like people that didn't like Superman, and they're like, "Oh, is that Superman?" I'm like, "Yeah, actually, that is." Did you like that?
What's the anime meme? Like, is this Superman?
Yeah, the butterfly.
Yeah.
Was it good for you like it was for me?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, we can go, let's go do it again.
Nice.
If I can just put a quick question to the room, am I the only one who got into comics from movies?
No.
I would say I'm half and half on that, but I'd probably lean more in your direction.
No, I'm actually.
No.
I said ill to be mad sarcastic because I started reading when my son was born in like 2000. He was born in 2008, and I really started reading and getting into like lore in like 2009. So so that's why I kind of grew up in like the mid 2000s era of DC Comics because that was like the stuff that just had come out in the years prior. So that's like the first things I got exposed to.
Right.
So technically, Iron Man 1 and was like the last nail in the coffin of like years and years of cartoons and sporadic random comic books, but to finally being like, all right, I'll get into it. So technically, the MCU got me into comic books.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Technically, the MCU made you a DC fan.
Yeah. No. For me, it was my brother showing up with a stack of random comics, and the ones that to this day still stand out in my head were Wolverine #1, the Frank Miller cover.
Yeah.
Along with a Spider-Man like #6, the Spider-Man, not Amazing Spider-Man, Spider-Man, which was, I think Todd McFarlane was still doing it, and that his covers were like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then
massive eyes.
My brother taking me to the bodega, and at the bodega you could buy the Marvel Universe, the first series, in the packs for $1.
Damn.
And you got a pack of cards that gave you so much lore that I was like, yo, how can I start getting more into this?
Yeah.
And from that day on, here we are.
Yeah, it's all rabbit holes. And again, this character's damn near 85 years old. So to come up with constant ways to excite the fan base has got to be fucking hard. But I like that we just kind of get there. I like that we get to like 30 years ago, Krypton was destroyed. But not before two desperate scientists, Jor-El and Laura, launched their baby son into the stars, hoping to spare him from their planet's destruction. The child crash landed on Earth. He was raised in Kansas by Jonathan and Martha Kent, growing up as Clark Kent. Thanks to our yellow sun, Clark developed incredible powers and eventually chose to use them for good, becoming Superman. Inspired by a fragmented message from his birth parents, Clark forged a life as both hero and human. By day, he is a mild-mannered reporter at the Daily Planet, working alongside Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane, who's not just his colleague but his girlfriend, and one of the few people who knows the truth about who he is. 3 years into his superhero career, Superman stopped a U.S.-backed invasion of Jarhanpur by neighboring Boravia. It was a controversial move that earned him global headlines and put him directly in the crosshairs of Lex Luthor. back. But when a mysterious warrior calling himself the Hammer of Baravia shows up and hands Superman his ass, everything changes. Bloodied and barely conscious, Superman crash lands in the Antarctic and uses a special whistle to call for his super pup Crypto. The loyal Superdog drags him to the Fortress of Solitude. So yeah, a lot of this is from the trailer. But
What
I like to believe that there's a
what I
version of
love
Clark Kent that used his powers to open a hot dog stand.
yeah, right.
George got all of that information from the first 5 sentences. They
Right,
literally at this point,
Mhm.
this is we've seen nothing. The
Yeah,
movie
yes.
starts with the movie starts with that scene from the trailer where he crashes into the snow. It's like his first defeat.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We've gotten here.
right.
We've seen
Right.
none of the things George is talking about.
No.
So it's cool. It's kind of really
Right.
cool. That's in that way. That was kind of one of the problems that I think some of the more serious movie critics had with this movie, which is like, man, they didn't develop any of the relationships here. Like,
You know what's even crazier though? Like,
Man,
like,
why didn't I see all the things I already know about?
I guess saying that when you're a movie critic, though, it's not your job to give them leeway for that. Like, why should you? Like, okay, you did it for comic fans. I don't give a fuck. Like,
Yeah.
I came to watch a movie, and these relationships weren't developed.
I think the question is whether or not. I guess the question is whether or not things still work, right? Because like, there's so many films that literally are a snapshot in these characters' lives, don't explain like what their parenting situation is, right, or what their childhood upbringing was, or whatever. And we got to fill in the blanks. If the art is done well, it kind of should just flow. But again, like, it's one of those things. I think that you're having the same thought process as me. Is like, is this an issue? But more importantly, do I care? And I don't
Yeah,
think you
I
care.
think
I don't think you care.
Because I think it shouldn't be looked at as like a mistake, like,
No,
or something
no.
that got looked over. Because it's
No.
more like a risk that got
No.
done on purpose. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sure
brave.
James Gunn, the fucking 2-decade-long filmmaker, is aware that we are not going to develop Superman, Lois, and Lex's dynamic any more than, like, this one's a bad guy and they're in love.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, like, I feel like, wouldn't they do something similar for, like, I don't know, like a Robin Hood? Like, if they wanted to, they could have just been like, there's Sherwood
Mhm.
Forest, and here's fucking
Yeah.
the Sheriff
don't
of
know.
Nottingham, and here's
But
Robin
also,
Hood.
I don't know shit about I don't
But also,
know.
I know
like,
because of the
think-
sexy fox. But continue.
That's the only one I know.
But also, like, I can't help but think about the fact that we opened up a television show that doesn't even do like, it takes even the next step. They've already married. They've had 2 children.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, we could do that. We could shut up.
I think it's a different audience.
Yeah.
It's a lot bigger.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But like, even like GT, when you just talking about like the like CW shows and stuff like that, if this had its own show, this Superman had its own show, the opening narration would be what I just read. 30
Yeah,
years
yeah,
ago,
yeah.
whatever. 3 years ago, like, that's would have been, that's the beginning of the comic. He became Superman, right, with the title logo and all that kind of stuff.
No, but they would have told it to you at the beginning of every episode.
Yes, every single fucking one.
There was also before we move on from
Yeah.
this first thing, 300 years ago, the first metahumans appeared on Earth. That's a really specific number. I keep on
is.
going back to, like, you would think metahumans were like something that happened alongside human evolution for the last 100,000 years. Like, they just appeared 300 years ago. What was the catalyst for that?
1700s
fuck?
or whatever.
Well,
Well, they're gonna eventually. I
Because
hope
it
they
should have
reveal
been-
that Vandal. That
Vandal
Vandal
Savage.
Savage.
Yeah.
yeah.
A billion
eventually
years
do
ago,
that.
or fucking 100,000
Yeah,
years ago.
a
it should have been
caveman, a
Vandal.
caveman, or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
Um,
we'll
you
see
know.
what that's about.
But no, I mean, we're like, I feel like we're stuck here in this beginning, but that's what I loved. The fact that it felt like, for me, my very first issue that I bought of a comic book on my own was Uncanny X-Men 287, I believe,
Mhm.
which had the number's probably wrong, but it's the classic cover where Wolverine looks like he's murdered Charles Xavier.
Mm.
And you're reading the comic, and then you find it takes place in the Shi'ar, that they're in space, and I think Xavier was like cloned, and
Mm.
he kills the clone because he realizes it's not the clone. I'm like 9 years old reading this comic, going, "What the hell?"
Yeah, what did I miss? And where do I go
You know?
next after this? Yeah.
You know, like the cards that I collected for the last 6 months did not explain this issue.
Yeah.
I have to get the next issue. And that's a great feeling. And that's what this movie did, is it puts you right in the middle of it. You know, because even a lot of the people who complain about that they couldn't follow along with this, I look at them and go, you've never started watching a show like episode 6 and just caught up.
Yeah.
You know,
Sat down with a friend and was like, "What the hell is this?"
right? So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
start
fact that they're
Breaking Bad
using
in season
the
2.
fact that, right, the fact that they're using it as a critique against the movie to me shows that they didn't give the movie a chance.
There's a lot
Because
of
by
that.
the end of the movie, you'll connect the dots.
Yeah,
You
there's
will
a lot of
connect
that.
dots.
There's a lot of that.
I think I started Dexter like season 4.
Oh, you started with the best
Yeah.
season? Jesus.
Which one is John
That's the
Lithgow?
only season I
That's
watched.
season 4.
That's the only
Yeah, okay.
season I
Oh.
watched. John Lithgow. That was
Really?
the only season I
Okay.
watched.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
that this
Psychopaths.
generation. I don't know that this generation is accustomed to starting a show in the middle. There's not. That doesn't.
Oh,
that's
they
not
don't
really
have
a-
to deal with that. Yeah, they don't
that's
have
not
to
really-
like.
that's true.
Yeah, I guess
that's
not,
definitely
right?
No, I
not
know.
the
We're,
problem
we're all
anymore.
showing our ages.
I was trying to tell that to my son the other day. I was trying to tell that to my son the other day. I was like, you know, there was a time when if you missed an episode, you had to pray you caught it on a summer rerun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
These kids walking away from the TV. What you doing? This ain't coming back. What you?
I completely fell off Boardwalk Empire because I missed like 2 weeks and I never made it back in.
It's rough, man. It's
Aw,
rough. You fall off the
Go
terrible.
train.
back. Go back. It's worth it. Go back.
Wow.
But like we were saying, like with this opener, before we even meet any humans, right? We see like hologram parents and robots
Yeah.
and the dog. Like before we even see a human in this, we're shown his entire like almost sci-fi world and sci-fi life.
Hey,
and in that moment,
Alan Tudyk's voice is human to me. Okay.
yes, he is Gary. Well, Gary, as he hopes to be called one day.
4?
I'll call him his Christian
You
name.
gotta call
was
him. You gotta
4.
call him 4.
I gotta
First.
call him 4.
He ain't earned that.
He ain't get
fucking
Gary
name.
yet. He has brain, like brain dead. Something's going on there.
Ding, 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 ding,
Yeah,
ding,
something's
ding,
going
ding.
on there. But yeah, so I feel like the film is asking people to deal with a lot without really explanation, and I love that. And like I said again, I often talk about comics that are indie that kind of don't really care to hold your hand, and it's like you either get what we just said or you don't. And I dig that here with this.
Saga, my God.
Saga, exactly.
But another thing about this that's interesting, and another criticism I guess people are having about the film and this version of Superman is immediately we're starting off Superman on the back foot. Immediately we're starting off Superman on the ground, hurt. Like
But
hurt to
see,
the point he can't
as
even
much-
stand.
In rewatching it
Good.
today, I'm sitting there going, "Is he on the back foot?" Because it clearly says he's been whooping ass for 3
Yeah.
years.
Mhm.
That's
on it.
Roman Reigns, bro. That's Roman Reigns.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and then he gets that whooped here, and it's no surprise why he does once everything is revealed in the fullness of time.
Right.
But,
right.
I feel like this whole movie he's on the defense. This whole movie, everything is kind of getting at him, and there's almost an agitation in him where he's like that, where it boils to the point that when he has a conversation with Lois, where he talks to Lex, like you're watching a good man lose his patience throughout this film, and it's very interesting because he's supposed to be poised. That's what people think of him who don't know the character well. He's supposed to be statuesque and never affected because supposedly because he's invulnerable, he shouldn't like feel pain or feel emotions or feel anything. I don't know how that characterization works.
I love the idea. I've always loved the idea that one of the best problems you can put in front of Superman is a problem you can't punch in the face. And this movie's idea of a problem you can't punch in the face is global politics.
How can
Damn
you
right.
punch getting canceled in the face? A James Gunn story.
Yeah. All I needed was for
Just to
all the
make it a
people in
little
Daily
more
Planet.
personal.
He's like,
Yeah,
"You
all the
know
people in
what?
Daily Planet need to write an open letter signing. Superman is a good guy. He's
I'm
never.
pretty
gonna
sure
do
that's
that.
how he. I'm pretty sure that's how he pitched it. Like, what if Superman got canceled?
Yeah.
Like you? No.
It's only been 2 years, James.
Just
Like a
hold on
different
to
guy.
that. Hold on to that. thought.
Different guy. Brains Gun. We'll call him. But,
Whoa, that sounds like a different kind of star.
yes, it does. It sounds like a different kind of parody. So, inside, the Superman robots carry him to a healing rig powered by concentrated sunlight. As he heals, the same damaged Kryptonian message plays again. 4, played by Alan Tudyk, the lead robot, translates Kal-El was sent to the planet where he could do the most good, and then the rest cuts out corrupted. Superman doesn't know the whole truth, but it's coming. There's something beautifully tragic about playing this only
It's
broken voicemail.
Rogolzar.
Yeah, right. Oh, I hate that. But yeah, this is if you have, God willing, a last voicemail from somebody who passed away, right? Or a last video or whatever, like you see comfort in being able to see them again, hear them again, even when it's not complete. In a situation like this, the idea that the robots know that this calms him, his family that he's never met, you know, this vague mission that he doesn't really quite understand, but he's trying to do. There's something beautifully tragic in him constantly reaching out for a history and a background that he doesn't connect with. That he doesn't, you know,
That was like the impetus for the whole Zemo thing.
yeah.
That's me listening to Mark Anthony.
Yeah, like from a
No.
distance.
Oh my God.
From a distance.
My people, I don't know them.
It's funny as hell. Do anyone else want to talk about the whole sun recovery?
Yeah, I like.
I thought it was really cool. It was really
where
cool.
that came from.
The magnifying glasses to make it just that much more potent and powerful. I thought it was a really interesting way to do it.
Yeah.
Again, to me, I like the fact that it showed that hey, Superman is not just a muscle bound guy. He's a scientist. He is a scientist, and that's some. As much as people were complaining because this was something that was spoiled very early on. This was in trailers and whatnot. Which again, I hate spoilers, so I was annoyed that I saw it. But people were complaining about it. Oh, Superman shouldn't be hurt like this. I'm like, have you never read The Death of Superman?
He gets got pretty bad. I remember that.
I think a lot of them have.
I think he died in that.
That's the rumor.
Right. You know what I mean? And so when I was watching it, I loved it. I was like, wow, it's showing that Superman can be hurt. He's not just this all-powerful person, and he's smart enough to have a way to heal.
Yeah.
So I loved it.
Ironically, the very first comic book I ever read, The Death of Superman.
Oh wow.
Also, like I remember being in the theater when that scene came on and thinking to myself, well, imagine if you could feel all of your bones getting put back together by the sun's rays.
There will be a lot of people.
Probably suck.
There'll be a lot of people talking about the special effects in this, the acting, the writing, and all that stuff is amazing. One of the things that I don't think is going to get enough credit is the sound design on this film. And this is one of those moments. You can hear the bones rearranging in his body as he heals, as he screams for their life. And, you know, there was a lot of internet drama about, like, him screaming in pain, all this kind of stuff. He kind of just did the equivalent of going home, cracking his knuckles, and coming back into the fight. Like when you look at the full scope of things, like he just like, all right, you know, and let's get back in the game. Like, and I got nothing negative to say there.
I did feel like we were in Act 2 immediately. I was like, oh shit, this movie started in Act 2. Because he fucking gets knocked down here at this fortress, and like you said, he flies back to Metropolis and immediately gets caught like by Engineer. Like we're fucking 10 minutes in and they already
I'm like, now it's even worse for me.
Solitude.
I actually got this was one of the fucking times where the movie that was scheduled for 7:00 started at fucking 7:00. So I got there like at 7:03, and when I got there, he was whistling for Crypto. So I missed the initial text until I saw it the second time.
You're admitting you're Puerto Rican, by the way.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, what does it matter? Give me some popcorn, and then I get there, and I'm like, no, and like he said, so I'm like, okay. Oh my God, there's a good chance this movie just started from the beginning of the trailer. There's a very good chance that happened. And then the engineer shows up. I'm like, how much did I miss? Wait a minute. Just like, but no, it's like they said, you have to stick around and get those answers to the questions. And how often did you read a comic and some person just shows up? You don't know them. They ain't have some super suit, part of some team. They just passing by.
I got comic books that to this day haven't had certain things answered in them.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
So like I dug that. You know, we have a quick interaction with Crypto there. Crypto's best boy. We'll talk about his more powerful scenes as we go. But to get back to the sound design, when he flies back to the fight in Metropolis, amazing. I really like that flying mechanic. I saw people on both sides of it. Some people dug it, some people didn't. But I just like the sound of the rushing wind coming to him and like the changing of climates as he flies through.
Yes,
was a really, really, really cool effect. What did you guys think about the flying mechanics? I mean, it can't be a Superman movie without the guy flying, and everyone's gonna kind of do it different. It's kind of like Spider-Man, you know, thwipping. But I'll start with you, Yogi. What did you think of the flying mechanic?
I don't know how I feel about the stretchy angle thing they kept doing. I was like, oh, I don't know if I like that. I mean, I get it, but
Yeah.
I like the other. I like the stuff they were showing, before that. I definitely like to fly up into the camera and turn the symbol on his chest into the logo for the opening of the film.
Yeah.
That was awesome. They did that a couple times where it was like, we are going to show, like he flies into the camera and we just put this S right on the screen.
Geo, baby.
Yeah, it's like subliminal messaging. I don't know what we're doing here, but it's flashing this S in my face. It was cool though. I liked it.
Asa, what are you thinking about the flying in this?
I'd forgotten they changed the climates until you mentioned it, but I was like, I remember thinking that's a really cool effect that they didn't need to have.
Yeah,
I would have believed it regardless, but it's just one of those small details that like you could tell was put into this movie just with a lot of love.
100%.
But I did like the bendings because you know how fast he is. He's probably going like Mach 6 or whatever just to kind of get back there in just a few minutes, and then so it's just how we would perceive that level of speed. But to him, it's just like, oh, okay.
Also, how hard did this motherfucker get hit?
Oh man,
like where did he get hit from? That the fight was in Metropolis,
Yeah.
and then he fucking got his ass kicked.
Metropolis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a big shit.
Isn't that roughly Cleveland? Isn't that like
Delaware?
Well,
according to when he goes overhead, it looked like it was New York.
It
Really?
does. It's shaped like New York, but it is officially in Delaware.
okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting because the stadium they're using is Cleveland.
It is.
Yeah.
It's all shot in Cleveland, but because of Superman, that's where he was
Yeah.
born, technically.
And
but
and the logo for like the meteors is crafted to be like the Cleveland Guardians.
that's the best Cleveland has ever looked. I've been to Cleveland.
Ohio is for
Indians.
lovers.
Indians.
Cleveland is a piece of shit.
Ohio is
We
for
don't
lovers.
do that anymore.
Gray.
Hey,
ugly,
Drew Carey. I
old.
like Drew Carey. He's from Cleveland.
He lived in a piece of
Cleveland
shit.
rocks?
Cleveland is a depressing place. The only thing they've ever had is a fucking Superman and Drew Carey.
They have the Brown.
Shut up.
What?
And LeBron for like 2 minutes.
For like 2 minutes.
What?
Hey, LeBron got them a championship, sir.
Yeah,
GT,
he was
what
there
did-
for 2 minutes.
GT, what do you think about the flying in this?
It felt very joyous, which is the kind of thing I want from the flying.
Yeah.
Like it feels like something he has a good time with. Like he does things that are so unnecessary, but he just like all the spinning tricks.
Yeah. He's styling out there. I didn't think about that. There's no rhyme or reason for it besides just fucking wanting to do it.
I
And then-
can't.
yeah, it's like when you're a kid and you start walking backwards because you can.
Yeah.
Cog. A lot of Superman stuff. What do you think?
I loved it, and I really loved it even more the second time around because the second time around, like, it surprised me. I felt like pause, right? I'm gonna say pause, but I felt like I was on his back.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I dug that. I dug that because it was just like, whoa. I'm imagining kids nowadays how that must feel for them to feel like, because who hasn't done the towel around the neck,
Yeah.
and then
Right.
flown around, and for kids to have that feeling like that, like, I'm envy. I'm looking at I took my kids today, and I'm looking at my
You
kids.
know what we had?
Because think about how hokey the Christopher Reeve flying is now when you compare it now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love it, but you show that to kids and they're like, man, we can see the strings.
Oh my god, if it's Superman 4, it's the same shot of him going forward
Mhm.
with
Every
different
time.
backgrounds.
For me, it reminds me like of when I used to wrestle, and like when you do the dive through the ropes, it's like it's what it feels like sometimes.
Yeah,
It's one of
that
the few
whoosh.
ways you can imitate that feeling.
Yeah. But as John was saying, the engineer has followed him and now knows where the fortress is. What I love about the engineer is like her immediate first 2 lines are like Spanish curses. They're like shit and fucking son of a
Mierda.
bitch. And I was like, oh, this is fantastic. This is great.
This is one of the first small flaws that I had with the movie, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because knowing who the engineer is, if you guys are Stormwatch and Authority fans,
Not nothing.
there's really no reason why she couldn't chase that building down to the snow.
Ah,
through the
okay.
snow.
Yeah. I guess
know?
I'm more confused as to why Lex put her on that mission if he seemingly had everything he needed.
You were-
Also, why wasn't she flying from the bat? Why was she first running and then like, oh, it's sinking? Let me start flying now.
Oh
Like,
yeah, maybe she thought she had time. She was thinking the
She
scenic route
lost
to
him. You
the
can't see from
Arctic.
up
she
there.
was
Everything's
on your
too-
time. She was on your
Everything's
time. Like,
white.
oh, I got time. I got time. 7:03. I got time.
Yeah, what happens is you get
She-
there and yeah.
She is I haven't read a lot of Authority, Stormwatch. Authority is one that's on my list. Stormwatch is not. But I felt like she was Mercy Graves. I was like, is this like that's weird?
I'm
Like,
hearing that. But have you ever read the Lex Luthor Brian Azzarello book?
Luthor?
Yes.
Actually,
Luther?
no. I
Yes.
read Joker.
Mhm.
not
So
Luthor.
in
Oh,
Luthor,
wasn't
Luther's
enough.
very good.
so
Very good.
Luthor is very good.
Does he
But
fuck somebody's wife?
I don't in Luthor.
Joker
No,
was
that was
weird.
Joker. Yeah, I remember
Joker
Joker did that
was
shit. That was
weird,
fucking.
man.
That was messed up. Yeah.
This is weird.
In the Brian Azzarello Luthor book, he creates like an android woman that is his like bodyguard and lover in the book.
Yeah.
That's Mercy too. That's
And-
just Mercy Graves.
But I guess the android robot thing, like when I saw that portion, and then the actress was interviewed, and she was like, "Yeah, in my headcanon, they fucked." What she
Yeah,
said,
she
she was
even
like,
thinks- she even thinks she's Mercy Graves.
probably told her.
Like,
Right.
so I don't know how like Authority fans are gonna feel. I got a friend that hasn't seen the movie yet. They announced the Authority, and I kept telling him like that shit is dead, bro. That's not.
You don't think it's happening?
No, they got rid of that. It's not. That's not happening. At best, it turns into a cartoon. At worst, it gets whatever was gonna happen in there gets split into other projects.
I mean, it could. I think it could still happen because did you understand the joke when they eventually
No.
say Planet Watch?
No, I
Stormwatch,
get
right?
I get what they're doing there. And originally this was supposed to be a movie that spun off into the Authority. Like the Authority was supposed to come next. That shit is gone. There's no word on development of it. There's no heavy tie. The only movie that it teased going forward was the one that's coming next now.
It might
that
be
they
the
just
only thing that
decided,
doesn't have a director
know?
or writer on it. Now that I think about it, because
No, a lot of the
face, they
a
got
lot
stuff.
of the things they announced, but some of them fell apart already.
Hey,
Booster
don't
Gold-
bring up Waller.
Well,
There's no reason to bring up Waller
Look,
into
no,
this.
look, I think with the way everybody's already reacting to this movie, I think Warner Brothers didn't have a plan. I think their plan was to just wait. Like, yo, hurry up.
Yeah, how
and wait
everybody thought about it?
Because even now there are people who are still gonna say, yo, this movie's flopping. This movie's flopping. Stand by.
Yeah.
Stand by. It's not. And as it progresses, and the people who are connecting dots go, well, what's hitting best? That'll determine, I think, what gets the biggest pushes going forward.
They already flew a victory flag. I think they already considered it a success. I don't think any chatter or change is going to change the way they're looking at the DC universe today.
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say, well, like allegedly, whenever James Gunn pitched his 10-year plan to WB, he pitched a thing they didn't talk about because he didn't want it to be copied.
Yeah.
So he may have something in the range, or at least one thing in the range, and just in his crosshairs there to kind of boost it up. That and it's probably Crisis, for being honest, but
There's they've kind of, I think it'll be a Crisis-esque thing. DC has to have you just have to have a Crisis. I've never been one of those people that goes, they're doing a Crisis again. Like, this is DC Comics. This is what happens here.
Yeah.
Crisis on Infinite Pizzas.
They've been doing them since 1960 Crisis on Earth 1 and 2, and they do them shits every fucking year. You get with it or go get lost somewhere else. It's what it is. You can't have a DC experience without a Crisis, and I think that's what they're building towards, something. I don't. The problem is that the other place kind of fucked up the multiverse concept by using it for cameos. That was their vehicle.
I mean,
to
this
bring in stars.
this studio also did that shit with the Flash.
The Flash did it. The Flash did it. The Flash
And
created the concept. It doesn't get no credit, and they did it right. The fucking movie people were like, "That's cool. What if we spam that button?" That's not. This multiverse concept is so much more than cameos.
Yeah,
and this movie already introduces the idea of other dimensions.
Other
immediately.
dimensions.
yeah, out the gate.
You
Well,
can't
also,
have- go
Does
ahead.
that also mean we can't use the term Infinite Crisis at this point?
You can't. You shouldn't.
Oh,
They
You
use
call it
Infinite
anything
War,
else.
Infinity War.
listen,
Call it
if
anything else.
The final infinite crisis, infinitely.
when this breaks records, that means that he, because of the deal with the devil that he did, James Gunn is gonna have to sit with Grant Morrison, do some peyote, and read Final Crisis
They
and figure
have,
out what all that
I
is
would pay
going
good
through.
money to watch that.
To see how
Just
all
to
that-
be a fly on the wall.
That'd be
'Cause
incredible.
That is, yeah. If he tackled All Star and it worked, he's like, bro, you got anything else? You got anything like in the crisis circle? Let me tell you, I got a story. How do you kill a god? But back
I
in
got a
this,
story for everything. I've had a story now and then forever. Stories I haven't written yet, but have already been written.
someone's
Stories
writing
that
one
have
about me
been
right now.
written, but have also not been written at the same time.
Someone's writing one right now. Back in the city, the Hammer returns and the battle picks up again. From his Luthor Corp tower, Lex and his team watch the whole thing play out. Turns out Lex is feeding Hammer a pre-programmed series of attack patterns designed specifically to counter Superman's abilities. He's studying Superman for the better part of 3 years and has programmed up to 2,500 fight moves for this particular situation. The fight spills into the streets, and when Superman is knocked down hard, he's helped back up by a food vendor named Ali, who is ID'd by Lex's crew. Engineer tells Lex she found the fortress, but he tells her they already have what they need and to return to base, which she does begrudgingly. After the brawl, Hammer disappears to a shut-down military base outside of the city, enters a hidden portal, and steps into a Luthor Corp control room. There, no, it's not really a boom tube, but I feel like I feel like there's this big boom tube energy. And Lex hacks one day, doesn't he? Doesn't Lex hack a fucking mother box or something at one
He
point?
does.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think that's too far off. So yeah, steps into a Luthor Corp control room. He takes off his helmet, but he just reveals himself to be Ultraman, like
Noir.
whatever.
Ultraman.
Yeah. And we're gonna do that post, but the idea that they beat the boys to this this storyline is fucking hilarious. They're
They
like
beat the boys to that storyline
and-
10 years before the boys was written, right?
Eric Kripke had just came out and was like, yeah, we're never gonna do the whole Homelander has a clone in an all black
thing,
suit that
yeah.
is revealed to have been all the entire time his clone or whatever the fuck. And James Gunn's like, you're not doing what? what is the idea you said you would never do?
I want that in writing.
But yeah, we'll get to the ramifications of all that. What I really want to talk about is, what do you guys think of like this whole like video game Lex Luthor part here? Like Lex is a tried and true supervillain character. What do you think of this introduction and this iteration of?
It works as I love it. It works as like an anti Daily Planet situation. Lex has his office, his supporting cast. He even has a dude that looks like fucking Steve Lombardi, but with glasses. It's really like the anti Daily Planet aspect. I really like that. I also he's real supportive of them. I feel like they have a real team aspect. There's an underlying thing about Lex that's funny in this movie where there's like we're gonna talk about it. I think like he has like a real connection with these people, but he doesn't care because he's Lex. He doesn't actually connect with anybody beyond his own needs. But as he needs them, they all have fun together.
Yeah, he sees the value in them being on his side, and until they are not, he's willing to at least feed and pet them.
As long as they are all in some way extensions of him, they are fine.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you fuck up, then you're in the fucking you're on his bad side. But also, if he brings donuts,
that is true.
I thought it was gonna be like poison or something, but no, it's like. You really thought you should know about this donut spot.
That's a hell of a
No,
spectrum. Donuts and fucking prison on the other side of the dimension. So
just to show you how even that though is very backhanded. It felt like he was giving a dog a treat, not like he was bringing like, "Yo, son, try to slice of pizza." It was more like, "Yeah, good job."
With the accomplice of the murder, like, thank you for the explicit help in trying to kill these people. Hey, so what do you think about this Lex?
He's great. He feels as human, if that makes sense. Like where he's still really, really smart. He's obviously really, really rich. But he feels like, I don't know. You could feel how angry he was to be just a human.
Yes.
Especially when he's talking about Superman.
And it's weird because it's an inferiority complex that is extremely specific. You understand? Like,
Yes.
I know I'm not Leonardo DiCaprio. I could deal with that. I could deal with where my ceiling is in life. But Lex is like, I have to be Superman, or there has to be no Superman. You understand? Like, that
Yeah.
number one spot is either going to be taken by me or taken by no one. And I think like it almost brings him to a modern level with this whole video game aspect. I know they'll probably never do it again, but this idea that he's like spamming moves and trying to do counters. And I also know of a famous tech billionaire who had other people play his games so that he can get so he can accomplish his missions.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I do think more than the video game aspect of it, it speaks to how obsessed he had to have been. Because
Yeah.
I mean, at one point it's confirmed that the first time they meet face to face is in this movie. So he's been obsessed with Superman from the outside for so long that he actually knows every single fucking move that he's gonna make. That's how disgustingly, disturbingly
Yeah,
obsessed
you're
Lex Luthor is.
watching.
It's incredible.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Asa.
I know. I was like, my only real question is like, so we all know Superman is an alien, but so during his speech, at kind of in the early beginning, he says, "I didn't like when the metahumans came around, but I really hate I really hate this alien. Like it's
No, he definitely has a disdain.
If I can help you along with that idea,
okay. Go ahead,
sir. It is not too unlike, all the whites hated each other, and then we found the blacks.
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
exactly how that goes.
And then all the whites decided we have this thing in common,
Yeah, because he is willing to work alongside metahumans. He doesn't hate them that much.
Right. He created them. He created them.
He's racist. He's xenophobic. It's a normal supervillain stuff.
It's a normal reaction. I know.
Yeah, it's to me one of the reasons the weaker parts of this movie, and not to say I'm against Nicholas Hoult. I think he did a great job with what was given. And
Okay.
Because Lex has been interpreted many, many different ways throughout the movies, comic books, depending on the decade. I will always look at Clancy Brown and Michael Rosenbaum as my Lex Luthors. Even the way he was portrayed in the miniseries you mentioned a second ago, George, in that Brian Azzarello, I always like the Lex who knows who he is and doesn't like Superman because he's a genuine threat to humankind. Not because he's jealous, not because he just hates him because, oh man, I wish I was that strong. He just looks at him like, man, at any point in time, this dude can flip on the human race. You know what I mean? So
I want to say that I've always believed that Lex is always going to find something. Like even in the animated series, it was made pretty clear that he presents as someone that has a concern about the Earth. I'm so concerned that this alien could turn on us, but ultimately it's always about Lex. That's kind of what makes him Lex.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's altruistic at all. I'm saying he wants to be in control.
Yeah.
He sees Superman as the biggest threat. But it's not so much that he just hates him because he's an alien. Or it's not just like a prejudice thing. It's just straight up like, you're a threat to me. Whether it's a Superman alien or it's even Brainiac. Or
This shit happens in your 9 to 5. Like if somebody comes in and does the job better than you, whatever, and it's fucking everyone's friends with them, and all of a sudden you're like, we need to get this motherfucker out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like I had a promotion lined up, and this guy just came in here with his fucking dog, and everyone thinks he's great. I think he even says something like that. Like everyone thinks this guy is great. Like he's fucking over it. But I've always this is gonna be controversial, but my favorite Lex Luthor for a time was the Maxwell Lord that was in Supergirl. Because when I watched Supergirl, Maxwell Lord was the first character on screen. I've read this in comics before. But the first character on screen to like really be like, oh, you can't trust these motherfuckers. Like we're all like hunky dory and like chilling with these aliens. But not only should they not be trusted, but I've already gone ahead and I've implanted safeguards, kill them all. I didn't have to tell you guys. You guys would thank me after the fact. You understand? Once I've got rid of this alien thing, but just this inherent disdain and insecurity And I think that what Nicholas Hoult does is, this is a generational crash out throughout this film. Like it's progressing. Like this, like he is getting this scene is probably him at his most confident. Everything moving forward is a crack in the armor until we get to the end, and he's nothing. That guy at the end of this film looks nothing like the guy that started this. I often just think of it's burned in my mind him. The look of joy on his face as Superman's like being suffocated at one point in this film, where he's just like,
Right.
like he's getting off on the whole thing, and that's like the level of depravity that we're dealing with here. There's also, we covered All-Star Superman Yogi last week, and one of the things that they really made a point to bring home with Lex is just like the depth. There is no bottom to his pettiness when it comes to Superman, and I felt like this film also did that, where it was like, yeah, he's dealing with him physically, but he's also dealing with him emotionally. He's dealing with him on social media. He's poking holes into his parentage. Like, he just can't stand the guy. This guy just stands as a constant threat. But I really like this Lex. Any issues that I have, like that, because I have like very minor ones about the characterization, I feel like are in the fullness of time we'll be realizing that we're looking at an immature Lex and an immature Superman, right? And I think in the fullness of time we will get to see Lex be a bit more buttoned down, a bit more like this. He did a damn near tantrum at the end of this film, right? And a lot of people thought it was out of character. But if this is the first big blow up, of course this is what's gonna happen. Then the next time he comes around, he ain't letting none of that shit go fly no more, and we're gonna see him again. So as a first step in here, a guy who bit off more than he can chew, I think that's a perfect characterization for this guy, especially when he did everything that you could do. He mapped out every move. He literally came up with a perfect foe, and still couldn't get the job done. So that's gotta kind of hurt his superiority complex. Anyone any other words on Nicholas Holt's list?
Yeah, one. Well, go ahead, Greg. You didn't get to talk.
I sort of am very amused at the idea of like Lex Luthor being a Souls gamer.
Yes.
That's just the kind of guy who has mapped out all of the enemy's combos to such a degree that he has the counters and then the counters for the counters, and
yes, and out of spite, not because he wants to be good at the game.
Gamer.
Yeah, it's all out of spite. It's all fucking out of spite. John, you were saying?
No, I was just gonna say, like, pretty much follow up on what you said earlier about this being their first real encounter and the time for Lex to mature. I don't think that movie narratives really allow for us to run Lex versus Superman too straight up. So I think if
That's
we
fair.
do get Lex again, it's probably, and I think we are gonna get Lex again. But
big green suit.
we definitely getting that big green suit, that big green and purple suit. And also, I was wondering, and we're gonna talk about this after the movie is done because it's a whole ass discussion about the future of DC after this movie. But I just think they left a lot of room. Like they created a great foundation for another Lex story, and another big part of Lex's story is bringing together the Injustice League or the Legion of Doom, depending on what you're reading. So
I saw when he was on that yacht and Deathstroke came on the back of it or
we
whatever.
that didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fucking dreams, fever dreams.
That was it. That was a dream.
Poor Joe Manganiello.
He got all dressed up.
He was this close. He got this close.
gussied up.
You can taste it. You can taste it.
You think he has that suit somewhere at home?
That's gotta hurt, and then you
I
just gotta
hope
watch the next guy get cast and shit. Ridiculous. So the next day, Clark has an exclusive interview with Superman, ready for the Daily Planet. Ma and Pa can't call to congratulate him, but his coworkers aren't buying the whole act. Jimmy and Lois give him grief, while Cat Grant fawns over the piece. A classic office politics. We get a little taste, a slice of life of and here the human side. We did so much Superman up front. Usually it's the other way around. Usually they try to give us as much Clark as possible, and then like here's Superman at the end. But this almost front leads with the identity of Superman, and then kind of gives us a look into Clark's life as a human. I made a post about this, so I'll be short. But there's a lot of people that are saying for terrible things about the Kents. I've heard them being called ugly, like they were not attractive. I wasn't sure that attractive parents of Superman was a prerequisite for casting. I wasn't sure that was a thing. That we got lucky with
supposed to
Diane
be.
Lane. We got lucky with Diane Lane. All right, I'm just saying.
Some
And
people would argue you got lucky with Kevin Costner as well.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And Marlon
I mean-
Brando and fucking
I mean,
all his parents from every side should be sexy always.
Sexy hot. But are they hot? And the other thing, you know, even worse than the attractiveness, because that's subjective, they're being called hicks. They're being called like farm people. And it's like, I think when they're calling and they're doing like the FaceTime or whatever, and she's like just yelling into the phone. First of all, that's incredibly endearing. That's how my grandma does it. Like she has all these big electronics that the font is on 100 on all of them that all have one button, so she can't mess up anything. But even in using a technology that they don't fully understand, they still choose to use it to talk to their son. You understand? Like there's everything about this is still fucking so sweet and so endearing. I can't find time to be angry at these people or criticize them in any way, shape, or form. Does any of those criticisms do you think land about these camps? Do you think that they were portrayed as slow or hickish
No.
or too
All of
rural
our
or anything?
parents must be Marissa Tomei-esque.
Like kind of snappy and one-liners and hot?
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there could be more Marissa Tomei's in the world, but we think we'd all appreciate that. But
Yeah.
no, like a decade ago, I used to work for AT&T, and I worked in Mississippi. And then, so just to keep my anecdote short,
Those are two things that are going together real well in my head.
I dealt with people like that daily.
Yeah.
And they just come in and they go, "Hey, I want a new phone. How does it work?" And the amount of hours I spent losing commission to explain to these people how to use a phone,
Yeah.
would both astound you and simultaneously not astound you in the slightest.
But they're not bad people, you know?
No, yeah,
No.
they were raised in a time where their phones were attached to a wall, and now they're not. And like
Right.
it's lazy to be like they're hicks, they're whatever. It's just lazy because people like that exist. Like we're not all in cities.
My grandmother, when she was around, like she would ask me to come over. It was just like, "Can you dial so and so for me?" And I'm like, "Grandma, it's the same numbers. They're just on the phone, not the receiver.
Yeah.
The numbers work."
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, I've lived in Florida for a decade now, and I live in a part of Florida that's still very much being built up
Mhm.
to
Okay.
the point where when I first moved here 10 years ago, I was surrounded by acres of orange groves and cow pastures.
So Florida.
Yeah, and so the people who live literally right around me, who I've had conversations with, sound like these people.
Yeah.
When I first moved here, I immediately thought, man, these guys don't know nothing. But then over time, I've discovered, oh, these people know a lot, but they know a lot about what they know. They don't know how to hop on a subway. They don't know how to swipe a Metro card. They don't know how to download an app and immediately express a delivery or something like that. But when I'm sitting there going, yo, why isn't my grass growing and yours is growing? They know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They know. You know what I mean?
And they'll get you some gator meat.
Yeah,
Gators.
exactly. And another thing is, just you don't know how to fix the
You can't get
battery
the
on your
air
car?
fryer to work, but Pa can't slaughter in a cow in the back. He about to
There
make
you go.
barbecue
There you go.
ribs
And
over
that's
an
another
open
thing.
flame. You
And
understand?
watching it again today, as they're making fun of the mom because she's yelling at the phone, like probably a lot of our moms still do right now. Because my mom, not grandma, my mom does that. It drives me nuts. I'm like, Mom, take me off a speakerphone. You don't need to be yelling at me. Pa Kent is sitting there fixing some kind of electronic thing.
Yeah.
So like they know stuff, man. Like so the fact that it just feels like the monkeys are working even now. They're just typing away, man. They're just typing away.
Yeah. I think it also maybe I had this conversation oddly about like racism, but it's this idea that like if you don't experience certain kinds of people, you will think that these are cartoonish interpretations.
Right.
You would be like, that's so, you know what I'm saying? Like, how could someone be so hateful? No, that's real shit. Like, you think this is dramatization.
I think 10 years ago you would have thought, wow, that certainly can't That's a very cartoonish villain right there. I don't think people ever had that much influence if they were so see, you're bad. And now it's like,
Yeah,
well,
and here we
no,
are.
I actually now it's too realistic. Now they're like, wait a minute, it's political.
Yeah. And then then to find fault in these people of all parts of this film
Yeah.
is very very strange to me.
I don't think that's a real criticism or one that's even worth like because their fucking mom and pa came from the farm and they act like their mom and pa came from the farm. It's
Yeah.
very endearing. Like,
George, you reminded me of an incredible experience I had downtown once. I'm hanging out with a friend, and for whatever reason, we're at like a train station, and a whole bunch, because they seem to travel in packs, a whole bunch of these Hasidic Jew fellows come into the room,
Uh-huh.
and they ask my friend how to use the ticket machine because they don't understand this goddamn thing.
Right.
So he's explained to them how to use the ticket machine to get tickets to get on the train, and they get to the part where it asks them to pay, and immediately one of them just goes, "Oh, that's kind of steep, don't you think?" It was like, God damn it!
All that work to get him there. Only to fucking drop the thing.
I'm like, oh, it's everything I've always heard.
We can admit that the cancer are pretty pitch perfect in this. How you guys feel about the Daily Planet? What I want to say is I do feel like this is lived in. I feel like I walked into a scenario where all these people already know each other. They already have nicknames for each other. They already have little interpersonal relationships, whether it's friends, romantic. A cat sleeping with Steve, I think. I think that was like suggested at one point.
Steve fucking wishes. What the fuck, Steve?
I think he
Lombardi
said
should
something
never-
about like $1,000 tickets to buy something, and I could have sworn she used
Yeah,
the word
'cause he's-
7-second Steve.
I think he's trying to get her to sleep with him.
Well,
I
I don't
think
know
at
because he does. Doesn't he say he's married at some point too?
He calls
but yeah,
somebody on the phone
does-
and he's very
maybe.
pathetic. He's very pathetic with them when he's panicking. Like,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't care
Well-
if she can't talk. She understands. Cats understand their
yeah,
masters.
yeah, he's got a cat.
Oh,
The thing
there
about
you go.
Steve Lombardi is, at best, he got cat grand drunk and he fucked and he nutted in like 2 seconds.
right.
2 seconds, and he'll
she'll
never he'll,
admit to it.
yeah, or he'll never get it, or if he ever even tries to bring it up, she'll shut him down with that shit.
Yeah.
Because Steve Lombardi is a big dumb loser.
Yes,
like
he
he's
is.
a bully.
What do you think?
And he was
What do you think of
great.
Beck Bennett as Stephen Barty in this?
He's great. I was gonna say he's great here. He plays him off exactly the way Steve Lombardi should be. All right, get the way my Steve Lombardi is.
Yeah.
Like a big,
Not the Man of Steel one.
yeah, a big jock fool who
Yeah.
thinks he can get any girl, but actually can get none. Like he
Right.
get none. Yeah, I love him.
Yeah. Wendell Pierce and Skylar Gazondo nailed Jimmy and Perry. I seeing a Perry White who is so confident, even in the face of destruction, was
Yeah.
so awesome because Perry White is a superhero unto himself, and
Yeah.
so seeing Wendell Pierce capture that, and even he only had like 2 or 3 scenes to do it, and
Yeah.
I forgot that he was even in this opening scene. He has like 2 lines, but he says them so perfectly. It's like, yes, Perry White's in charge of this whole building. He's got it down.
He also trusts his team. Like he could just say some shit and walk away, and he knows that those motherfuckers are gonna get it done. And also, like we moved past this whole them being surprised by any of this. That's the part I like. That we're past the whole like, and we're like, oh shit, like what, like.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Tuesday.
funny that even Clark has like already a pre-made fucking article. We talked about this on All Star, right? Where Lois was already writing the article that Superman saved the world before it even happened because she's like, that's what's gonna happen. And the idea that Clark is like, oh yeah, by the way, I got like the best pictures and the best. It's the Peter Parker joke, right? Like I got the best, pictures and interview with Superman, and Lois is like, yeah, isn't that's kind of interesting. But yeah, that was just me. That's verbal diarrhea. But yeah, talk about the Daily Planet or the people there if you guys want.
Wendell Pierce can do no wrong for me, and I'm so happy to see him in both this and Thunderbolts this year.
Yes, that's what I
think
fucking
one
pointed out. Like, oh,
one of the things that
the senator
ends up one of the things that ends up it's one of the reasons why I didn't go full 10. There's a big reason why I didn't go full 10 out of 10 on this
Okay.
film. And then there's this other one.
Okay.
The Daily Planet was so everyone in the Daily Planet was so good and so underserved. Like every single character in there except for Jimmy who at least got a C plot situation going for him. I was like, I love that. We got, I guess, like James Gunn said, the Justice Gang is supposed to be like his play friends, and the Daily Planet are like his work friends or whatever.
Yeah.
But I just feel like we were trying to balance way too many like way too many people in Superman's life regularly.
Yeah.
For one movie, like we didn't serve this Daily Planet gang nearly enough. When they do another Superman focused movie, I hope that they carry the load on their own. Because
Yeah.
they're all so good.
I know, I agree with you. This was again just picking up a random issue, where in a random Superman issue you might get 2 pages of the Daily Planet. So
If at all.
I was
It
fine with
definitely
that.
depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
It depends. But see, do you remember a few years back when who's the Spanish girl that's all over WWE now, who's just got pregnant? Vanessa Hudgens.
Oh,
was-
okay.
that-
I was
I
like,
remember
I
that
thought you meant
man.
on
I didn't
WWE.
see that coming at all. What
Yeah,
the
I
I was
hell?
like, Stephanie
You remember-
Backer's pregnant. I was like, wait, what? When that
I have a
happened?
weird way of this is
Yeah.
comic book brain. This is editor note. You know
Yeah,
what
I
mean?
bet.
understand.
I bet.
But no. Do you she did a show a few years ago under the DCU
Powerless.
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 I love Powerless.
Yeah.
But
I never
people
watched
couldn't
it.
people couldn't get behind it because they were
It
like,
was
where are the
too
superheroes?
Soon.
And I believe
It's
Alan
too
Tudyk was on
early.
that. I think
Yes,
Alan
he
Tudyk
was.
on that too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was Bruce Wayne's cousin. It was
Right.
way too soon for a show like that because if they had come out like 3 years later, it would have ran for 5 seasons.
But what
Oh,
I'm
it's
saying
right,
is
yeah.
this movie could easily lead to. I was thinking it'd be great if they did kind of like what Marvel did in the beginning with the shorts, like a funny thing happened with
Oh,
Thor's
yeah.
hammer kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If they were to do this with the Daily Planet, where everything is from their perspective of reporting stuff, like, oh, what happened? What did Guy Gardner say now?
Yeah.
Or Metamorpho? Who's Metamorpho? Like, what's his deal? You know, like that kind of stuff in the background to flesh out these characters and show how effective they are in this world. Because if you would have given them more time, the movie would have been 2.5 hours. And
Yes.
I'm loving
Yes.
these under 2-hour movies right
I
now.
hate it.
Yeah.
I
I
get
feel
it.
I'm not
John's
old
a
enough.
glutton.
I'm not old enough to be falling asleep at 2 hours. I'm not old enough for my bladder to need attention at 2 hours.
I'm-
2.5 hours has always been the perfect.
That's your
length
that's
for me.
your that's your
Some
soft
people
spot.
push
Your
to
spot?
3. Some people push to 3, and I'm like, okay, if you got something to say, I'm here for it. But if it's not, then I can tell. I'm looking at you, the Batman. We got that fucking third act and then a 3.5 act. I'm looking.
You know
right
what's
at
weird?
you.
On first run, none of that shit bothers me. It's when I'm home and I want to watch something and go, oh,
Mhm.
No,
3
it's-
hours
been
and
here a
5
while,
minutes.
haven't I?
Yeah,
Here we
I
go.
commitment at home.
I went
know
to
what?
I went to a
See-
late re-release of the Batman, and I was like holy shit! Like they still haven't flooded. Like,
Oh, I remember you messaging us during that.
It depends. If you got something to say, it's not gonna feel like 2.5 hours. I think this
No.
movie could have gone 2.5 hours and nobody would have noticed.
I don't know. I would have noticed.
um,
Yeah.
'Cause you're all like,
Because you know what kills me? My bladder's fine. I can still hold my bladder 4 or 5, 6 hours.
Prove
The
it.
thing that
Nah,
kills
fuck
me
with
now,
you.
I will. I'm proving it right now because we're going 6 hours.
Let's go.
What kills me is how comfortable these freaking seats are nowadays.
Yeah.
They kick back,
Lounging.
you get to kick back and relax.
I think I have too
Yeah.
much PTSD to be falling asleep in a theater.
Oh, no.
I didn't grow up in a good place. Like,
No, but it's so quiet here, man. Like people actually stop talking in these theaters, bro.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, you guys are so good.
I think like to your point though, like Marvel had that comic book very short, the Pulse, where it was dealing with the Daily Bugle and
That
people
was another
kind of
good
dealing
one.
with there. There's been rumors that the Jimmy Olsen actor might be being optioned for a television series of some sort. But if they found a way to just keep it around, the Daily Planet, I'd watch that.
I don't
I-
think. I was gonna say if you do a Jimmy show, he's gotta. I need. Jimmy
You want him to be
do-
turned into a turtle? You want him to?
It's gotta be.
I'm
First
not
of all,
mad.
He needs him to
I'm
clean
mad
that
at it.
raw
Recent,
stress.
that last Matt Fraction mini 12-issue series is a great place to just draw crazy Jimmy ideas from.
riding dinosaurs and shit.
I'm
Make it happen.
I'm not
Make
mad
it
at that.
happen.
Go ahead.
To sort of throw it back for George and I,
Please do.
I think the first live stream we did at George's old home, I am guilty of absolutely throwing my heart into the idea of a Lois Lane-led Aaron Sorkin-like
Yes,
investigation
yes, yes.
TV series,
Yeah.
which I have thought about ever since that day.
Yeah.
She costs too much now. They already
It
fucked up.
would. I know.
Yeah, they should. They could have done it if they had roped it into the first contract. Like we can get her for cheap if we don't.
They also have to they have to like vary in intensity. So like if this is like she has like a episode about like Reed called Chacos or whatever. Where are the Chacos?
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Where are the damn Chacos? Damn it. So later, Lex convinces the government officials, including Rick Flag Sr., didn't wear the gray hair. I don't care what the excuse is. This is like the most identifying part of the guy's fucking character. I do
He
not
was in
understand.
between shows,
I
man.
do not understand. Then color
Fuck that.
the cartoon black then.
Fuck that.
If
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
change
that's
that,
fair.
if you could
You
change that, then
signed-
change it there.
You signed a contract. You work here. I don't want to hear that.
I
he's
just-
my
it's
friend
just-
shit.
Hey,
I
so
don't
now-
think that's how he- I don't think that's how all
Sylvester
those
Stallone was like,
contracts
hey,
work.
yo,
Yes,
you
it fucking
can't change
does.
his hair. You can't change his
Absolutely.
hair.
Because it didn't work for freaking Cavill.
Cavill came in to do reshoots from something that he was working on already. So if they
Yeah,
sign a
but
guy,
that-
if they sign a guy who couldn't fucking change his appearance, that's on you. Why'd you sign that?
That's what I'm saying. He already had a contract for another job he was doing.
Part. It was,
Then
it
why
was a
did
small
we-
part. It was. I don't think even most people are gonna get the fact that Frank Grillo is also in Creature Commando.
That's what.
If
That's
they've
my
even
point.
watched
That's
that
my main
why.
point. That's my
That's
main
If
point.
why.
if they've even watched Creature Commando, I'm
Because
telling
he's
people to
not-
this day,
Oh, it's so good.
I'm almost
I
certain.
watched
It was
it.
fantastic.
I'm guilty
It
of
was
it
that.
had
so
no,
good.
it had no right being as good as it was.
Yes.
It was awesome.
That's the other point I
Uh,
wanted to make real quick. That Frankenstein is obviously from I think 1790. That would be about 300 years. That's the
Yeah.
earliest metahuman that we know that has been depicted so far, from Creature Commandos to Superman. And we at least
I
have
thought,
somebody in that timeline, and that is Frankenstein. I want to say The Bride is probably made a couple decades after that.
I thought you were going to talk about his Mighty Crabjoy shirt. Frankenstein wears a
No.
Mighty Crabjoy.
Oh, he does? That's
He,
fucking
does, he
cool.
does
Yeah,
wear
he
money,
does.
yeah.
That's pretty
Oh,
damn
Oh
cool.
wow.
There was an Easter egg here that you skipped over that I was going to point out.
Oh
in the
no,
notes.
it's the so he's getting the government officials to greenlight a new federal task
Oh,
force
that's
called
right.
Planet
the lady.
Watch.
The lady.
It's starring Ultraman, Engineer, and Lex's own personal air force, the Raptors. He claims Superman's a liability, but the pitch falls flat. You need an inciting incident, if you will. What is that dude's? What does the dude have in the briefcase?
They didn't say. I was too busy noticing that the lady from Suicide Squad that hit Amanda Waller in the back of the head got a promotion.
Yeah.
I was like, look at you.
Well, Amanda got fired.
Rick Flag has her job now.
Yeah.
I noticed her because she's the only one who
Oh,
stands
was that
up.
her?
Yeah, she's the only one who stands up to Lex, and she's like, "Well, this would all be really convenient for you, wouldn't it?" And I was
Yeah.
like, "Ah, ha, ha, ha. I like this lady."
Yeah.
There's a clear government versus metahumans thing brewing that we haven't really we didn't touch in this movie. but
John, if
they-
you say that word, I will kill you.
that shit is
Gods versus
Argus.
monsters.
no gods versus monsters, right? That's
Yeah.
that's what it's all about.
Is the
isn't it?
government monsters? Is this what was this entire thing? This is a James
Well,
Gunn's
they've been
message.
monsters.
I mean, I mean,
They want to be God, but they've been monsters.
Golly, hitting it right on the
It's,
head.
it's gonna be
Um,
fun.
Right.
So that night, Lois comes home ready to swing a bat at an intruder, only to find Clark cooking breakfast for dinner. It's the first time this happened because she was very scared, and I feel like if you're
They're
dating Superman,
very-
you would be like,
yeah,
Well,
I don't.
they're
don't think
only
he's done
been,
that.
they've only been dating 3 months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So and Lois in this interaction, again, you're just thrown in the middle of it. You find, oh, they've only been dating 3 months. That is kind of like, it's kind of fast, but at the same time, it shows how endearing this couple is, like how into her he must be. But at the same time, this whole idea of having a relationship is so new to her that, yo, I hear noise in my apartment, and the first thing I'm doing is grabbing a bat.
yeah, keep the bat
But
by
the
the door.
idea of him being here cooking for me or just being here is like, whoa. But then how it quickly turns into a very romantic encounter that makes me go, wow, this couple belongs together.
And then a very tense one. But with all this encounter at the house, it asks really the biggest question of Superman lore. How do you guys feel about this idea that his favorite is breakfast for dinner? What is
He's
going?
right.
It's
He's 100% right.
Superman's favorite
There is-
meal is breakfast for dinner. What do you guys think?
You
He's
know
right.
what?
Right?
If
I don't hate it.
if you want to nitpick, I had a problem with him being so thoughtless. I was like, why would he
Break into her
say
crib?
Lois? No, why would he say his Lois' favorite? She was like, oh, why would I want to eat
Oh,
breakfast for
yeah,
dinner?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
get the fuck out of here. That's what you want.
No, it's a
Yeah.
power move.
I was like, that's so
The power
selfish
move.
of Superman.
No, you want this too, don't you?
Yeah.
This is our favorite meal now. You know, she's like, I don't like any of
Wait.
this.
You don't want this? I'm pretty sure you love this.
I feel like she's happily gone along with it a few times, and he's just like, see,
You love it. You love it.
Well, I mean, think of it like this: this man works around the clock, right?
Yeah.
He's a reporter and Superman. So by the time he finally gets to eat, and this is a country boy, my man likes a stack of pancakes when he's finally done.
I can do
Because
that.
he needs
Dwayne
those
Johnson
calories.
Yeah.
He needs those calories.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that too. But also with all this stuff, like this is why she flips out with the whole harem stuff. He's like, was he prepping me this entire time?
Right?
Like, what the fuck was this guy doing?
You've been grooming me. You've been grooming me this whole time.
But like you said, they have like this kind of uneasy beginning because they're still new to them. They share a kiss, and they decide to have a playful interview where Lois Lane decides that she's going to be a bit of a combative interviewer and talk to Superman. She starts to push back in questions, and she questions his decision to humiliate the Baravian dictator during peace talks. Superman argues that it saved lives. They talk social media. They talk his mysterious parentage, his overall mission on Earth. Tension keeps getting higher, and she eventually utters out that she wondered if this would, like she thought that this was never going to work, basically. He seems quite taken aback by that, and then he leaves. Obviously, that's an incredibly truncated version of the actual events, but in case any of you gentlemen would like to talk about anything specifically, let's get it.
I want to immediately point out what I love from the BTS of it all, that apparently there's a take so it just goes, oh, fuck you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. I like that.
I imagine it was the super shit.
Yeah.
Like, super shit. Oh, fuck you, Lois.
Yeah.
You know I hate that one.
And they're like, shit.
Yeah. But it's almost masterful how it's able to weave in and out of that, like those comedic moments. Like he'll sit there and he's talking about like real lives being on the line and countries taking advantage of each other and secret arms dealings behind countries' backs, and then he's like he can't press the button to stop the recorder. You know what I'm saying? So like it breaks tension every so often to remind you that these two are not adversarial. They're not at each other's throats. They're representing two sides that are at each other's throats. But like this is all still play, and sometimes you forget until they drop a joke where he's trying to stop the thing, and he laughs about super shit, and then it gets real serious again when it spins back around and the questions start to pile up.
There was a commentary on this scene that I saw. I don't remember where it came from, so credit goes up the ass. This scene felt like a real couple's argument, so it felt like someone who got divorced wrote this, and then when they looked it up, they were like, "Oh yeah, sorry, James Gunn. I'm so sorry, James." But it really does come across like someone who has been in these arguments or been in these situations was able to get that across. I wanted to also say, you mentioned how James Gunn can break tension without it being so heavy-handed or ruining the moment. He's been able. I was never worried about that with him. People kept seeing the trailer and they were like, "Oh my god, it's so goofy" or whatever. I'm like, this is the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy guy. He made you cry over a raccoon. Like, we're good. You good?
Several times.
A tree that says 3 words.
Yes,
that says 3 words.
Emotional part of the film.
Yeah.
And a pirate that threatens to eat a child over and over again.
My favorite scene in the whole 3 movies is the pirate and the raccoon.
Yes,
talking about their drama.
But no, to me, this is where Rachel Brosnahan really flexed. Have any of you guys watched Marvelous Miss Maisel?
No, but I heard great things.
I've seen episodes, but I've never watched it.
Watch it.
I don't even know
watch it from beginning to end. I highly recommend it. Yo, my New Yorkers, you know who you're at in this room. Pretty much all of y'all. If you want to feel, I grew up around a lot of Jewish people in New York, and that show really just put that all together, and I loved it. She nailed that role. That when they said that she's going to be Lois Lane, I'm like, wait a minute. That's basically who she was in Marvelous Miss Maisel. So I couldn't wait to see her in this role. And the way she commanded, she was in the room with Superman, bro. Superman. And she's just posted up on the couch like, you're wrong. You're wrong. To the point where he's genuinely frustrated. And what I liked, and I'm trying to figure out a way to say this without sounding like anti-masculine, but when Corenswet, who's Superman, is standing over her at some points, and this dude is big, and she's sitting there,
and he's
like,
yelling. He's yelling. His hands are in the air.
Most people would back down, like, you know what, you're right. I don't want to get punched to the sun. But she's just looking at him in the eye, like, yo, you're wrong, and that was amazing to me. Amazing.
There's something so realistic about that dynamic in a relationship, because a woman like Lois would absolutely just like, not only is he all powerful, he's also mine. Like, I can talk to him like
you
this.
Ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do
this.
Shit.
I've always long believed that Clark just chooses not to argue with Lois, but she 100% wears the pants. Like, she says what's gonna happen. She's gonna take control of his situations. He saved the world. Do your job. Come home. Like, that's
But like, what I dug here, speaking to like the whole like realistic relationship part of it. In the beginning, I do think that he's trying to like be playful. I even think of Miss Lane, right? They're role playing or whatever, and he starts to,
let's go, Cronkite.
Yeah, he literally starts to take offense to her line of questioning, like she's questioning him, when in that reality, that's what everyone is doing. You know, like she's representing everyone else, and he's betrayed by that. Like, you know why I did that? Why are you acting like you could? Why are you twisting what I did? And it's like anyone could, unless we have black and white proof to say what it is that you did and why you did it. Anyone could take your actions and fucking spin them around this way. We live in that world now, so his frustration over it was my frustration over it when I realized that happens every so often with like Miss Rachel, when they try to cancel her ass because she doesn't want people to die, so she came out and said let's not hurt children, and people were like, not hurt children, let's get her out of here.
You're not American.
Yeah, so it's like if you could take someone who's that pure and spin the narrative to have everyone turn against them because they don't align with your political beliefs. He says, like, you're being disingenuous. You're not being fair. You're basically lying. And she basically tells him, like, what does it matter? Like, in the grand scheme of this world of where we make up truth, like, unless you could prove that what I said is wrong, it's that's as factual as anything else.
It reminds me of every scene where like some random jamoke thinks that they know how to speak to a skilled lawyer.
Yeah.
Who is skilled in the art of spin and just like questioning.
Yeah,
and then like very quickly realize they are ill-equipped for this conversation.
That must mean all of Clark's interviews with himself are boring as fuck.
Yeah, right. How are you? How are you, Superman? I'm great. How are you, Clark? I'm fantastic. Nice hair. I know.
You saved the day. You're quite handsome, by the way. I know.
I love your glasses.
You are
trapping, man.
We would be remiss if we did not talk about Superman does not stand for selfies. What was it? Superman doesn't. He was working.
Doesn't stop for selfies.
And he's like, she's like, are you speaking in third person now?
Third person.
This is the first mention of the hypno glasses.
Lois, yes.
Lois is like Clark. Lois in the Daily Planet questioned Clark about how he's getting all these interviews, and she questioned him again. And he's like, "I wasn't acting, like I really mean it. People are gonna catch on." And he's like, "What about the glasses?" He's like, "People are gonna see through it one day." So now the question is, what does Clark look like? What are we seeing? Like, what are they seeing that we're not seeing when it comes to Clark Kent?
That's interesting.
Is he Spanish?
Is
he the hair? I think it's the hair. It's gotta be the hair.
He's balding.
He's balding.
We don't see it that way.
I'll be honest with you.
He's not 6'5".
They did a great job in the way they styled Corenswet's hair when he's Clark. Yeah. When he has that messy mop, that what are the race? The Navi, the aquatic Navi hair, the Navi hair look that all the kids are rocking nowadays, including my son. I literally looked at him and next to me, I said, "That's you." What's
with
with
the
that
fucking
hair?
with the flop.
Yeah, that
From
mop, you
Avatar?
know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's
Yeah, Avatar. You know, the
Oh, okay.
Navi in part two.
Uh,
In part two, they all have that
I've never
that
watched
current
Me
as
neither.
no. So, and I'm looking at it going, I can see why people see that and don't see this guy.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I was
also
thinking. I think he was rocking the 2019 era Tony Khan is what I was calling it when he was.
My
When he was.
thing-
He was
Who?
Jim Halpert.
Who?
This-
Tony? Who?
Tim Halpert.
this whole thing is a waste of time. Like, I was perfectly fine believing that his hair and the way he carried himself is what made people see him as Clark Kent. Like, we have already suspended disbelief on so many other things that matter so much more. Why the fuck? Why
I
the
think there's
fuck
a-
did we make the hypno glasses a
Real?
serious, actual? It's not even a joke. I thought it'd be a joke, like a joke. Like Guy Gardner says, doesn't he wear hypno glasses? And they're like, no, he fucking doesn't. What are you talking about? He's really wearing these fucking things. So, like, you telling me of all the other shit that you
They were
fucking
canonical.
film, all the other Silver Age hijinks that happen here, the fucking kaiju that grows into a city-sized, building-sized thing in a day. But the idea that the hair and the glasses make people think
Yeah, it's pretty.
it's someone else is too much.
It's pretty
Fuck
ridiculous.
you. I think you're a pussy. I think Tom King brought that up.
What
I think Tom King brought it up as a joke.
Yeah.
I think he brought it up as a joke because he's like, "Oh, I was having trouble nailing down how people could believe it's Clark," and then Tom King tells me, well, you know, in the canon in the 50s, there's hypno glasses," and I'm like, "Dude, why the fuck are you even using the word the canon when you're referring to the 50s? Are you fucking crazy?"
If anyone
Yeah,
ever seen, anyone's seen She's All That. Okay, a makeover can make people
Yes.
look like two different people.
100%.
They could have just kept it that way, you know.
It was
Some people.
I was gonna refer to the joke about Zoe Deschanel with and without bangs.
Yeah. That
Exactly.
changes the game.
There's that. There's the fucking the Henry Cavill walking around Times Square with glasses on.
Oh yes, that's
while
that
his
did happen.
billboard of Superman is on top of his head, and
Yeah.
people just didn't know who the fuck he was because that's the thing. That's the thing that always makes Clark Kent work for me. It's all in the person. The person themselves can't stop to believe that this guy I work with is Superman. He can never
Mhm.
be Superman. He's
Yeah.
Clark Kent. He's clumsy.
Look
He's
at him.
annoying. I don't care what he looks like.
Well-
Lots of people look like each other. That doesn't mean he's Superman.
Yeah.
That's always worked enough.
Isn't
That's
there
always
a
been more than enough.
Isn't there a gimmick like in one of the books where like someone develops a machine that algorithms down who Superman
Lex.
is, and when
Yeah.
no, I'm saying like I think Lex like outsources this, and then or whatever, but like when it tells him it's fucking Clark Kent, he's like, this shit doesn't work.
That's funny.
There's also one with Lex where Lex is in prison and Clark is like talking to him and he's like, Kent, if you worked out a little bit, you could kind of develop a body like mine. You
Yeah.
almost be like Superman.
Yeah.
This is really, really funny. Like,
When he's talking in All Star, he's like, "That
Yep.
Superman's taking your girl, bro. You need to get on that." I'm like, but
Doesn't your penis feel smaller around him?
it doesn't because mine does.
Is that just me?
Let's speak about this. Let's speak about this. But I think what this does is it kind of it's a very smart way of getting ahead of all the because we're gonna already go through like the media manipulation stuff later on with the message from the
Yeah.
parents. But I feel like this kind of fast tracks all that, both sides of the argument people could have. But it also answers the question of why he just doesn't yoke up Lex and throw him off a building. Right? He is now being told by the person that he loves what the various consequences are for every one of his actions. Anything that he does could be taken and spun. And he's already, on the outs because people think he can't be trusted. Some people think he can't be trusted. So this
Mhm.
answers moving forward why he doesn't just keep doing unilateral shit that he feels is the right
Yeah.
thing to do because he is being told that it
And
may
that's
not always be
before
the
we
right thing.
even get into the weird, complex shit of like sovereignty and borders and like, does Superman represent America?
Yeah, yep. He throw us into a fucking war.
No. Superman represents Krypton. Let's go.
Krypton has a chance, bro. You didn't hear? So Lex and Ultraman and the engineer, and his selfie obsessed girlfriend Eve Tessmacher What a cutie.
That's my cup.
Travel to the fortress. There they wreck the Superman robots, knock Crypto out, and retrieve the missing portion of the Kal-El origin message, while henchmen release a small monster loose on the city as a distraction. This is also a very telling moment because this is when Lex Luthor says, like, "Ugh, I hate that name, Superman. Not a man." Like, in such a petty way, right? Like, it's such a like Canadian bacon. It's not bacon, it's ham. Why don't people keep calling it? It was like that level of pedantic, talking about like language. Like, what do you care? But it's just that, like, that is all of it to me. That sentence was all of it to me. It's like, why do they call him that? He shouldn't be called that. He's not that. But I do like that the engineer's hair gets like spiky when she really charges up. I think it's a cool little cyberpunk sort of look for her there.
For a second, I thought they were gonna kind of turn her into a live wire.
I can see that. I can see that. They like gut these robots, and again, like we were just talking about with the tree and the raccoon, there's a moment later on with Superman and one of them, and it's like, this is just a robot. We met them 10 minutes ago, and we're like, no, 4, you better not fucking die on this ground, you son of a bitch. It's my boy Blue. But it just goes to show you how well they characterize all these characters that you don't want to see them go. And again, this is like, Superman's not done anything to this man. He just went to go fight a bunch of people for his city. Then he went to go hang out with his girlfriend. And while this was happening, they kidnapped his dog. Like, this is the most like Big Lebowski. Like, I didn't do anything. Why is everything happening around me? How did I end up in the middle of this bullshit fucking scenario? And I love that because oftentimes, he's the one kind of pushing the plot. But because he's in such an early stage of his superheroing, he doesn't know what to do yet. So he's a little bit more open to like, conversation and, restraint and stuff like that. Where I feel like by the end of this movie, when he's standing in front of Lex with his arms crossed, all games are over. All that shit that we were talking about before. You put me in a prison, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
My dog.
I walked in and gave you custody of me, giving you benefit of the doubt, and you fucking put me in an interdimensional prison and it was poisoning me. Like you know what I'm saying? The whole game has changed.
Well, that I do want to talk about that real quick because we to go back to it. It was another small thing that bothered me: the fact that they had this whole military base set up right on the outskirts of Metropolis, and Superman never noticed. Or any of the Justice. Well, it was. I went upon the second viewing. I was like, well, how far away was this base? And it was like, yo,
10 miles.
It was right at the end. Just imagine like somebody being like, yo, Manhattan is being under attack by like Long Island City. Like, yo, you mean right there? Like, it's not that far from Manhattan. We should know that. It's right there. It's an abandoned military base? No, it's not. We can see the people working still, man. Like, come on.
I do wonder what
I at least argue that like the Justice Gang are clearly like under the thumb of the Sokovian Accords over there. So like who knows like what part of the government is just like, yeah, don't worry about that.
But Superman himself, he flies over this thing probably 1,000 times.
I'm speaking strictly for the Justice Gang.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess they have that little portal there, right? Like, they're not doing anything illegal there, are they? Like, they're portaling people around. Maybe the tent's made of lead.
It was right there. You can see, the Hammer of Baravia. He flies off, lands there, and then goes through the portal.
Yeah, and goes to LexCorp. But it goes to show you how smart Lex is. He don't have the Hammer of Bravia go straight to LexCorp. He has him stop at his little bus stop.
Right. Yeah.
And whatever.
Yeah.
I also wanted to talk about that. Luthor Corp, sorry. It is Luthor Corp in this. I should. I love that this genius coward has like an escape pod ship on his building. Like, I just love that a piece of his building breaks off. And he can fucking fly away with that shit. How much fucking contingency plans? And again, like, he must have thought all of this is gonna go to shit. Where he's like, we make part of this like a fucking aircraft.
And I love the building. His little gremlin, it quickly says, he goes, well, I can't wait for us to land where the Earth used to be.
Yeah. That was fucking great.
He's from the comics. I forgot his fucking name. He looks exactly like he looks in
Mustache
the books
dude?
too. Yeah, he gets killed because of a situation like this one where Lex goes too far and he tries to stop it and like shoots his ass.
And then his position is up on Indeed the next day.
Speaking of
Luthor
him, though,
Core.
the other guy, the black guy, the bald guy, I didn't
Otis.
realize
Otis.
I was Otis. I was
Yeah.
like, oh shit, that's fucking Otis.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, the
Working
Fortress of
competent.
Solitude. Yeah, right. He was very competent. They all were. All of Lex's team was actually really competent. They were
Yeah, they
really
were.
good at their job. Even Eve.
And Eve,
who
who's
I think
notoriously
I
supposed to
think
be like a
that's a
bimbo.
commentary. I think that's a commentary on old people complaining about young people. Oh my god, all they do is take selfies and yeah. Well, look how fucking useful and smarter than you she was.
Yeah.
But that beyond that, the Fortress of Solitude, there was obviously the scene, Ultraman, that got cut where Ultraman punches Crypto.
Yes.
The test audience was like,
Oh,
uh,
that would have been horrible.
oh
Yeah.
shit.
Also, we never got the kaiju, the kaiju, the like Wendigo.
I don't think that was I don't
That
think.
toy
I think there's
that
a
was
there's a
revealed.
crypto. There was a crypto
Wendigo.
miniseries announced a long time ago.
Like
And I don't
Crypto
know if
versus a
that's-
Yeti or something, right? That was a
it
rumor.
was supposed to be like a YouTube short with this crypto.
Will
Wait,
he
you
be
sure it
voiced by
wasn't?
The
You sure it
Rock?
wasn't crypto? You sure it wasn't crypto versus polar bears?
No, it was
I
supposed
mean,
to
that
be
was
like,
what fucking was John Peters wanted.
I imagine
Giant spider?
that creature would have fought Crypto. Like it would take place while Superman's flying away or some shit.
Yeah.
Nah.
But yeah, I wanted to say I think Lex was also supposed to beat the shit out of that dog. And I don't know if that would have been here or in another part of the film. But it was
Probably
clearly
probably
obvious.
there. Probably
It was
probably
obvious.
would have got kicked while he was suffocating. You know.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I think the suffocation was the replacement. It's almost pretty obvious that that thing engineered into Crypto was the replacement for whatever for like
Yeah,
Ultraman just
Yeah.
punching the Crypto out the sky.
Knocked out.
You know, like
Knock out a dog.
and Eve's
Golly.
reaction is like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
They tortured a dog. Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
Oh
a-
my
that's-
God.
That's another thing. Like in the fullness of time, with when everyone gets adjusted to this tone and stops thinking that it's too childish, there are a lot of like gruesome murders
It's
in this.
dark.
There's a ton of
It's
like gruesome
so
murders. The
dark.
action is kind of gruesome. We're at the kaiju stuff. Even that's kind of dark. This is a baby, right?
Yeah.
Gestated, made, cloned, whatever the fuck, however the fuck it came into being, just without it knowing what's right and wrong, tossed into a city and murdered for a distraction. And so
Mhm.
the next day, a monstrous kaiju attacks Metropolis. This is an amazing fight scene. I just like Superman doing cartwheels around the fucking flames and shit. Like I thought that was really, really fucking cool. The shot of him, just almost stepping on the dog, and then like get the fuck out of here. Like I've been there a million times before, holding something open, like fucking go. I'm trying to help you. I fucking love that. Really, really cool save and individual saves, saving the squirrel, saving several individual people. The girl, this is the one he stands in front of her in that trailer shot. And
Yeah.
that happens there. Really, really awesome stuff. Green Lantern, Hawk Girl, and Mr. Terrific, metahumans backed by Lord Tech, arrive to help Superman deal with the kaiju. While Superman protects civilians, Mr. Terrific ends the creature by detonating T-spheres down its throat. A brutal tactic Superman clearly isn't comfortable with. He mentions
Come
that
on,
he thought,
guys.
yeah, he mentions that, and he's like, I wish we could take it to something like Intergalactic Zoo. And I'm like, bro, you're gonna have an Intergalactic Zoo, bro. You're gonna be the one that starts that shit, man. And you're gonna put
He's
all
gonna-
kinds of shit in there.
I like the way they gave it to him in the animated series where he beats up the ugly zookeeper thing that tries to kidnap
Yeah.
him in Lobo, and then
Mhm.
he keeps the zoo afterwards.
The
But-
menagerie.
But the idea that he knows what an intergalactic zoo is means he's run into one in the
Yeah.
past 3 years.
I was hoping kind of like how at the end when we get there, the spoilers, I was hoping at the end they would reveal he has already started it. Like he's got a couple animals. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? And
He's
he
got a
could've
sun eater.
Yeah, something. You know what I mean? Or that plant that Mongol fucking eventually puts on.
Oh,
him or
Black
something,
Mercy.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that was gonna happen later on. Like, oh, I have this intergalactic zoo. But yeah, dude, the pop I gave for seeing Mr. Terrific, bro.
I like his
I
little
wanted to
chair,
act-
back brace chair thing
Yeah,
that he
that
got
was
going
cool.
on. That seems
You
like a
know-
Kingdom Come Batman thing.
And I love the fact, that there wasn't like a cheesy introduction. It wasn't like a cheesy roll call, like I'm Guy Gardner and I'm Hawker. It was just like you live in this world. They show up and it was, oh, they're here.
Mm-hmm.
And I could hear people in the audience both times like, who the hell are they? Like,
Oh, cheering.
stand by.
How'd you get in here?
On the second watch, they came off a little bit like MCU characters. A little bit.
They
Like
came off
over-designed.
very serious.
Yeah, they're over-designed outfits, and they're very like we're like they're pressed forward, and they're like they're very conscious of their popularity and their celebrity and stuff. Like
anyway.
all that. Yeah, 100%, 100%.
I don't think the other two care.
Mr. Terrific is doing a little bit of a. Is he doing Shaft? I don't know. Like there's
No, it's like it's about what
You-
like
you-
an emotionless, but also very very.
I feel like he could have said Jive Turkey at any point in this, and they would have
Oh my
connected all
God.
of it. That's all I'm
I
saying.
think you got caught up with the shape of his hair. Listen,
It could be.
I get it.
He's like,
I
I'm
get
Mr.
it.
Goddamn Terrific. He's doing
Yeah.
Robert Downey Jr. in Traffic Thunder. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, that's-
You know what I'm saying? I love
I,
it. It made him look like a badass, but at the time I was like, I didn't know Mr. Terrific sounded like that. I had the guy in the Arrowverse that used to have to be like, hold on, guys, I gotta
Yes.
braid my hair before I before I
Yeah.
go out and fight. Give me 1 second.
Has there been another live action Mr. Terrific outside of the
Arrowverse?
guy from Supergirl?
No.
I don't
Closest
think
thing we
there
got
has.
was the Mr. Terrific in the Justice League cartoon.
I've
Yeah,
actually-
he was good.
and they make the tea work. They make the tea on the face work. I never thought
Yeah.
that thing would work, and it
I don't
does.
know.
They made
I always
The
thought he
thing
just
is,
painted his face.
The white eyes with the T too. I was like, holy shit!
Later
like, that's you've set the precedent now. Don't let me see that fucking bat running around here without that shit on his face. Don't play with me now.
That's funny.
Beyond that, the thing I like most about Mr. Terrific is that they didn't need to give him the tropey genius dialogue. Like he didn't have to, over explain the situation, and then someone goes, English, please. It's like fucking corny shit. He just
Technobabble.
understood that Mr. Terrific is a fucking genius because of the actions that he took. Oh, look at those are machines. Oh, look, he can hack into fucking computers. That guy must be smart.
right.
You know what else it is? You know what else is the shorthand? His complete lack of patience with everyone else. Like his complete the fucking he says something like come on man, like I'm trying to like take it to a zoo or whatever. He goes, serious? And then he just takes off. He's like, come on, man.
Right.
And
No,
then
and
he just-
he
Come on,
he
man.
shouts strategy. He goes, aim for the eyes.
yeah, like
Fuck this monster, man.
like he's just so above all these other people. He's like, what are these dumbasses doing around here? Really, really
Yeah.
like that. I love this insistence on calling it the Justice Gang, which everyone who I think when initially heard that name was like, well, what is that? So I like that it got some pushback even here where people where Hawk Girl's like, Justice Gang. I actually think that she probably gets the short straw in the three of
Yeah.
them as far
Oh,
as
yeah.
characterization goes.
Yeah,
I don't think they ever call her either Hawk Girl or Shiera,
She's Kendra.
Kendra, or they don't call her Kendra.
Oh, she's Kendra.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, okay.
But they say
Yeah.
Mr. Terrific, they say, Guy Gardner's, they say Green Lanterns
Green
and
Lanterns,
Core, but they don't say Thanagarian, they don't say Nth Metal, they don't say Hawk people.
They might not be ready to commit to the lore. Yeah, but the thing about the fucking Hawks is that it's
Using as fuck.
like, how do you simplify?
They just
that
introduced
without-
Donna Troy, bro. Now they have to figure it out. You understand? Like now they have to figure it out.
I
Like,
think with the Hawks, it's like I don't know if you want to give them a feature thing. Like maybe they should always be on the side. Let them rock back there undefined. She goes
And-
off and does things we don't know about.
I'll squeeze it in here before we actually get to it. What's up with the screeching? What's up with the bird call? Is that a thing?
I see. I
They-
did not
they've
mind it
done it
because to me
in the
it's
cartoon.
a battle cry.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
battle
Yeah,
cry.
I thought the battle cry too. I was like, oh, that would be
It's-
terrifying to hear.
She,
Remember,
I give up too.
she's Thanagarian, right? This is a warrior space people, or bird
Kendra.
people.
It's weird.
This is how they go
Kendra.
into battle.
Kendra's weird because she wears the wings. She got to put them shits on her like a book
Give me a
bag,
second.
you know?
Well, I don't think they adopted that in this. I think they
Yeah, she don't got them shit. They never showed her. They never showed the wings like come out or anything. I
There,
think
No.
she put them shits on. Like
there's one
But-
scene where it looks like it goes into her.
Yeah.
we'll see. I gotta see that because that's
Didn't
long.
Might be when she
isn't that how they
lands,
did
right?
it? Isn't that how they did it?
Yeah.
Isn't that how they did it in
Go.
the CW show where it just like went inside of her?
Yeah.
They did that with Hawkman
CW.
too.
It was very
and
Yeah.
Black Adam.
Lucifer-esque.
Yeah, I was gonna say they did it with Black Adam too. But yeah,
You guys
we'll
saw
see
that, right?
about
Black Adam?
Hawkgirl. I like
What's that?
I like the
Hey,
Hawks.
the
I like
hero
that
of the
movie.
DCEU.
I thought that
Bring
was a
everything
fine
here.
movie. It's everything that
You're
they
gonna summon.
wanted to
You're gonna
achieve
summon
with it.
him,
That
bro.
was the
You're gonna
problem.
summon him.
John really appreciates getting, at least 3/5 of a JSA movie.
No, don't bring up the JSA aspect because then I'll have to wonder why were they working with Amanda Waller.
Very true.
The kaiju battle in Metropolis. There was a
Yes.
couple things I noticed. One I didn't realize until second watch. They're fighting in Maxwell Lord's building, like in his office building. I was like, holy shit, that's Lord Tech. The fucking Justice Gang logo is in the building, so that's why they were
right there.
So
Yeah, they were
fast.
right there.
They were right there.
They say Lord Tech funds them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, he definitely, the whole Justice Gang thing is Maxwell Lord. It's a commentary on the fucking commercialization of heroes and how Superman is genuine compared to their especially guys fucking vain self. But I guess that's something I thought they would explore more. It was just like a backdrop. Like they're gonna deal with that in some other film, some other time.
Well, Peacemaker it's supposed to feature everybody, but
that's another.
I know. Yeah, Guy Gardner and Hawkgirl were confirmed in the trailer for that.
Yeah, they're confirmed
Yeah.
for sure. And apparently, he's trying out to be in part of the Justice Gang, as from what one of the links I saw. But I saw someone online who talked about they talked about this scene particularly, but like where Superman and like the Justice Gang, where the Justice Gang come in like cops, and Superman comes in like a fireman.
I can see that.
Like he could, and I was
like,
that's a pretty cool like way to compare that situation.
Yeah,
that's the second. That's second time I've heard Superman be compared to a fireman.
Yeah,
it works. The Justice Gang as cops works too. You can kind of tell in the way they will carrying themselves, especially Kendra. She kind of walks in, got that cop.
Well,
walk.
I mean,
all right, everybody, get out of the way. Watch out, no shows over.
Well, like Guy Gardner is already a cop, right?
He's literally
a cop.
What's the best?
Hey, he's a man. He's a man of the cloth.
Yeah, he is. He's a man. Yeah, he said a vow. He had a secret vow.
A secret vow. This fucking vow.
But what's funny is
annoyed the other two are with him.
Bro, you think it's annoyed? They're annoyed now. I feel like Guy's gonna be taking down several.
He's not the Green Lantern. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a big choice. It's a big choice going with the second Green Lantern, and then implying that many of them exist already with Guy like that. But it pays off because now Guy's got that moment of spotlight in this film. Everybody's gonna be talking about Guy Gardner until.
That's the other thing, and we'll get into there right after they do the when they reveal the message. But like Nathan Fillion has this expert mastery of being able to. Obviously, he's a lot of this film's comic relief, but when he has to get serious or heartwarming, he does it, and it fucking works. Yeah. It works 100%, and I think that's a rare commodity. I think it's easy to write the asshole, like the bully, right, or whatever, the jock. But the way that he's able to come around, it really impressed me. But I mean, come on, a fucking veteran.
If you have never seen Firefly, it is a gamut of Nathan Fillion acting.
Yeah,
it's not his first time as a Green Lantern either. I'm pretty sure he voiced Hal Jordan.
He voiced Hal a few times. Yeah.
Also, the CGI for the Green Lantern during the kaiju fight was really good.
I love it.
What is James?
It looked good, but it looked clearly fake, but like in a good way. Like I would imagine how the repowers would look.
It looks like not realistic, but how could it? Yeah, like what?
When he put the oven mitts on it, I was like, "That's so cheesy." But it's right.
At one point, they're just stabbing the thing in the eye. They're just stabbing the fucking kaiju in the face. Like, what is going on here?
Even the people in the street were like, "Oh,
this thing was just a baby. This thing was just a baby, and it got massacred. It got murdered. You got to see it in X-ray."
Right. I love that Superman is like the cleanup here, like making sure, oh shit, it's gonna fall into that building. Let me stop it. Oh, these people are getting hurt, and it's just like, yo, collateral damage, you jackasses.
And that was, I think that was the only time something about the Justice Gang bothered me. I was just like, these motherfuckers are reckless.
Yeah,
they don't.
Well, they need Superman's leadership. That's coming later.
I also think
it also felt like a directly against Henry Cavill Superman.
The casualty.
Yeah, where he would just fucking blow up a building. He didn't give a shit. He's just
I
up the
mean,
guy.
they're about to do a lot of that at the end of this too, which I
Yes,
was looking
they
at.
are.
I think it's less Henry Cavill and more like there's been a huge overcorrection when it comes to that in
Well,
general.
Civil
Like,
War, it was a whole commentary
yeah,
on that,
yeah,
right? On the
Yeah.
collateral damage and stuff like that.
It's like it's kind of like the "Where's the baby" thing. Like you have to show where the baby is. You have to have the audience know where the baby is at all times, so they go
It's
to
a
make
baby
mistakes.
shower.
So now that kind of applies to everyone. Like we have to show them evacuating. We have to show Superman is consciously trying not to do this, and it's great though. It's great because especially with Superman, that is something that he consciously thinks about. But you see it in so many other Hollywood movies now that's like, interesting. I'm supposed to believe that building is empty. You could have just left it vague, bro. Like,
I grew up on the Power Rangers. It was assumed that every building was empty.
yeah,
right?
fuck that.
Well, all his fault in a
it
quarry.
was empty. It was empty once the kaiju blew up the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like-
Um,
The things they did to not Tokyo.
the film, like in a film where you can cut, seconds off of any scene or whatever, like everything in this is so deliberate. Like when they're done with this kaiju, our heroes are all like clapping hands and stuff like that, but Superman is literally still underneath it. Like he's still like, all right, guys, like they're showing that none of this is like just a piece of cake to him. And I like that. It's little seconds like that. 20 seconds of watching him dig himself out from underneath a fucking
squirrel.
kaiju. Oh, the squirrel
was
waste.
my fucking fuck that. That shit was my favorite. One of my favorite scenes in the movie. Like the goddamn squirrel too. Oh shit, that's such a.
I
super-
heard a collective swoon from the females in the fucking theater when that happened.
Hey, I was part of that. I've had 3 pet squirrels. I've had 3 pet squirrels.
Okay.
Pet squirrels.
Okay.
Why?
Squirrels are
That's
dope.
What?
Squirrels are dope. Yeah.
You train them or like they.
Yeah, no,
fetch you-
dude. They
fetch you beer?
Sounds like, did they bring you
what's
beer?
what's that word when they first see you? What's that mean?
Oh, imprint?
From-
Imprint. Yeah, man. I saved
Like in
3
Twilight.
different baby squirrels at 3 different times in my life, and those things are awesome pets. They are awesome pets.
Yeah, but when you talk about like loss of life, when he's going out of his way to save an individual squirrel or a dog, and then people on occasion, depending on on what scale you think those are important. But
Yeah.
all of them are important to him, and I think that's the major play there, and I think that's all going well. And then you have all the kids run up, and the kids are all hugging these guys, and I'm like, this is fucking great. Like this is fantastic.
Next to the giant corpse of a guy.
Yes, rotting corpse. Now soon to be rotting corpse of a guy, because they poop after they die. That's the whole thing. But don't look at me like that, John. So after they celebrate saving the city, suddenly there comes some breaking news. The full Kryptonian message has been translated, and according to it, Superman wasn't sent here to save us; he was sent to rule us. Lex presents the footage on national TV, stating that Superman saving lives is all part of his Omni-Man-like plan to lull us into a false sense of security and complacency. I don't say that to say that Omni-Man invented that idea. I say that to say that that's probably the most colloquial way people remember that sort of plot line in
I give
modern.
it to the Saiyans before I ever give it to them.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I would
told
say
you Goku as soon as I left the theater. As soon as I left the theater, I was like, they did the Goku. We'll talk about that for a second. I just wanted to give you guys the message, or the message. I have decoded it myself. It is, we love you more than heaven, our son. We love you more than
Where did
land.
you get the linguistics?
Rosetta Stone. No, I'm on Duolingo with Kryptonian.
You got it from the Christmas story. The
cipher.
The decoder
The
ring.
decoder.
Yeah, I said the cipher. We love you more than heaven, our son. We love you more than land. Our beloved home is soon to be gone forever, but hope vitalizes our hearts. And that hope is you, Kal-El. We have searched the universe for a home where you can do the most good and live out Krypton's truth. That place is Earth. It's funny because right when that line set happens, Superman goes, "What's so bad about that?" And then it goes,
Yeah.
the people,
Famous last words.
the people there are simple and profoundly confused, weak of mind and spirit and body. Lord over the planet as the last son of Krypton, dispatch of anyone unable or unwilling to serve you, Kal-El. Take as many wives as you can, so your genes and Krypton's and light and legacy will live on the missing frontier. I popped at the word frontier, given DC and how they do
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do us proud, our beloved son, rule without mercy. And so everyone's like, and Superman's like, well, again, this is like a racist tweet coming out of Superman's like
That's
past.
exactly
You know
what
what I'm saying?
it
So everyone's
is.
like,
Yeah.
"What, bro? This was you the whole time? This you?" He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. It was a different time and shit." And they're like,
I don't even speak Kryptonian, man.
Some dude who had his groceries on him chose to sacrifice like a can of beans just to throw it at this man out of anger because of what he just saw.
There's a maybe I wouldn't call it unrealistic. The way that people turn on him immediately in another time would have seemed like that was real fast.
Yeah.
But we have seen this
Yes.
in real life.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
happened to the
but-
director.
Yeah, it happened to
Like,
the writer, like the director, like he actually lived through it. So it's sad to see, but also like it's crazy to know that this is mad real. Like this,
Yeah.
this is sad as fuck.
We would be remiss though if we didn't actually talk that twist. John was the first person to kind of put me on tip because he said that he saw the movie, but there was one narrative choice that he didn't necessarily gel with, but he never hinted at what it could be. But the second I saw that the message was like, "Oh, we can't," you don't have to put that in. You could have just, like the fact that it was glitched. I was like, I don't know what this is gonna be, and then when it was revealed, I was like, John hates this. John absolutely fucking hates this. But when I messaged him after I came out of the theater, the thing I said is they gave him the Goku origin, which is that Goku
Right.
gets sent down to Earth to conquer, but he like hits his head or something, right? That's what
Right.
caused him
Yeah.
to fucking
Yeah.
to,
Thankfully.
yeah.
Thankfully.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so he hits his head and then he's like stuck that way or whatever. No, he's like good now.
Yeah, he's just chill. He got raised by the right person.
well, he's
and
raised
had
by a good
double-
person, so he
double,
becomes a good
uh,
person.
So
Goku-
because-
double the
He's
fun.
raised by
Same thing.
Gohan.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So because you
Grandpa.
were the first person to bring up it being an issue, John, would you like to talk to the people about how you feel now in the fullness of time, having seen it twice, and then we'll get everybody else's on this one of the biggest changes to Superman lore, if it is in fact what the situation is.
Yeah, I think there's still room to walk it back, even though we didn't in this movie. I don't know if it's genuine walk back or if it's a response to the way people respond to it. But
Yeah.
I'll never like that. It's happened. There's been other like times in Superman canon where it's either been hinted at or they tease in that direction and pull back, or sometimes they go full way with Jor-El being antagonist as
Yeah.
far as Mr. Oz, which
Oh my
Fuck-
God! Don't
fuck
even get me
you.
on that.
like that's the last thing like I want to think about when I'm watching
Which boy?
incredible
This
Superman
boy?
movie.
This boy? Yes, boy.
Fucking
This boy.
Mr. Oz, the evil Jor-El. But also
I
there's been
I forgot he called himself that until the end. I was like, Mr. Oz.
Mr.
Oh, right.
Oz for what? Why? Where did that even come from? Oh, that was a pitch that we threw away from Jeff Jones. He don't work here no more.
By the way,
By the
Yeah.
way.
Real
Uh,
quick.
And anyway, there's also the animated series where Superman thinks maybe his family could be bad because if the Kryptonians built Brainiac, that maybe they're not what I
Right.
thought they were. Maybe my mission is not what I thought it was. James Gunn needed a shortcut to get to that internal conflict. Like there was no time to sit down and wonder maybe and then walk it back. It was like Superman has to find out that he wasn't sent here by God to be God. You're like he made the choice for himself. And I get it. I really like that part of the movie. He's Superman. He's always going to choose to be good. His
Yeah.
upbringing, mom, pa, Kent, have a big impact on it. I will always get it. I understand why you did it. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I hated it. I hated it in my Adventures of Superman.
Yeah.
But they walked it back. Thankfully, there too. His parents ended up being good people.
It was
the
Brainiac on its own.
Kryptonians,
Yeah.
and it was Brainiac. So
Mhm.
we still have time to do another thing where Brainiac fucked with the message, and that's why
Yeah.
it's, but as far as today, where it still is what it is, get the fuck out of here. That's such garbage. I love when Jor-El and Jor-El, his wife, and Ma and Pa can. It's like because it would take double that kind of nurturing to create the kind of guy
Superman.
is.
All that love.
Yeah, I hate it.
Asa, what did you think about this whole Superman sent to conquer us idea?
It was fun. I immediately thought Goku.
Yeah.
Like that was like, oh, it's just Goku. Like, thankfully, I argued with some guy online because I had nothing better to do this weekend about it. And then, and I'm like, he was like, well, it's just one of those things. I'm like, well, what if? And he's like, well, what if they didn't do that? I'm like, yeah, but then we'll go watch Red Sun.
Yeah.
All right. Like, this is the movie you got. So, like, you can like it, you cannot like it. That's totally fine. But just going what if to every part of the story isn't going to change what it is.
Yeah, I find it funny that the people who I've had disagreements with online about this film, almost all of them had a very specific idea of what they thought each scene should have been, who each actor should have been played by, what the entire film should have been. So they were already never really open-minded to what this was going to be.
Yeah.
They had a checklist in their mind as to what this had to be, and if it didn't hit, then it didn't hit. But GT, what do you think about this change here for Superman?
So the funny thing is, before the totality of the whole thing had come about, I remember sitting in the theater just going like, man, we finally got a real good Jor-El. What do I mean by that? I mean, we got a Jor-El that included the mother in the goddamn recording.
Yes, this is true. This is true.
Both parents. God damn it.
Yeah, it's only
So
a
good of
big
you
father.
How nice of you, Bradley Cooper. Oh, damn it, you're a piece of shit.
Yes.
Okay. I should have known Bradley Cooper's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's like, honey, are you recording that, conquer message? I want to be in that. Don't forget, I want to be there for that.
Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Joel? There's no time. Like, I'm recording a message for our son. Like, wait, why am I not in that message? Shut up, honey, there's no time.
Tell him to spread the seed. Tell him to spread the seed.
Like, get yours, son. Get yours. Like,
yeah. But beyond that, I probably like John. I was waiting for them to walk it back for like the entire movie, and then they never did. At the same time, I think there is a very bold message in there for a lot of people that does some good. That's just like you are not what your parents want of you.
Yeah, it's a big burden.
That's a huge deal for a lot of people.
Yeah. I get that. I definitely get that.
But I still want them to be good. Like, I still want them to be like, but I'm of both sides. I agree that that I get why they did it. They did it to say that he is not going to be burdened by this mission planted by their parents. If he does choose to be on a mission, it's his own personal choice because of how he feels about humanity. Totally get that.
It works.
Dig that 100%. But I will always secretly hope that this all comes back around some way, somehow. We still have a Supergirl film. She speaks Kryptonian. Maybe she's like, yo, they got this shit all wrong. She's like, she's like, what?
It's
like, what?
They're definitely gonna double down in that movie. Like, she's gonna come and be like, man, the Kryptonians were so xenophobic and they hated all other species.
They're like, I didn't want to tell you this, Clark, but your dad, he was totally Maca. Make
Krypton great.
Maca. He was like things are getting crazy over there, right? They started cutting E vehicles. Next thing you know, the planet blew up. It was fucking crazy. Banana.
What I was thinking once I let it settle into my head is, all right, Krypton is very far away. So when they were looking at Earth, it's Earth, 1,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're chimps, man. They're down there like eating bones and still dragging their women into caves. So, yo, Clark, by the time you get there, set them straight because they're a bunch of crazy apes. But then he gets there, and,
That is an interesting question, I guess, because it does raise the question of just like what kind of technology of ship was he sent in?
Yeah.
What if it was Earth 300 years ago?
Even
Right.
then,
And
Nice,
the
yeah.
metahumans just started, and they're like, "Oh, go lord over them."
yeah, there's
Yeah,
like there's
I
like
need
one there's
to-
like one metahuman there. Go down there and
Yeah.
fucking go run.
There's just
through
two
the
dudes that are
whole
just
world.
being
And the
assholes.
one metahuman is a crazy guy that they stitch together from other people. Like, what the frick are these weirdos doing, man?
Yeah, go fix them. Yeah, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
This could be as nefarious as, paying your kid through college, right? Like, just like, I'm just going to send you to a place where I
I
know you're just going to you're going to coast. No one everything's going to fucking give a fuck. And then we'll just be,
USC.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
USC.
I never seen the actress for it's not Laura. Laura is
I think it's
Uh,
Kara. Oh no, Kara's
No.
Supergirl. I think it's Laura. Isn't
Laura.
it?
It is
Laura
Laura.
Zorel is not Kara's
Yeah.
mom.
It's Laura Van. Laura Van?
Laura Van. There you go.
Something
Laura
like that.
Van.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you're right.
she was in Westworld. That was
Yeah.
like the
That's
big
the only thing
Was
I've
she?
seen her in. Yeah.
Was she in
first season.
Westworld? I only saw the
Yeah.
first season of Westworld.
She's
And
only
everybody
in the
told-
first
don't
season. She
keep
plays
going.
a woman of the night. She's in the
Oh
brothel.
fuck! You're right. She rocks that fucking. She's the what? I don't want to spoil it, but she's part
I'm
of the
not
big
gonna watch
reveal,
it.
she's part of the big reveal at the end of the first season.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. All right, cool. She's very pretty, striking. Her
Ah.
eyes,
Really, really
her
good.
eyes.
That's
So
what I thought about Islet Zero.
yeah, and now she's in. Now she's doing her Wilson Fisk. She's doing Wilson Fisk.
Yeah.
So like the world spirals, but I cannot talk enough about how much I appreciate the fact that James Gunn wrote Guy to confront Superman here.
Mhm.
I don't
but
know
listen.
what it was, but like when they got face to face and the whole shit got green, I was like, "Are we about to do this? Oh shit, what are we about to do?"
Yeah,
here? I was
word.
invested. I was fucking, and his tone changed. You understand? And Sky probably knows he could get fucking slaughtered. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it is all cockiness coming
Guy
out of it.
Gardner's balls are much bigger than his strength. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always.
But he
Don't
is
give a
he
fuck.
is
Story of my life.
Yeah, but he is the space cop for that area, so he would, just like in Injustice, right? The first people that confront Clark when he loses his shit are the Green Lanterns.
They're the cops, yeah.
That raises an interesting question for me. Like, in this situation where Guy is sort of a contracted tool of the government, who does Guy really answer to?
Well, he's not. Maxwell Lord doesn't work for the government yet. He's
But
just.
they
He's just a
refer to them
money
as
guy.
government like heroes.
Because I'm sure
Probably
they're
like
more
contractors.
There weren't, because the one problem they had is they didn't want the government to come into clash with them. They didn't want to clash with the government. That's why they didn't want to help Superman when he gets in this situation. They were
They
like,
got
well,
the 1099.
But I
We
know
don't-
that like the news broadcast calls them like government approved
Sponsored, government sponsored.
approved more than sponsored, probably, because I think Lord Tech is still got to be separate from the government.
Sure.
But the idea that
But,
on a dime, like, yo, so we got a problem, my dude. Like, is that real?
My thing,
You better
my
tell
thing,
me. I
though,
was like,
was that it not only did he confront Superman, like he also he's aware that this is probably not what it looks like. The first thing he does is he gives Superman his privacy. He
Mhm.
closes the windows, like, I'll get
Yeah.
these fucking people away from him.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
that before he asks him the question, it's like
You're right.
in his asshole way, because he's Guy Gardner,
Right.
a fucking asshole. But it's concern, it's genuine concern mixed with him trying to do his job, which is like, this is really Guy. Like they hit that shit on the head. It's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
I finished this movie and I've been waiting to order that One Punch issue. I just been saying I'll get it. And I was like, you know what? Let me just grab this shit. Like, I'll finally grab it now while it's still
Damn
$30.
right.
Because everybody's about to fall in love with Guy Gardner. He's perfect. If you all like the guy here in this movie, this is Guy. This is Guy. What introduced you to this
Yeah.
fucking dick, Guy Gardner? He's
yeah,
great.
he'll make you laugh and he'll make you cry. But in this instance, yeah, him standing up here, and then they just for me, beat the dead horse of like, no, it's real. No, it's real. No, it's real. It's
Yeah.
fucking real. I'm like, yes, I guess
Fuck.
it's fucking real. I'm like, fine, fine. I guess it's real. Realizing someone had to have access to the fortress because they're like, well, how would he have gotten that message? Superman rushes back to Antarctica. Another great flying scene. This is another one where he's running as fast as he can. So icicles are forming on his face as he gets to Antarctica. Really, really cool stuff. There he finds his robots destroyed and crypto missing. 4 on his last legs, even though I don't even think he has legs. Confirms someone broke in with his final breath or circuits. 4 assures Superman that he's still the hero they believed in. Meanwhile, the president of Barovia fans the flames of this controversy in a press conference for meeting with Luthor over the next stage of their plan, which allows Barovia to exterminate Jarhanpur.
Why
Wait.
is Four crying?
Really?
I hear
Yeah, right.
He finds Baravian women the most attractive.
Disgusting. That little whatever thing that he did.
Most over the top.
This.
Yeah.
He's
His
got crazy
hair.
hair like some other people we know.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Jesus.
Yes, he does. What a
Good day.
scumbag.
Genuinely, at some point, when they do the scene where they walk him away and he asks for the privacy, I'm waiting for him to morph into somebody else
Mhm.
because it is
Yeah,
such a
yeah,
hammy
yeah,
scene
yeah,
that
yeah.
I'm like that's not a real person.
They shot it that way. Like they shot it like there was gonna be a reveal of his face or something, and it ends up being a reveal
Yeah,
that there's a
And
portal.
then like it's just boom tube.
Yeah, there's a portal there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I thought he was going to be Metamorpho.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Okay, that makes sense. Furious. Okay, brother.
No, so this is kind of a foreshadowing, but like this is the scene where he gives him the donut we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
In it, he's like, "This is from whatever donut place," and he's like, "I'll put one on my half of Joramp or whatever." And it's just
Yeah.
this real throwaway line
Right.
that I was like,
Yeah.
"That's what a weird line." But
Yeah.
watching it the second time, I'm like, "Oh man!"
I was even thinking because he was bringing him something sweet like a cookie. I was like, oh, is that Martian Manhunter in some way?
Oh, Chaco.
Right. And because I was even thinking the what do you call him, Mr. Handsome? He looked like a white Martian to me. So I was like, ooh.
Yeah, I got a
that-
theory on
who
that
is-
as well. I got a theory on that
Yeah.
that John was talking about. I just wanted to see something real quick. Remember what they were calling this? Remember when they were doing all those weird ass videos of like a Trump sponsored vacation resort in Gaza?
Yes,
That's what all
unfortunately.
this reminded me of like splitting the country in
Yes.
half and letting Luthor have half of it to do whatever the fuck he wants with it. Like that's what I was like. Okay, he's like, yeah, I'll
this
make
movie
all
nothing to do
the
with Israel. That's
nothing. I'm making this
it's
stuff
a-
up.
it's a
I'm connecting dots that
talking
don't
point.
exist. People, don't even listen to me. But frustrated, Superman confronts.
Was that the half McMahon was trying to get with Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, right.
Damn
it.
God damn you, James Gunn.
So Superman confronts Lex Luthor in his office, furious, demanding Crypto's whereabouts. The encounter is secretly filmed by Eve and quickly spun into more bad press. This is another scene that people thought Superman looked too emotional on. I really liked how calm and cool and collected Lex was, but all this was on camera, and that's what would happen when you know that you're filming somebody in an altercation. You act very calm and smart and subdued, and you let the other person look like an absolutely raving maniac. But again, in this instance, given everything we've seen, it's just needling Superman. They've just been fucking needling him, and now his dog is missing. Like, bro, what the fuck?
Mhm.
Like, he shows up to his
It's
house,
just a
like, what the
dog.
fuck, man? Why the dog? And then Lex Luthor's like, I don't have no idea what you're talking about. A dog. He's like, a little ugly dog with a cape or whatever the fuck, like under his breath.
While he's drinking the coffee, a little. You heard him.
Yeah, and then again, bad faith fans were like, oh, why did Superman ask him to? What did he say if he has super hearing? Like, he asked him when he said, like, punk, like you pussy, like what did you just, can you be a man and say that shit loud, clear? You can fucking deal with this shit. But that is what it is.
Also, like, I love just that visual, like Lex is so in control of this moment that he's not even paying attention. He's just like, I like that desk.
Yeah.
I just got that desk.
Yeah.
Rich mahogany.
And there's a piece of him you feel like that anticipated this.
Mhm.
You know, that
Oh, yeah.
anticipated this was gonna happen, and that's.
He's just like, Superman's here, fantastic, and all the.
I will let him dig his own. Yeah, I wish he didn't break that, but I'll let him dig his own.
damn
hole.
it.
You know, they talk about in the fight earlier how he can like see what Superman's gonna do before he does it.
Yeah.
So literally, if as Bruce Superman reaches for the desk, he just grabs his cup off.
Right.
And so it's just kind of like, oh nope, until he still has his drink. It was so well done.
I just love how this film ping pongs between him being completely in control and not in control at all. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
It reminded me of Norman Osborn in Siege.
Mm.
Yeah, being one step ahead. So shaken, Superman flies to Lois's apartment just as a new threat looms outside the city. we see Peacemaker trashing him on the news.
Oh my god, that was
It was really funny.
That was hilarious, and I was waiting for this moment to
Big
make
Pop.
this statement. Big Pop. I was waiting for this moment to make this statement.
Go for it.
Superman has to be in Peacemaker.
Nah.
And the reason why I say that is because if he is, DC gets to right a wrong that Marvel never fucking did. DC gets to immediately anoint and baptize their shows as being on equal level and playing field as the movies, in a way that Marvel always had their redheaded stepchildren, like the Defenders,
Agents
and
of
Agents of
Shield.
Shield,
Aquaman wasn't
all
enough.
that shit. No, if this is a lived universe, we need someone big. I mean, I know and James Gunn must have felt this because he got fucking
When they
yeah, he
shot
got Aquaman in
they
season
shot
1.
They
Yeah.
shot it next door at some points. Season 2 and Superman. He said he was going back and forth directing at the same time. There's no way in hell that he had Superman next door and didn't in costume and didn't just walk him over like he's
his own other project.
He's in charge of the whole thing. There's nobody in the company that can tell him no.
I think a great way to do it in season 2 would be for him to show up in like a newscast, like
as Clark Kent.
I was
not Clark, even as Superman, like saving the day, and John Cena just being like this freaking pansy.
Yeah.
You know, like something. You know.
Yeah, he's not as jacked as me.
Yeah.
I was gonna wait till after the show, after the movie, but we're talking about Peacemaker now, and they talked about what Peacemaker's gonna be about, season 2. And I was just like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like you're about to introduce the previous DC universe, and I like we're trying to break free from this. I'm just like scared for my life. Like you're goading these people. They're well. I guess for people who are listening, the idea is that Peacemaker season 2 is going to bring over the Peacemaker from season 1. Literally from his own universe. He's going to walk through the interdimensional closet and then walk on the other side on a more optimistic, bright universe. And he's going to try to replace...
but I've seen that there's like a Peacemaker with a completely different helmet.
Yeah, he's going to try to replace this one. He wants this life. He wants to live in this universe. And so we've immediately introduced...
Does this one still get a racist dad?
Yeah, right. That's all the things he wants to know.
I think that's a constant. It's a canon event.
So we already did these. Like we're here, DC Multiverse. Like these are the things that DC does. I was worried that they would shy away from it because Marvel went so hard and people kind of people were like,
on it.
We hate it now. But it's DC's bread and butter. It's always been. They did it first. They created the concept in comics. It's theirs. Marvel just got to it first in movies, and it sucks. Basically stole it from their TV too. I'll never fucking Kevin Feige's a thief. Like the whole his whole multiverse shit that fell on his face all came suspiciously.
We have ruled Kevin Feige for John.
It all came suspiciously after the CW Crisis on Infinite Earths and the legacy casting and using the multiverse to bring back people that played other characters. And Feige was like, "That is genius."
They dropped the ball. The ball ran under the gate, and Kevin Feige was like, "I found the new ball."
Yeah, and then he also dropped it. He just shot it like a fool. He was like, "I don't know."
So can you hold this, Robert Downey Jr.? Can you hold this, Jonathan Majors, for me? Can you hold this? Can you hold this ball?
Wait, why are they taking him away?
What I will say is that when I upon rewatch, I made it a point to take a picture of the Peacemaker in this, and it is the Peacemaker from season. He doesn't look like the other, like the design of the other Eagle. The most notable thing about the Eagle is one is looking up and one is looking down. Our main season 1 Eagle's looking down, but on the other one it's looking. So this would have to have been like ours must be here already.
So one other thing was that James Gunn said specifically the DC universe is building towards an event that is something that nobody has predicted, and that we will learn more in Peacemaker season 2. And knowing what we know,
Heroes in Crisis.
Fuck you. Knowing what we know about this multiverse thing, it opens the door for like a whole lot of shit. They used Ultraman on purpose.
Yes.
I was so worried that they were like, "God, they fucked this thing up. They did the bizarre thing. They just like the way Ultraman sounds.
Right.
But there's no way that's not a crime syndicate reference now. Like that's not, and I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I have no idea what he's cooking.
They
He went through
confirmed
the
that.
black hole and gained intelligence.
Could
Yeah,
you
right.
imagine? Could you imagine? Does it? Could you imagine if he used like the? I don't think it's possible. Like I think there's too many. I think there's too many legal factors that to make this impossible. But could you imagine
Talk to me.
if he made like the Snyder universe, like the crime syndicate?
Yeah.
Like that would be fucking disgusting.
Would they agree to that?
Recast.
That would be
recast,
amazing.
Recast all of those people as bad guys.
Oh, okay. So if you recast it, then that would be
Holy
different.
shit! Could you
I'm thinking about
imagine?
getting
Because I
Henry
don't
to
think
come in for it.
one you don't get Ben Affleck.
No.
And
You get George Clooney.
Shut up. George, kick him out.
no, it has to be. Is
Looking for the
James
button.
Woods still
1A,
alive,
1A,
or
1A.
Is he canceled?
Well,
Anyway,
they said
yeah.
pocket. Well, who has the pocket dimension? It's like his dad or something, right?
His dad his dad opened the same kind of. It's not probably not the same pocket dimension, but
I
he's
want to
used the same
believe Lex
technology.
is working with
Yeah.
white supremacists as well. I want to believe that,
That
he's
works.
also
That
he's
works.
also like lending out his tech to those fucking guys too.
Those
Yeah,
aliens,
That's
but
crazy.
different alien.
But it's funny because, like I said, I'm loving everything that's literally surface level on this. Everything that they're showing, everything that they're doing. He's having this conversation. There's the DC universe is so big. There's no real need to make up anyone, like
Mhm.
anyone. From a news reporter to an anchor to gossip columnist, they're all in DC. Pick somebody, Vicky Vale, just do that with them. So I like that they weren't just interviewing some random dude that's like, do we need a Superman? Like there's fucking Peacemaker. He's like, yeah, fuck that guy. So I like that.
Right.
And as
Yeah,
I'm
I agree.
as I'm chewing on that cameo and like, wow, that was really cool thing that they gave me. In probably one of my favorite scenes of this film, in the background, while Lois and Superman are having this fight, the Justice Gang is fighting a dimensional imp,
Yeah.
and it looks like
Mixes Pitalik.
it looks like all Guy is doing is hitting it with a bat.
He is. He
Yes.
is.
And Mr. Terrific's just shooting lasers from all his
Yeah, they're just-
spheres.
They're obviously having an issue, and Clark's like, they got it, like they'll
got it.
figure it out. Yo, that is
Which
so
is how
comic books.
Which
That's
is
so
how I
comics,
imagine
man.
every episode of Justice League Unlimited looks like.
Bro, now anytime he's not around, I'm just of the belief that he's watching from afar, going like, they got it. They might be having some trouble
got
with
that.
it.
Well, I mean,
They got
you
it.
can't be everywhere at once, right? That was the whole concept of the original Superman movie, the Christopher Reeve one, right?
Yes.
2 missiles, he can't get both of them at the same time. He has to pick. There has to be times in the comic books, because if you read comic books, and we all love continuity, you're going, well, in this issue, Mongols attacking, but then in this other comic, you got Lex is doing something, and over here you got, the Justice Society is dealing with this issue. Starro is showing up. He has to pick and choose. So here is a perfect opportunity for him to pick and choose, where he's choosing this battle with his girl, because he's like, yeah, that's Mr. Mixes Pitalik. They'll figure it out eventually. To say his name backwards is real easy. They'll
Superman
get
is gonna fight the war at home.
I see.
you know,
I thought it
where,
was.
where I gotta deal with my girl and I gotta get my dog. So
So yeah, those two reconcile. They had just had a fight a couple days ago. Superman decides to turn himself in. She's like, "Why the hell would you do that?" And he's like, they want me arrested, and at least if they arrest me, then I might be able to find out where the hell Crypto's at. And she's like, "Yeah, but like he's just a dog," and he's like, "Yeah, he's not even a good one, but he's alone and he's probably scared." And
Yeah,
bro, I choked up
that was it.
at that moment
That was
because
it.
that is Superman. That is this dog. For all great intent, best boy is a piece of trash. He's a best boy, but he's a piece of trash.
right,
And he doesn't have to be a good dog to be worthy of saving.
right.
You understand?
I
He
mean,
doesn't have to be a
it's-
good dog to be worthy of Superman's time and effort. You
I think
understand? He's
I
innocent.
think that scene is what flooded the subway last night.
Yeah, just tears. Everyone fucking.
I mean, think about the history. Think about the history of comic strips and movies, TVs. How many lovable, annoying, I can't think of another word right now, dogs exist. You got Marmaduke. You got Odie. You got Scooby Doo, right? These dogs that are basically inept, but you love.
Mm-hmm.
I am not a. I've said this many times. Many times. I am not an animal person. I like them. I love them. They're cool over there. We're probably gonna get canceled over this one. I have declawed my cats because they destroyed my comic book boxes.
I get it.
So, I get it. But this movie, has been officially announced, this movie is leading to like the adoption of hundreds of dogs.
Yeah.
A day.
Yeah.
And it's me, even me. I'm driving home with my kids today, and I'm sitting here going, guys, I'm thinking about getting a pet. And the kids are like, "What? You?" And I'm like, I know. It's weird. It's weird.
There was a metric that came out that Google searches for adopting a dog rose 500%.
That's a lot of percent. A lot of percent.
Yeah, that's a bunch.
But yeah, like obviously, like in a couple minutes, Metropolis is going to be split in twine, and like a interdimensional portal is going to collapse, and this huge international political scenario is going on in the background. But right here, right now, it's about a dog. It's just about a fucking dog. Go ahead, John.
I noticed on the second watch you talk about how the Justice Gang were fighting the dimensional in the background, and who I was like, it's definitely supposed to look like Solaris, but like I guess the imp would have transformed into Solaris. But it's funny because I think Guy Gardner eventually puts a Green Lantern net around it and drags it away in the background as Superman is giving this like he's not particularly a good dog. Yeah. But if you look in the background, they defeated it. He's dragging it away in a net, and it's the funniest shit.
See, they got it.
Guy is such a sledge. He uses a sledgehammer for every. You know what I'm saying? Like that's his only tool. It's a sledgehammer.
And sometimes all you need.
Yeah,
Metamorpho does it later on. That's probably why he loves.
Oh my god! When I saw that, in second watch, I was like, "Yeah, that was pure steel," and there was people in there. There was people in that tank.
Oh my god!
There was a person in that tank.
Get the spatulas, guys. We got to scrape some.
That's the fucking Kingdom Come ish element to this movie. The thing about James Gunn is that he takes elements of books. He takes themes and ideas from books. He doesn't necessarily take story points. Like there were points while I was watching this movie, and I felt like he read All-Star Superman, but he also read the whole ass Grant Morrison interview afterwards. Like it felt like he understood the idea that Superman is the everyman, and Lex Luthor it should have a little bit of justification to his overly fucking exaggerated gripes and all this shit. But he didn't really take story points from All-Star Superman. Like Superman's not fucking dying. He's not doing his 12 labors. He's not becoming a deity. It's like you said, like
the vibe. It's the vibe because the idea that you have him sitting there putting on his boots is very mundane. It's very ordinary, and that Grant Morrison interview was all about like he's just a regular dude. Like he has superpowers and stuff like that, but he has our same issues. He has our same he shouldn't always be standing like this all the time. He's gonna have to be slump shoulders on occasion and be fucking over it or be tired or be just chilling.
He wakes up in the morning and he goes to his job. He gets yelled at by his boss. Then he goes home and he gets yelled at by his girlfriend.
So
he does a good Grant Morrison.
One of the ideas from Kingdom Come is that Superman, there's a whole generation of heroes that are more prone to kill and are darker than Superman, and he comes back to deal with that, and he's that seems to be a theme in this world. They're darker than him to kill, and he's like, "Fuck, that's really weird. Like, why are we doing this?" Like, damn.
That era of Kingdom Come was right around the same time as the extreme 90s, right? Because Magog was a commentary on Cable.
No, but beyond that, I just
Image Comics
pockets.
He's literally wearing the fucking shield from the book. I feel like it can't be a coincidence.
Oh, from Kingdom Come, yeah.
He's rocking the same logo, and that idea is just sitting there on the table. Like that's.
Yeah, but he's also got the collar and the turtleneck and the lines
from New 52. So he's gonna burn up in the sun. Is that what he's trying to say?
Toys.
Poor guy. But yeah, he turns himself in. He also tells Lois he loves her. He's the first one to say that he loves her.
Right.
And I love that he says it in a kind of like I love you. I probably should have told you like sooner, but like I got shit to do.
And she's just like,
yeah, she doesn't automatically say it back.
No.
And given the enormity of everything
Just
going
3
on,
months.
given the enormity of everything that's going on, I'm like, we're still trying to decipher that message. give me a couple weeks and I'll give you my answer. But Lex ends up getting his wish. Superman is imprisoned not by the U.S. government, but by Luthor's Planet Watch. What I like, the extra parts about this that I like, is that they smashed his face into the ground and told him that he doesn't have rights because he's an alien. Like, yeah, you didn't even read my rights. He's like, yeah, you don't get rights, bro. You're a
Is there
fucking
some
alien.
level of commentary there? Was there a level of commentary there?
I just thought it was
Well,
cool.
little bit.
he said per whatever order, aliens don't have rights here.
Yeah, and I was
you don't
like,
have rights. And it's
right.
like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. They take him through a portal to a nightmarish pocket dimension, a prison universe Lex built himself by replicating the Big Bang using a Luthor Core Mega Collider, tearing a tiny hole in the universal fabric. It's created entry and exit portals all over the globe, and houses many of his political rivals and just anyone who kind of gets on his nerves.
I swear to God, Reed, if you get anywhere near this hole, I will end you.
Yes, he finds out, like, you did what? How do you do that? Can I get your notes? Like I said, Meta's political enemies and even his exes are locked up in there, and so is Crypto. And in the next cell over, Rex Mason, aka Metamorpho. Luthor threatens Rex's infant son, Joey, forcing him to turn his body into kryptonite, slowly poisoning Superman. Yeah, I guess we could. Human prison. So first watch, Cog, I was with you 100% because he says something like, you aliens and Martians or whatever, and then he says like I'm Kryptonian or something like that, and then it cuts into that dude. It cuts to that Mr. Handsome dude, and my immediate thought was White Martian. And Yogi had brought up that he looks like the weird Grant Morrison, or I guess Frank Quietly, designs of the weird
Parasite.
Bizarro people. No, the weird like
Bizarre people.
blank
Yeah.
sort of Bizarro people.
Yeah.
And I tend to believe on second watch that he looks more like that, like this. I want to believe, or it should have even been depicted. I think that would have been one step closer to everyone else being able to connect the dots that I think most people have connected about what's going to happen with Ultraman after this. It would have been cool if he would have had more of these guys around, more of these Bizarro blank slate,
as if like the failed projects.
Yeah, and then thus when Homeboy gets knocked into it, he becomes the savior of these these husks of people, and the only frame of reference that he has to a hero is the one he just fought. So he kind of puts on a cape and he kind of puts on the symbol, but it's not 100% right, and he's not talking 100% right. But examples being what they are and stuff. Obvious commentaries about what the people doing with political prisoners, concentration camps. That's all there. But any of you guys want to sit and dissect
what?
any of you guys want to sit and dissect any other part of this? I just want to say that I think Metamorpho looks great in this. I like that he's bright and shiny. The parts that are supposed to be. And
it's makeup.
Yeah.
It's not CGI.
It's
It's a suit he's in, and they just doctor it up with CGI, which I love.
I like that actor a lot. He's such like a freak actor.
He's great in Barry.
Anthony Carrigan. Yeah, he's sick.
He was
he reminds me a lot of who's the other weird actor from Back to the Future who always plays weird
Crispin
roles?
Glover.
Crispin Glover.
Yeah.
Anthony Carrigan was Zaz, right?
He was in Barry.
Yeah, I heard he was.
Yeah. He played NoHo Hank and Barry. He's great.
He is playing.
Calypso.
Am I getting this? Oh, I'm about to say. I was gonna say Calypso, and then I was like, "Isn't that the chick from Pirates of the Caribbean?" Which it is. But no, he's playing Calypso in Twisted Metal. He's gonna be Calypso.
No, dig that.
With that wig that does not look good on it.
Yeah.
So there was an interview with James Gunn that said Mr. Handsome is like this creature that he created in a petri dish that drives around on his flying platform that is the ugliest, grossest creature in the world.
Sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
I think that dog. I think the dog from Wolverine Deadpool was uglier.
That's pretty.
Oh God! Yeah, the problem I think was real.
That tongue.
that's the issue with that one.
Go ahead. I was gonna ask actually, John, are you surprised by this menagerie of enemies?
No, I thought that was funny. I thought it was very Lex Luthor. I thought it was one of those things that you really don't even have to like. You can. It's obviously inspired by real world political prisoners and shit, but a very Lex Luthor thing to do. Like, I also lock up all everybody I hate here.
It was
Uh,
obviously inspired by the 52 prison in Civil War, okay?
42.
42, 42, 42, 42.
They're like,
But
what's that in your mouth? It's the silver, you Judas. I was like,
Damn.
damn.
Yep.
I'll never
Yeah.
forget that. That was so cold. You had that in your mouth the whole time for that fucking joke.
Nah, I was scared.
It's so
This was
funny.
great.
Yo,
You already
damn, Matt.
mentioned,
Damn, Matt, you are.
On top of it.
Metamorpho. I wanted to say that turning his hand into kryptonite was like disgusting. Like
Yeah.
again, the sounds
Mm.
that
Yeah.
yeah.
What do you
It's
think
like
about the
fucking nasty.
physical kind of mutation under extended periods of kryptonite? Because usually you just kind of see
Yeah,
like
no,
some
that
green veins and then they kind of cough a bit. But this
I
is
always
like he
love
was
that.
like,
That looks that reminds me of Dark Knight Returns where he gets nuked. And he turns into like that zombie creature. I
the
think it's
physical,
Yeah.
yeah, the physical mutations or whatever you want to call it, speak more to the idea that like this element is like ravaging every cell in his fucking body. You know, like it's really
It's-
doing fucking
Yeah.
damage.
It's
Yeah,
radioactive, man.
yeah,
draining it of sunlight, I always thought.
yeah.
Radioactive.
Oh dear. Back on Earth. But
Oh,
Yeah.
don't
I
forget
was
about
just
the
say,
rage.
I've always
rage
thought of it
monkeys.
as the way like we the way humans absorb radioactivity and it mutates us.
yeah, cancers and stuff.
You know,
right?
whereas he's absorbing it super fast, so it should mutate him and have him grow stuff on his body. It's cancerous. It's
And I
Change
also
that
love
inst-
that with some more sun, he's just right back. His rubber band's back to the fuck all it.
you
Imagine
need
he
some
would have kept that
vitamin D,
face.
man.
Yeah, if he kept that face and he still like had all his strength, he's like, I don't know what's going on here. Back on Earth, Lois digs into Luthor's connections and discovers that he's been selling arms to the Bravia dirt cheap.
I was gonna say we forgot the monkeys.
As dirty deeds
Yeah,
are done.
the rage monkeys.
The monkeys.
Yes, we
Yeah.
did forget the monkeys.
Yeah, we did.
Iconic monkeys. These
So
are gonna
funny.
live for forever.
This was
in pop
long.
culture.
This was long term
Hashtag
ruined.
super shit.
This was long term rumored, but I thought it was hilarious in question, and it's a fucking 5 second gag. Like it's not like something that they sit there they hamper on, but it's this idea that Lex has a army of chimps, all hooked up to computers and like brain machines that he uses this army of chimps to basically slander Superman through social media campaigns, which has
Wait,
now
this is
led.
on the comics?
No, this is in this, just in this.
Oh, okay.
In the comics, he
This
just
is the real world.
in
They really are.
All Star Superman, the only monkey thing is that he opens a door and he's like, I'm gonna ruin your credibility because on the other side of this is gonna be a baboon dressed like Superman and a hole into the ground that I'm gonna escape into. And he opens the door and that's what it is. And he's like, you try to tell anybody that, and then no one will believe you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So there's a bit of that there. But then there's also the very, very, very famous I mean it used to be a colloquial thing, right? Like 100 apes on 100 typewriters couldn't make this or whatever. It used to be like an old timey saying that people used to
couldn't
say.
write
Eventually,
Shakespeare.
they could write Shakespeare.
Could
write
Eventually,
Shakespeare,
yeah.
There you go.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
there's a joke in The Simpsons where Mr. Burns trains the monkeys to do this, and they're supposed to be writing, I think, The Tale of Two Cities or whatever. He's like, it was the best of times, it was the blurst of times. Get out of here! Like it's and the fucking chimps or whatever. But now, I
the
thank
thing
you.
said about the baboon reminds me of the fucking Community episode. Was like, and there's a black guy dressed as Hitler in the corner.
Oh yeah.
And
you
an
can't tell
astronaut, and an
Because no
astronaut
one will
making
believe-
paninis,
Yeah,
making paninis.
yeah, that's exactly
you
what it
can't
was.
tell anyone because no one will believe you.
That's exactly what it was. And
Mhm.
the best part about the monkey thing to me is that he's just gifted anyone who's a fan of this an instant react picture to anyone who isn't.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
anytime I see somebody going on a long tirade about this, I just post a picture of the monkey. I'm like, that's you, bro. Like, what are you doing here?
It would be fun if something like that, would not to get too far ahead of the story, but led to like something like Grodd.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Ooh,
You fucking with
I
these
dig it.
monkeys.
Yeah,
Right.
That's what's gonna happen. I mean,
God hate banana.
and again, kids, Google hyperlink. Google hyperlink.
No, yes. The Neuralink.
Neuralink,
don't.
Neuralink. Yeah, Google
Yeah.
Neuralink and Google dead monkeys. Dead
Oh my
monkeys
God.
implanted with brain chips.
Yeah, it's and then be ready to be sad.
Yeah, I think one of them
Okay,
tried to
that's
claw.
awesome.
I think one of them tried to claw the chip out of their brain.
Yeah.
Oh
something
my
like
god,
that.
I did not know about
It's-
this.
These
Oh,
are
it's
only
so bad.
experiments being done by some unknown dude named Elon Musk. But anyway,
Some
Ah.
other crazy eccentric billionaire.
I gotta write that name down. Who?
yeah. He was in he was in Iron Man too. He thinks he's an Avenger or
Melon
something. I can't
Usk.
remember.
You gotta stop putting these rich people in movies.
Yeah, right. Yes, unless we know everything about them. Stop putting them in these movies.
It's also a slick. It was also just a slick way to to hit back at the inevitable bots that were gonna come at the Superman movie from
He-
there.
As a built-in defense before the film was
Yeah.
even over.
Yeah.
Before the
Oh,
film
yeah.
was even
It's
fucking
like
over.
shut the fuck up now, everybody.
In
give me
fact,
the plot.
I've seen it attempted to be used the other way around
No,
already.
it's over. Like that's done. Like anytime you say something, you're getting hit with a monkey gift.
That's it. That's it.
No,
It's a-
I've seen people use the clip of the monkeys in the other direction.
Oh, I did
It
see that
work.
as well.
It only work in their own little groups of insanity.
I've seen them try it.
That's
Though.
I
know
think
he's
I
talking
said one
about.
of
Yeah.
you.
It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. Where he's like,
They
"Oh,
said
you're one of the
they
monkey.
called the monkeys the Gun Club.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah." He's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're one of Gunn's monkeys." I'm like, I don't think you got that analogy
I
that he put down.
I think it works in that direction, man.
No. But good thing is Jimmy Olsen gets a tip from an anonymous source, codename Mutant Toes.
Oh my god.
How bad does her toes have to be, man? Because the rest of her is absolutely
He said
delightful.
it looked like a shrimp cocktail.
Oh,
Yeah, it looked like a spilled shrimp cocktail.
Oh my god.
oh no. It's Eve Tessmacher. She wants to help take Lex down, even if she's
That's
a little
fuck up.
and even if she's a little too into Jimmy. I was kind of taken aback by how cold Jimmy was to her. I thought that was kind of surprising, but if you're a G, you're a G, I guess, for life. But like
I mean,
this-
his first introduction is he has these two
like interns or
these
whatever.
two
yeah.
women falling over
and
him
just
at the
falling
planet.
over him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
and in
know,
this instance,
so-
he's like, oh my god, whatever. Like he won't even commit to like a day, like hanging out with her for a day for like international secrets against Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting there like, bro,
It's like,
It has
bite
to
the
be
bullet.
bad.
Fucking
hell.
save,
How long?
save the world.
Ugh, it has
The
to be
whole
bad.
weekend?
Has to be real bad.
yeah.
She's also not exactly innocent herself. She was not like she was collecting that because she was going to give it away. You know, she
That's
just
true.
wanted insurance just in case it didn't work out.
That's true.
Well,
and with Jimmy too. Like she wanted
Yeah, yeah.
insurance with like,
Yeah.
hey, if I do this,
Yeah.
we dating now.
Yeah, I thought he was
Yeah.
great. He had another picture on his desk of two other women. So I guess he's.
I
in, like,
remember
a-
that picture going around first, and then when I
Yeah.
saw him talking to the other two, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, so
Um,
that's a great. I like that. I
and-
like this about Jimmy.
And it's a reward for getting shot in the face in the Snyderverse and dying.
Yeah. No, I mean, because in the
CIA.
comic books, Jimmy Olsen is very, very fleshed out, whereas he becomes very one dimensional in almost every iteration on TV or whatnot. Even in the original George Reeves show, he
Mhm.
goes from being kind of a serious newsboy, and then later in the later seasons, he's just like a moron.
Mm.
So seeing him here being multidimensional, being able to help Lois figure out something by, hey, look, I got the lead. I'll give you the information. So I dug this. It's adding
feel
depth
like-
to all these characters.
I feel like I've only known two versions of him, which is like the Superman the animated series version, which kind of looks like Philip J. Fry, and and like hunky black man from Supergirl.
6'2".
Jimmy,
James
giant
Olsen.
bald
That's
Jimmy.
James
Olsen,
Olsen,
yeah.
bro.
James. So he never
Call me
called him
James.
Jimmy.
Mhm.
James.
James.
Hey, Kara. Kara, I love you. I'm gay.
But this is
Damn it.
hi gay, I'm dad. But but and also yeah, Jimmy Olsen's was like a I felt like this was a little bit playing into the Jimmy Olsen in All Star. It was a bit more cocky, a bit more brash, ambitious.
Yeah.
Right.
That was cool.
There's a thank you to Chuck Austin in
Okay.
the credits, and Chuck Austin.
Chuck
only-
Austin.
Yeah, I know, and I was like, ugh. But it
Stone
was
Cold Chuck.
Two
Austin.
times he wrote Superman. One time was so bad he got kicked off the book. That was Action Comics. But another time he wrote a book called Superman Metropolis that kind of centered on a more modern Jimmy Olsen, and I kind of think
Okay.
that there was some inspiration taken from there. But because Grant Morrison's Jimmy is interesting too. He's got a girlfriend or whatever, and he's real confident, but he's also like he's he's very willing to like dress up as a woman or whatever. Because Grant is taken by the times Jimmy dressed up as a woman. It's because he's funny, so he probably goes both ways. If it was Grant Morrison's Jimmy, but this Jimmy,
Grant Morrison's Jimmy Olsen is just like him sort of, having fun with his
anybody.
sort of non-binary identities.
I imagine if this Jimmy has as many, he got as many girls as he does, then somebody's gonna write it that he's had a guy once. I tried him. I wasn't interested afterwards.
He's just doing the James Bond thing. Like, what makes you think this is my first time?
God, people hated that, right? They were mad.
They
Is
were.
he gay? Is he gay? Well, I don't think he liked it. So no.
It's not gay to try it.
He'll try it again next week.
Or even if it really happened and he wasn't just like talking shit.
All right. Back in the pocket dimension, Lex and the Baravian president Gurkos bring in Ali. That guy
Even
Ali.
his name is ugly and gross.
Gurkos.
Yeah.
Gurkos. Sounds like something like you're.
Molly,
Throwing
I
up.
loved him in the trailer, man. They're so fucked up for that, man. He was one of the best parts of the trailer. He helped Superman out of the ground. I was
I ain't
like,
got
oh
him
my
food. My
God.
boy's
Oh,
eating
that
halal.
guy, yes.
Gang.
Yeah, and his line
We almost
here,
skipped right over that, didn't we, Dan?
If
his
we-
line here is great. Like he's like, I have no family, Superman. Don't tell him shit.
Yeah.
Like it was an honor for you to eat my food. He's the biggest hero of the movie.
Yeah, he was courageous. He was courageous when he didn't have to be. He has no superpowers. He has no, he could have begged for
My
his
man
life
was
or
thinking
whatever.
on Doctor Strange levels. It's
Yeah.
like my loss in the
vast calculus of the multiverse.
universe means nothing to Superman.
No, Molly the goat.
But like, they have this moment here, and like we talk about the cartoonishness of Gurkos, but even in what's perceivably being called a child's film, this Russian roulette scene is fucked. They shoot Malik, and then like 3 almost pitch perfect to the T reaction. Gurkos like laughs and like wipes blood off of himself. Luthor doesn't even flinch. Doesn't even bother him.
I thought this would last longer.
No, I mean he does. He thought I thought this would last longer.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but like the shock that he had to kill somebody or anything, like none of that's watching. He has no guilt on his
No,
consciousness.
like the only shock in Luthor's mind is the idea that mathematically speaking, it should have taken a few more.
Yeah. He had 10 more minutes of monologue left, and it's all gone now. But the other is the heartbreaking moan, groan, yell that Superman does when Malik is shot, like a real guttural,
Even Metamorpho,
painful.
Metamorpho
Yeah. And I just thought that those reactions just told us so much about those characters. That wail, that's the word I'll use. The wail that he gives after Malik is killed, because he knows Malik was innocent and didn't mean nothing. That's how much he cares about each individual person in this. Like I said, the loss of life is very serious until later on when he starts tapping raptors, but he's very
They all lived.
I did see that on the second watch, that they all fell down and were like standing back up or getting back up, whatever that means.
They might have lost a limb here or there. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like living through Batman's fight.
Yeah, right.
Chronic pain forever, but you're still alive.
So at the Hall of Justice, Lois begs the Justice Gang for help.
Meanwhile,
At the Hall of Justice, Green Lantern and Hawk Girl turn her down, but Mr. Terrific agrees, partially out of spite. But before they go, I loved all of Guy in this. I loved Guy being like, "No, Superman is Clark Kent." Like Lois being like, "What the fuck?"
She didn't know until you told him.
Why is
Well,
it-
and she's like, "Yeah, I do know, but you shouldn't tell me in case I don't know."
Yeah.
Like,
Did
I
you tell
love-
you about the hypno glasses? Like,
I love that. And even as John was saying, he says at one point, like, maybe he is, maybe he's not. Like in Guy's mind, it could be either. Superman could be a fucking terrorist, or maybe he's fucking fine. But he's like, yeah, I took a vow. So the thing is, if he would have said the word oath, I would have clocked it instantly. But the word vow, for some reason,
Vow.
tripped me up. And then I'm like, oh, he's talking about the
Yeah.
fucking oath.
He's
Motherfucker.
bullshitting.
I would have loved. I was looking in the scene. If anybody's seen it, I was looking for a battery. I was like, "Come on, give me a battery, please. Give me a battery."
That would have been
That
kind of
thing
cool.
just exists in a. That also exists in a pocket
A
dimension.
pocket. Yeah, they
Yeah,
can just like
yeah.
kind of make that thing appear if they want to, right?
Yep.
That's gonna be
he's-
cool.
Yeah.
But I can
Even though-
totally
even
see
though there's a
Guy. I
lot
can
of
totally see Guy
scenes
like
and-
drinking out of it though. Like
Yeah.
Yeah. Even
Oh.
though they do love to write a lot of scenes and like panels are just like, God, I'm nowhere near it.
right.
The Hall of Justice was when I watched it the first time, I caught the glimpse of the mural on the ceiling, and I saw Ted Grant, and I was like, "Fuck, was the JSA up there? Like the whole JSA?" So I came back and I thought I saw Rainey. I was like, "What the
So-
fuck is good? Like, what is that
Sean.
mural? Like, what the fuck is that mural? Like, what were they actually celebrating in that painting? Like, what happened?
Occurred? Yeah.
What was
Would
the
that be-
occurrence?"
Would
They
that
fought
be?
They fought Starro, man. They beat Starro.
No,
Well,
that's
so
not
I was gonna
theirs.
ask you. Is there any possibility that could be the that could be the perceived dead Ted Grant from Blue Beetle?
No, you're thinking of Ted Cord. Ted Cord should have got his ass shot by Maxwell Lord.
Oh,
so-
Ted
so-
Grant is
see,
Wildcat.
But you
Yeah,
did
yeah,
say.
yeah.
Sorry, yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ted
you gotta say
Grant is
Wildcat,
Wildcat.
man. Use the fucking names.
There's two Wildcats. One of them, his name is Yolanda. You know,
I know it's the dude. You sent me the image. Don't bullshit.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
We're
Yep.
talking to an audio cast as well.
This is true.
Yeah. So there's a whole lot. I don't have the list, but I saw off the top of my head, I saw Dr. Fate for sure. Saw Jay Garrick the Flash, and I saw Wildcat, Ted Grant. There was a couple others that I noticed afterwards, like Freedom Beast. I only remember him because his weird mask. I don't really think I've ever read anything important with him in it.
That sounds like a word. That sounds like a word generator ass name right there.
right?
Yeah, it is.
1940s, baby. 1940s, baby. But James Gunn mentioned that one of the people on the mural are depicted as a certain actor, implying that one of those people is cast for
Okay.
something somewhere. So I was like,
I did find a list.
oh, perfect.
It was Silent Night, Black Pirate, the Jay Garrick Flash, Atomic Knight, Wildcat, Vibe, Amethyst, Princess of Jim World,
Vibe.
Black Bison, the Sandman,
Amethyst.
and the Spectre.
Yeah. I
Oh,
thought that girl that was imprisoned was Amethyst because she
Oh,
was wearing
shit.
the pink dress.
and
She's a
And what?
blogger.
Vibe.
Bro, Spectre. Spectre?
Spectre's
We're doing
crazy.
fucking Spectre? Let's go.
Spectre's,
So wait,
Spectre's the
so
vengeance of God.
Yeah, the living
I'm
embodiment.
saying,
again.
does that
in
does
trunks.
That imply Kingdom Come?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's more Kingdom Come stuff implied here. Like, and he had originally tweeted when right after he got hired for DC, right before they announced they had the 10-year plan or whatever, he tweeted that picture working. And it's the fucking green cover of the trade paperback with Kingdom Come Superman standing over the table and the Justice League. I don't know if they call themselves that in that book, but that's what they are.
Leaguers.
The Leaguers behind him. And so I've just been kind of
The Justice Conglomerate.
It's gonna get crazy, man. Whatever they do, it's gonna be big as DC time travel. They're gonna put 3 Supermen in it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
But not 3 Jokers?
No, they're gonna
No,
all
Greg, shut
sing.
up.
They're gonna sing. They're gonna sing together.
Oh,
Oh,
it's gonna be great. It's gonna be if he really wanted to do something different from Marvel, lean into the legacy thing. They've got generations of DC people. They've got the JSA. They've got the Justice League. They've got the Teen Titans. They've
Mhm.
got the Legion of Superheroes.
Are we gonna get the Michael B. Jordan Superman?
No.
oh.
I doubt it, David.
I think that got locked away.
Too quote unquote woke.
We're also
Too
halfway towards establishing the Terrifics. That's
The
it.
Terrifics. Don't do it. Don't
Such a
do
good
it.
Don't do it.
Such a good
The
book.
Terrifics was literally meant to be a jab at like the fact that Marvel put the Fantastic Four in a box. So
Yeah.
Jeff
DC
Lemire made it work. Jeff
Ain't-
Lemire made it work. That book was great.
You can't do that on screen now. They got a Fantastic Four here. You just
No,
gonna
I
get
mean that
people
whole
talking
line.
shit.
What was that line called? Because they also had their own Punisher. They had their own.
Me and John were talking
Spider-Man.
about this. What was it? You're
That
talking about
failure, that big ass
Damage
failure.
and Sideways,
The dark,
Silencer and
Yeah.
Immortal Men. I remember all of that.
People like
Yeah.
Sideways. They threw that motherfucker away too. Right in the
Yeah,
box.
chuck that.
Into the
last one that
box.
all of them lasted no more than 12 issues, except for the Terrifics. Terrifics went like 18 issues.
And people still talk about it fondly.
Speaking of which, Mr. Terrific and Lois travel to the portal. There's like a little joke about his ship or whatever, and I like kind of the attitude and stuff. I like that he joined up with Lois in the first place. But this is kind of where he gets the that really cool fight scene with the very Yondu-esque from Guardians of the
I was
Galaxy.
gonna say the Yondu special.
The T-spheres.
Yeah, with the T-spheres. And again, like just so effortlessly cool, smart. I think a lot of kids are gonna look up to this character. A lot of kids are gonna want to be this character, read more about this character and stuff. You got the comics out right now, Mr. Terrific Year One. So they're trying to capitalize on more people wanting to know more about this character. But I thought this was a cool little sequence that got to. There you go. So this was a cool little sequence that got. And you made a household name out of Mr. Terrific. Who again, like, there's a lot of people that before this movie probably wouldn't have never known who he was.
Yeah.
So I
If you
like
look real
that.
deep into some of the images in the Mr. Terrific book, you'll find those milestone comics they never put out.
Oh shit!
Fuck you, Greg. Damn.
So,
hey, honestly, and that's another thing. I'm gonna say that real quick. This whole thing, especially with the way James is getting his information from or his inspiration from, Dwayne McDuffie, man, a guy who passed away very suddenly. If it wasn't for him, we don't really get this Justice League cartoon that has inspired this a lot of people. So
yeah, and you know what,
John, didn't we see a McDuffie reference in something recently?
Yes, there was. I think they said his name in something. They said like McDuffie.
I think I know because I was so neck deep in All-Star Superman research. The last thing I remember was that he wrote the animated version, and it was the last thing he did before he died.
No, it's like what we saw his name referenced and something. We were just like, oh, that's a Dwayne McDuffie reference.
Gosh, you're right. Fuck, it's a character in a show called McDuffie. Somebody got named McDuffie.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I just don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
I also
I think it might have been in Spider-Man, the Friendly Neighborhood Spider, the new Spider-Man cartoon. Was it?
Somebody was called
Maybe.
Because he wrote a lot of Marvel stuff too.
Okay.
So might have been that.
What I'm also happy they did Mr. Terrific because I'm gonna call it absent-minded and not malicious, but both Marvel's kind of doing better now, but DC even in comics has a hard time with African American superheroes. I don't think they have many, and I don't think the ones that they even do have that they showcase in the best light. I feel like Cyborg was like almost like we need to put a black person on this team if we're gonna put this. If this is gonna be like the new, like when they rebranded and they were gonna push them out. I feel like for a very long time, John Jones was their black. Was their black like
he's green?
He's green, 100%. But I feel like that was their like we see they're not all white.
Yeah, it's
he's their Piccolo.
is black and the way thank you. The way Piccolo is black.
He's Piccolo.
Yeah, and so I feel like that they've always kind of been that way about it. So the fact that we're taking other heroes out and we're showcasing them, I dig that. But they locate Superman, Rex, and Joey. Superman is still weakened, but again, like we said, Rex was overcome with just the pure sadness that comes from watching a murder that will change your life, and he ends up deciding that he will help Superman. He stops doing the kryptonite, but Superman's still weak, so he's like, I need like a son. Well, he can't make a son, but he basically is able to use his body to create the particles of a star. Hydrogen, helium, stuff like that. And literally, first of all, the fucking Karens to the right and left about to tell on Superman. Tell on Superman.
The jailhouse snitches.
But then fighting for each other for credit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it goes like, it reminds me of that Mr. Reese scene in Batman, whatever the fuck, Rises or whatever. Yes. It's like, so there's a man who's faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive. He's about to break out of here to save a bunch of people, and you're going to tell on him?
You're going to snitch on this man.
But beautiful scene. Like I said, like just the brightness of it. I thought that was really, really cool. Just how the whole thing is enveloped in bright light. Superman soaks it up just enough solar energy to fight back. He frees himself, saves Joey, and reunites with Crypto. I kind of wish I didn't see this punch in the trailer. I thought it was really cool. Like just like we finally got it, and then he got out of it. I love him saving Crypto. You just see Crypto for a second, just still on like the weird treadmill thing, and then he just fucking blasts right in,
holding Joey the whole time.
yes. So they fight their way back out. They're ambushed by raptors. Superman and the baby nearly get sucked into a black hole formed by the unstable portal. Crypto helps protect them as Rex holds off the rest. Rex just acids a bunch of guys. Just pours like acid, burns them alive. Again, some raptors lived, but not one of them did. I don't think these guys did.
This was crazy because Metamorpho is like one of the most comic book characters that exists, and they had him out here just in complete.
He's also OP as fuck, and they were showing all that shit, right?
Just doing everything. Like he turned himself into acid. He blew his body up. He was floating head with the fucking tentacle things. Like that's perfect. I can't believe.
And Mr. Terrific at one point, then he sees him, and he's just like, "Yeah, I'm about to save the octopus thing and
Squiggly man."
Squiggly man with the cape dog, and
he goes, "Hot damn! There's a flying dog down there."
I'll tell you the fucking
all right, Black Dynamite, we get it, man.
So it was
Black Dynamite. I sell drugs to the community.
That's exactly. I'm telling you, that's the voice he had in this, man. But it was so good, like the whole like fucking Crypto thinking the spheres were like play balls or whatever toys, and he's like, them shits ain't cheap. Like this fucking dog is fucking eating my shit. That beautiful moment where they almost get fucking sucked into the black hole. He uses his super breath to blow them back in. Really, really beautiful stuff.
That was fucking incredible. That was like
yes.
If you're watching it the second time,
if you know anything about the pull of a black hole, that's something.
No, it's not even just that. Well, that's crazy too. Like feat wise, like James Gunn talking about how my Superman can take a punch. He's one of the weaker ones, and he used his super breath to blow himself out of the gravitational pull of a black hole with a baby and a dog and a person in his hand.
And he saved them from going too.
Come on, man!
They do that like slow motion shot. The music starts to swell. It's really, really beautiful.
Watching the second time, you like. Even if you're thinking like, well, maybe it's not going to be as good as it was the first time. By the time you get to this black hole scene, it was like,
Well, I was thinking how Christopher Nolan would have loved to have stepped in and been like, and 100 years passed.
Yeah, right. every tick was a day on Earth.
We're out of here. You realistic. That's the.
Yeah, right. and somewhere Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, that is not how a black hole works. You guys, you've gotten that completely wrong. And so Superman,
hey man, he's from the Bronx. Respect that man,
all right? So Superman's still incredibly hurt by all this. Hi, brother.
I was gonna say somebody did make the point. I had to look it up to remember who it was that James Gunn is like 3 for 3 with black characters.
And gang, yeah, man. I guess he's just hammering it. I loved his Bloodsport.
Because Mr. Bloodsport and what's his face from Guardians 3? The villain.
Oh, human
High Evolutionary.
I was saying Ultra Humanite.
His real name.
I almost went
Ultra Humanite.
I almost went the Beyonder, and I'm like, that's wrong.
I still get Ultra Humanite and Guad confused sometimes.
That's fair.
Ultra Humanite has the brain.
Yeah, and you don't forget Kongorilla, and don't forget Monsieur Mala.
And what the fuck
Salivar.
his name? Salivar. There you go.
Yeah, Salivar.
Yeah.
Oh, the white one.
There's the whole Gorilla City. Like
I'm not gonna say the good one was the white one, Greg. Are you trying to trap me in some kind of situation?
He said it, just not you.
So, Superman, gravely ill, is taken by Lois to the Kent farm to recover. Lex, enraged by the escape, takes it out on his people. He throws a cup to the ground, makes them clean it, then throws another cup to the ground.
Oh.
But in the height of making this motherfucker despicable, he goes to hit Eve. He goes to fucking throw some
Yo.
shit at fucking
He
Eve.
does hit her.
He hits her.
He does.
He pegs her in the ass.
I thought he had like in the
Pencil.
leg or something like that, pencil or
He
something.
did
Yeah.
a pencil
In
in
the
the
leg,
leg.
in the
See,
ass.
that's what
Yeah,
makes
yeah.
her
It's
get,
like-
yeah.
But I'm like,
what the hell?
I'm
Right.
like, that's for a piece of shit. That's perfect. Like, I'm glad you put that in there because I'm gonna be so much happier when he gets punched in the face.
I think I
Um,
wanted to point out there was a backstory book, like a little novel, I think like for kids or whatever, but it
Mhm.
definitely counts because
Oh
Listen,
yes,
Terrific
that's
is
right.
here,
There was a
and he's
prequel
like-
novel.
he's
A
like
prequel light novel.
kryptonite poison. He'll be good in a few days. They've done this before. Like Superman has been poisoned with kryptonite before. Because I guess he fought Metallo.
Yeah.
And Metallo in this world was built by Lex.
oh,
And they
Oh,
dealt
I
with,
fucking hate Metallo.
they
Interesting.
dealt with
You
him
mean-
already.
You mean just like in the animated series, the Superman animated series, where
Yeah.
Lex poisoned his arms dealer and turns him into Metallo and blames it on Superman, and then when Metallo finds out, he's like, "What?
I want a Metallo with kryptonite
What a
genitals,
piece
so he
of
has to
shit.
flash every time he wants to.
kinda-
Every time he wants to fucking fight Superman, like, remember me, Superman? Oh no!
Kind
my
of
God.
sucks. We'll never see Metallo, but
Yes.
No, I'm. You know what? I'm good with this one.
I like Metallo. But I like the animated series Metallo. And what the fuck is the story? Public Enemies.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah,
that was
the
great.
super Metallo, yeah."
Yeah.
I'll put it this way: like Metallo is written so well in the animated series that I actually have a deep hatred for that man, and I never want to see him used again.
I don't know.
What's
I felt
wrong,
bad.
Gregory?
Remember at one point in the animated series, he gets like his mind wiped, and the kids find him and they kind of rehabilitate him until Superman
And he
shows
comes
up, and then
back.
he's like,
Do
"I
they?
hate this motherfucker."
Not again.
It's like showing like a Nazi with Alzheimer or some like Jewish iconography. It's just like
His colors. Fucking hate him.
Matzah.
How do you
I hate matzo
stand
ball
him?
soup. I hate matzo ball soup.
So, like I said, Superman's ill. They take him back to the farm to recover. So we talked about Lex. So she hides in a closet and sends Jimmy everything she's got, evidence, texts, and a few racy selfies. I swore Ultraman was gonna kill her. Even the second time I watched it, I'm like, the language of cinema has told me that Ultraman sees her in the closet, up to no good, is gonna deal with it. But
the moment she gets dragged out, I'm just like, that's a dead woman.
Yeah, I'm like,
and she gets dragged. She doesn't get dragged out by Ultraman. She gets dragged out by Lex.
oh
yeah.
But it's also the thing where she's like, and Jimmy, if I send you these, do you promise we will finally get to? You know, it sounds like she was doing basically the last day of her retirement.
And Jimmy's not even that worried about it. Jimmy later on is just like, yeah, I think she dropped her phone in the toilet. She does that all the time. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
You are the worst, man.
I like the extra touch of like the running mascara as she's calling him crying about Lex and stuff. That I dig that. So in one of the racy selfies,
She's gonna be a mess in the sequel.
Oh, I can't wait to see where those two are now. In one of the racy selfies, Lois spots something, a map showing Jarhanpur split into New Baravia and Luthoria. Luthor's plan is crystal clear. He has Gurkos mobilized for another invasion and opens a new rift to keep Superman occupied. Clark's still healing. Talks to Pa Kent about the message. Pa reminds him about what Clark wanted to say. Oh, sorry. Clark healing talks with Pa Kent about the message. Pa reminds him that what Clark wanted it to say matters more than what it did. Ma turns on the news. Jarhanporians are waving the Superman symbol in solidarity.
There's a small,
huh?
Before we go from this part with the news, there's a small part here that's kind of subtle, but it really tells you where his upbringing comes from. Because Ma kind of tells him like, you gotta come see this. Look what the fuck is going on over here. Like she understands this is a bad thing. Like you want to see this, and and he's watching this, and she's like, I'm gonna go get your boots. Like these people know that's a bad thing, and those are the kind of people that raised Clark, and they don't have to say it in words. It's just that moment of come look at this.
Hey,
this
yeah,
is
you gotta do something.
Yeah, like this is bad. And like that was so powerful. Like that was the 1-2 punch. Like they show Pa, right, and he's the more emotional one, and Ma, she calls him fucking, like
a mush or whatever. Yeah.
That's mush, and she's the one that's like calling for action. Like, and they did all that really subtly without having to bust you over the head with exposition. was awesome.
Yeah. they made
No,
they
and
made
I'm willing to bet in the second movie you're gonna get a scene of Ma with a shotgun.
I'm with that. But they
we
did
already saw that in Blue Beetle.
yeah, but Pac can't,
That's true.
Pac can't being both like physically large, uh, um, uh, but also in, like a teddy bear. Like
Right.
it's such an
Mhm.
important depiction of a father that
Yeah.
I think is important to put out there in cinema. I think oftentimes dads are portrayed too stoic and too like, I've got it all figured out, kid. You better figure it out. Where this, like, even before this conversation happens, there's a moment in this film, it's very fucking quiet, of just like Park watching Crypto play with the cows. And it's so calm and beautiful and
With no shoes on.
yeah, just
ratty
fucking
those slippers.
out in the morning.
No, not
just,
bare feet. He was
yeah.
bare feet. He wasn't wearing slippers. He was bare feet, man.
I thought he had on little slides. Okay.
But
Bare
yeah,
feet,
just
man. Bare
just
feet eating a bowl of cereal. Eating a bowl of
Yeah.
cereal, man.
you get
Cornflakes.
You know what I'm saying? Just slice of life, just a little portion of this quiet man's life and how messy and loud it's all gotten since he's become a Superman, but he still gets to come back home and center himself here. But also that Crypto is chilling and hanging out, like seeing both parts of his life together here in this moment was very touching. And I, I got emotional when he said that he was proud of Clark.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not many of us get to hear that from our fathers, living or
Sure.
dead. And it was important for Clark to know this, which is why he
Right.
said it. And
Right.
that's the most important part of that scene, is that he was a mush or whatever, but it was to the point to embolden his son, to grant him that strength and that more so the peace of mind that no one here thinks you're a failure, no one else thinks that you're an imposter because message didn't say what it was supposed to. You had to have known they heard something about it somehow, but they didn't drag him over the coals over it. When he was ready to talk about it, he did, and then they told them they knew what he was gonna say about it. They already had their answer ready, which was, "Fuck that, like fuck that. We know you. You're gonna tell me that some message from your parents that didn't raise you is gonna tell me I raised you. I know you, and I'm proud of you. All that stuff. So good. And then like the equivalent of like almost a go get him tiger, like from his mom of like, what, like I'll get your boots ready, and that's the thing like my mom would do. Like I'm sleeping and I wake up, it's like, oh yeah, I washed your clothes, or I packed the lunch, like just thinking ahead, being sweet, being loving, being compassionate. And that's what they're doing here. They didn't know when he was going to be ready, but when he was ready, his clothes would be ready. You know what I'm saying? Like that love and that support system is what's going to carry the day with this character, and what's also going to set up.
Frank.
Yeah, this also was going to set up some tragedy in the future. You know what I'm saying? When push comes to shove. As the rift widens, Mrs. Terrific tries to contain it. Daily Planet crew analyzes Eve's files and confirms Luthor's power grab. They board the T-craft and launch it to the sky to report safely from above. Superman returns to Metropolis just as the Justice Gang heads to Jarhanpur. While Metamorpho and Green Lantern crush the tanks, Hawkgirl invades the Baravian palace and kills Gurkos, dropping him from the sky, saying, "I'm not like Superman." So the first thing I want to say here is obviously beautiful scene of the in Jarhanpur of the child and the resistance kind of using the Superman flag and praying to him. I think it's bittersweet that Superman never came, but I think
decent artists they got there.
Yeah, right.
It works.
I think it's bittersweet that Superman didn't show up, but also the narrative is supposed to be that Superman doesn't have to show up because he's inspired other people to do so.
We sent friends.
People who normally wouldn't have. People who literally said that they weren't going to.
According to Guy Gardner, him
being
Superman.
Yeah, the upgrade.
It was funny. I thought it was funny that they did show, all the Justice Gang watching the TV and being like, "Fuck, we got to do something." But in the end, Superman had to call them anyway.
Yeah,
like I had to call them. What the fuck are they acting like they were inspired by? Guy was still eating cereal when I called him. By the way,
right.
Like,
I think this is when I want to say this is when Lois is flying back from Kansas or even to Kansas. I thought that they had the most fucking spot on dog moment ever of the dog just sitting on her lap and not wanting to leave.
Yeah.
when they flew to Kansas.
Like just deciding that's where he wants to be and that's where he's gonna be, and everyone else is gonna have to fucking deal with it. I'm like, yeah, that's complete fucking dog behavior right there. I thought that was very well done.
I've seen the scene of where he wakes up with the dog just on top of him. Everybody's
that's
just like,
great
"Yep."
too. That's great
Yeah.
too. You just hear the thumping of the tail going back and forth, and they pull out to the shot, and he got his eyes locked on Clark. He's just waiting for his ass to wake up.
Just wait for him to wake up. Yeah.
The second viewing, like the entire theater, except for me, said, "Aw."
Yeah, man. This motherfucker's been in trouble, B. Like anytime he's chilling the fuck
wait.
out is great.
I gotta pull us back for a little bit because we want to talk about theater reactions.
Mhm.
Because John pulled this one out of me because John was waiting to see if my reaction was the same as his, and I don't remember what a lot of the theater reaction is because I honed in on one thing. When Lex shot that dude,
Oh,
there
fuck.
was a guy right in front of me who immediately applauded.
Oh my god.
Fuck, I left.
And I just focused on that guy. And I was
Yeah,
like,
hell yeah.
What the fuck,
I would look at
bro?
that guy and look at the exits. Be like, all right, I've got it.
Why is that guy dressed like? Why is that guy dressed like the Joker?
Yeah, right. What is
Oh.
going on
Yeah.
here?
Yeah,
They-
but other
like,
than
dude,
that,
what the
how was
fuck?
the movie? You know.
Yeah, right.
my theater gasped. They were like, but it was also one of those really reactive screenings. Every single joke got a laugh. Every pop got an applause. And when he shot Molly, everybody was like, "What the fuck?"
Oh, I also love that hair should be against your oath or whatever. Whatever. he
Yeah.
said.
That what?
What'd you say?
That what?
That got to the core of him.
That was really.
They don't have to do the bowl cut again next time. Like we got
Yeah.
it. It
Yeah.
was good. We
No,
You
got
you
it.
want the high and you want
They
the high and
gotta
tight?
keep it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
think
You get right past
they
it.
have to commit to the bowl cut?
I don't
Yeah,
think
they
should
have
commit to the
to.
bowl cut.
Yes.
I think it depends on the tone of the next project too, because Lanterns is not supposed to be like Superman. It's supposed to be more like True Detectives on HBO.
It would be
And
funny.
plus,
It would be funny if he got a high and tight because of how. Like he
Like,
goes and
I
meets
wanted
them
it to
all with
be-
his fist
I
bowl cut.
wanted
He's
it to
like,
be because of Lois. I
oh,
wanted it
that'd
to
be
be
funny.
like,
Yeah.
fuck that. Like
Yeah.
she's talking shit.
Fucking
yo.
reporter. You just see him cutting himself. Fucking reporter.
But he's
Fucking said,
gotta-
I got a
I
fucking
think-
bowl cut.
I think you can move past. Like it doesn't have to be a joke every time. Like he doesn't have to be comedic relief every time. He also has some pretty damn cool character moments.
I won't bog this down too much. I will only say that I was absolutely surprised, pleasantly, that this took more of a stance than anything in Brave New World regarding anything political.
Yes.
My side of all this is very well known. I've written on it on ComicBookClique on Facebook all the time. I'm not gonna get into the nitty gritty of it all, but at least it had something to fucking say. Is all I'm gonna say. Like at least it
Okay.
picked a side and put its feet down and said something. Because I feel like Brave New World cut everything out to not make anyone mad, and in return, they made no one happy. And thus, nothing got said, and they never made a point, and it never went anywhere. Whereas this is like, this is wrong. I don't care what is going on. I don't care what
Right.
lies are being told to sort of, sugar coated or what the history of it all is. Is people dying? Should they be dying? Yes or no? The answer is no. So this is fucking wrong. And it's saying that at a time now where so much spin is happening with so many different wars going on across the coast, that I think Superman would say something about it. I think if you're writing Superman, Superman should say something about it. And I think making those choices, like it's like the people who get mad about like COVID masks and COVID era movies or whatever. It's like, if it was in the time, you ignoring it doesn't make you better. You understand? Like
Right.
you're just ignoring like what the rest of the world went through. And so to pause this quote unquote escapism, adventure to say, yeah, and by the way, people who do this kind of shit is fucked up and they should be hit with hammers by guys made of rock and gas and all kinds of like that.
Other shit, yeah.
I love that. But before we move on from that, if you guys want to say anything on the Jarhanpur, I will.
Yeah, I guess I did. I wanted to say something. I thought because the first thing people are gonna say is that it was wrapped before October. It was
What a
wrapped in
ridiculous
July,
statement,
right?
bro!
Right.
What a
Which
fucking
immediately,
ridiculous statement.
immediately you go, well, there's also the other 74 years. But I wanted to say
No, John, it only just started. What are you talking about?
This is how people read history books. They're like, I'm not seeing anything.
Read?
What's going on?
Did you just say read?
Yeah.
The audio book. It's Joe Rogan doing the audio book
Let's-
for history books.
Jamie, could you pull that up?
Yeah.
let's say
Why does it lie?
let's take it at face value. Let's
Sure.
imagine, let's say that this is legitimately James Gunn was like, these are cartoon bad guys. This is a generic bad world situation that has happened
Mhm.
in the past, and these are the ways I'm going to
Warring
present it.
nations will wars nations.
Right, these are actually generic. Let's say he actually didn't mean these things the way we want, the way we're saying, the way we've seen it,
Any
the way
specific allegory.
pretty obviously are. It still says a lot that people immediately saw the connection. Like it was like instant. Like, oh wow, that's holy shit, that looks really similar. Like even if it wasn't right, that should say something about the whole thing. That it was so, this cartoon villain situation is so suddenly realistic. And these guys were written as the bad guys in this story, not because he decided that you were the bad guys in this political situation, but because he had just written these bad guys doing bad things. And
Yeah,
you
that's-
just so happen to find yourself in the real world being the bad guys who are doing the bad things.
People-
And it's like, well, I don't believe they're bad, and Superman shouldn't either. It's like,
well, I think it
motherfucker,
was something. I think Ben Shapiro said the situation between Jarhanpur and Baravia is complicated and nuanced. And I was like, oh, we're just
Hey,
mask off now, right? Like we're just
I'm
like, this
gonna
is fucking
fundamentally disagree with you. It didn't seem that way.
in the
and
fiction.
again,
You think in the
and there-
fictional Superman movie they made it complicated to know which
Yeah.
part of these teams is doing the bad stuff and which one is just being attacked? Very strange
Yeah,
that you would think that, but
I think it's just telling. It's just kind of, I mean, just to feed off his point for a moment, it's just kind of like if hey, these are two very fake countries that are clearly not real. It's like if I said Latveria bombed Transylvania,
Yeah.
like those aren't real places. And like, yeah, but it isn't Romania, but like Transylvania, again, I mean specifically Transylvania, not the Romania Transylvania.
Where the count
burgeoning
lives.
the burgeoning
was a
conflict
vampire?
between
Okay,
developing conflict
Sokovia
between
and
Wakanda and Zamunda.
Latveria. Yeah, it's Zamunda. It's like, yeah, but if you see them going to war and you go, well, I mean, who's the bad guy? Yeah, I think you know who the bad guy is. Like
Like the ones that the tanks.
or
yeah.
if you see
the
yourself
ones
as the
attacking
bad
people
guy.
that have pitchforks and they have guns.
To John's other point, there are people that are like, this is a disgusting, depiction of whatever. It's like, we didn't say it was a depiction of anyone.
Yeah.
Right.
What did you?
You were saying
Did you see
that.
yourself in the mirror here? Did you look into the abyss and see yourself? Okay.
That being said, though, with all that being said,
we have to fly them out of their places of
There's-
power and drop them to their deaths, John. What part of the
Hey,
the metaphor don't you
there's another-
understand?
Well, hey, we never saw him die.
we definitely did. There's another train of thought that I think is valid, and it came from Ram V, and I was like, and people were like, "Uh-oh," but I thought I didn't
The
take it.
motor vehicle author?
I didn't take it the way they took it. I took it like it's long been said. Like when we write the comics, they shouldn't solve the real world problems. Like
Right.
So his idea was,
But
like,
they often do. They
Superman.
often do, though.
Yeah, no, for sure. They do, like that historical context. There's lots of
Captain-
precedent for it.
Captain America was punching Adolf Hitler before
Superman-
we jumped into the war, man.
There's a what if story of
not political, though.
Superman grabbing Hitler and the other guy by the scruff of their neck and flying them away.
Isn't it? Or
I think so.
Mao?
I think it's
And also busting the KKK.
Yeah, Superman smashes the Klan. So there's precedence for it, but I think that there's people who really, at least some people, I'd like to believe, who don't have any political thought on it, and they just genuinely believe, like, maybe Superman shouldn't be solving our real world problems in our stories or whatever.
And you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge them because I get it. I don't think
It's
you're
just
a racist.
convenient that he's not real.
Yeah.
I mean, like, because if he were, if this guy was real, well,
I mean, he'd be grabbing all the nukes, right?
We'd be trying to nuke him.
only in
We'd be
1987.
trying to nuke him.
Yeah.
Only in
It's about
Corto Maltese.
It's about the train of thought, though, right? It's not about whether or not Superman. It's, do you know the character of Superman? Do you think he's a good person? Do you think he would stand up to what this country person, celebrity, murderer did?
Well,
And then extrapolate from there as to whether or not you think it should be done elsewhere. I think this whole idea of, like, oh well, it's fictional and whatever. It's like, yeah, like don't get me talking on, like, other fictional things that inspire people, but it's all, like, we're all supposed to be learning from each other. We're also be getting better, and we do it better with stories. We just do. It's easier for people to understand and taking lessons when they are not battered over the head with an opinion. Especially if people feel like they're being spoon-fed something, right? There was people that was like, this film is not woke. Under the definition of woke, this film was incredibly fucking woke. It might be the most fucking woke movie in quite some time, but woke has changed its meaning. But if it's just about bringing up the disenfranchised and the weak and having empathy for them and bringing light to injustices around the world, that this film does all of that. You know what I'm saying? So,
but you'll always get that jerk from, like, fucking season 4, it's just like, now, Superman, I need to make sure you're going to be acting in America's interests.
yeah, fucking Armstrong or whatever the fuck his name was. They're fucking terrible. But yeah, let's wrap this up. In Metropolis, Superman battles Ultraman and the Engineer. The fight rips through the city and even destroying LexCorp Tower. Superman is nearly suffocated by nanites in a badass moment there. I love that his plan is just fly as high as he can and then fly as fast as he can back down. That's definitely year 3. That's definitely year 3.
He's
fucking
legit
shit,
Charizard. Like, that's his signature move. He does that shit all the time. That's how he killed himself in Doomsday. Like,
yeah,
that's a signature move. I'm just gonna fly up and down
and all the way down. He slams them back to Earth, crashing through the streets. I love that they're like, she's alive, because everyone was like, I guess her ass died. They're like, oh, engineers, her heart's still beating or whatever.
She ain't happy, but she alive.
How metal is it to see Superman, like, pull the nanites out of his fucking
awesome?
Fucking,
it was so badass.
God, that was fucked.
They did the Sam Raimi Venom fucking eye shot where it gets taken over by
that was horrifying. All of that shit where they're like, oh yeah, we know what we're gonna do. Just put the nanites in his lungs. What the fuck? What?
It's
getting to his brain.
They also They also pointed out that he's still Superman. Like, can't he hold his breath for like hours?
That's what I was thinking when he flew up.
They were like, oh, we've tracked that he held his breath for as long as an hour.
Yeah.
Like, man.
But I thought the nanites were gonna go in and squeeze the oxygen out.
No, they also said something like he could do that if he knew that he had to hold his breath prior to what happened, but because he kind of got
I don't think he has to. I don't know how it works, but I don't think he has to breathe.
No. Well, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking as well. Yeah.
With no fucking.
Well, no, in the comics originally he couldn't breathe in space, and then like over time they either just wrote it out or they explained it as he learned.
I like to think he just gets stronger as time goes on, and he spends.
It's kind of like the Wonder Woman flight thing. Like she can't, and then she can, and like, whatever.
I like that Superman hit Ultraman with the
Women.
engineer.
Yeah, he's wielding like
he's
a fucking
hitting
weapon.
Ultraman with
He
her.
swung her around and he just started using her as a
It
weapon.
was like Homie the Clown.
He learned that. He learned
Yeah,
that from
homie,
King
the
Kong.
clown.
He learned that from King Kong. Remember?
Yeah.
Ah,
Um.
I was gonna go for Jason X.
And once she
Jason
realized she
X.
can handle that kind of fucking violence, he was like, "Oh, hold on a second. Pow! It was incredible. It's very,
No, it's
very.
just reminding. I mean, I'm hoping this all leads to eventually that Justice League Unlimited moment where he's just like, I finally get to cut loose.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the dark
Like I
side.
said, this is him being poked, and the whole movie, they just trying to kill him, trying to kill him, kill his dog, kidnap his fucking girl. There's all kinds of shit going on. Ultraman ends up rising from the ground. He's not dead. His mask is torn, and that's when the truth hits. He looks exactly like Superman. So Lex reveals the twist. Ultraman is Superman, just not the original. He's a clone made from Superman's hair, a la Superman Quest for Peace, which I thought was hilarious. Uh, and other samples collected over the past few years. Cloning process worked, sort of, but the intellect was lacking. That's why Lex has been feeding him every move like a puppet master. Final fight begins. Superman gets beaten quite brutally. And just when Luthor thinks he's won, Superman whistles for Crypto, who destroys the drones Lex used to guide Ultraman. Just bit on them because they're fucking toys.
Get the toy.
Get the toy. Untethered, Superman falters because he doesn't have the help anymore. So Superman, with Crypto's help, clears out the remaining Raptors in that badass sequence of them just fucking tearing them to shreds.
Lasering the shit out of him.
Lasering the shit out of them. Clears out the remaining Raptors and finishes the fight by sending Ultraman into the black hole, courtesy of a speeding subway train.
Really
he-
loves like the whole, just that entire thought process of just like, all right, this is gonna suck.
Yeah.
I
Swing.
don't know. I just that whole scene where he fights all the Raptors is what I always say is the reason why Batman will never beat Superman. It's just like, oh man, Batman could come up with all these ideas. I could laser you from space, bro.
Yeah, in seconds.
What?
In seconds.
What?
He could supersonic punch him.
Doesn't he say something like he sends the Raptors over and he says something like good luck or something like that? He says
Good
something
luck.
like, oh,
Good luck. It's like, he knows
Superman.
this is a joke. This is a training exercise, man. This is like the danger room on easy. Like,
yeah.
really?
He never wants to get to this level of the Force, but like this, we're here. Like we here.
He's
All right,
pissed.
let's fucking do it.
Like they swarm him and he just hits him with the freaking barrel roll.
Yeah, right.
Do a barrel roll.
Random question, but not one that I'm like taking too seriously. Just curious about temperature in the room. The rift that Luthor opens up. It damn near collapses the city. It damn near collapses the Earth. It damn near collapses. Luthor killed him, or could have killed him and killed all his people. Is that a lack of intellect, or is that just complete blind?
Oh, he did
fucking
it on purpose.
rage?
I think it was
on the second
intentional.
watch. On the second
Yeah.
watch,
Yeah.
they can close it at any time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that Lex won't let them. And
No,
he's
but that's what
like,
I'm saying. It is like, what? Where would
I
his
think Lex-
eventual shit have
Well,
led them?
it's-
It would
it's-
like.
I
does
think,
it
I
get
think
to-
Lex-
He said
He says we can
yeah.
close it from the bunker.
No,
He's
he
like,
said we will stop it when it gets to a city I care about.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
He's like, but we can close it from the bunker. Like
Yeah.
he's like,
Right.
so he's going to head toward it. Sees
Yeah.
Superman flying toward him, and he starts to run, and he's not fast enough.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's also his. He mentions pride. What's funny is he mentions pride about one of his
Engineer
associates,
in the beginning.
the engineer at
Yeah.
one point. Meanwhile, it's like, bro, you're the most prideful person in the room, and his pride is reflected here because I believe he's just seeing it as, oh, no matter what happens in this situation, once I beat Superman, I can fix it. And it's
Yeah.
like, no, dude,
Yeah.
no.
He's the biggest thing in his way, in his
Right.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
did-
exactly how I saw it. It's just that like the consequences don't matter because I've got every answer for every consequence.
the Ultraman thing. I wanted to say earlier with Mr. Handsome, I thought he was a Bizarro type creature because I do believe that this is all meant to be like a Bizarro reference for the future for Ultraman. The idea that this black hole exists and pulls people down, it just reminds me right of All Star Superman. They had the Underverse. The Bizarro world existed in the Underverse. There's also all the cube shaped things. I was like, everything's a square here.
Like the pixel
Everything's
sort
a
of.
fucking
Yeah.
square here.
Yeah.
This is bizarre.
Yeah, the
This is-
pixelations.
yeah. I was like, Bizarro's coming. Oh, that's interesting.
I'm obviously like well more warmed up for that because of Superman and Lois, which had like 2
Yeah,
seasons of
yeah.
fucking Bizarro in it. So when I saw it, I didn't want this to be Bizarro, or a clone of Superman. I actually just said online that my 2 biggest like pet peeves is the random reveal of a clone or the random reveal of a secret relative. It was your
Mhm.
brother the entire time, or I was your uncle. Or I was. It's like it can still be a
Mike
personal story.
Murdoch.
Yeah, it can still be a personal story without.
I lived in the
a
ghetto. I've
secret-
seen too many sister moms.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Yeah, fucking. So yeah, I wasn't impressed by that, but as I put in my review, he might as well be in the Ironmonger. Like it's just a character
Right.
that's gonna tell you more
Yeah.
about Superman by how he reacts to them. He's not meant to do more than what he did, and he did exactly what he needed to do in here. It's just supposed to show the depravity of Lex. He would have a living, breathing clone, his worst enemy, and basically use that to try to murder them.
And to
Who-
sneak into places.
Who do you guys think is doing the Hammer of Bravia voice?
I feel like
All
it's
of
the.
I thought it was
I think
Lex.
it's the dictator guy. I think. It was
Oh,
him
you
doing
think
it.
it's the fucking
Oh.
president?
Because
That
no,
makes
because
sense.
look, later when they're invading in the end, they hook him up to a microphone to the invading army, and it
Yeah.
sounds just like his voice when he was in the Iron Man suit.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah,
Mm.
Superman
That makes
mentioned
sense.
he thought they were faking the accent.
I heard that
Right.
as well.
He
Yeah,
did, yeah.
you never see like Lex on a mic, so I wasn't 100% sure who it would. Like if there was a
It could be
guy
one of the- it could be one
tasked,
of the
that's like one of the
people.
guys tasked just for that. Like, please let me do
Yeah,
the
right.
Bravia voice. I've been working on my accent. But no, to me, like this is a and again a quiet characterization that I think is in my mind gonna go down in history as one of the best in regards to like Superman and Lex Luthor. But this entire fucking movie, like I said, Lex has been needling Superman, and we get to a fucking point where, like I said, you know, in the very beginning when he's beating him up, he's sitting there smiling, he's watching him choke to death, he's sitting there smiling, he's happy, he's in control. The run he does for the portal here. That punk
Yeah.
ass, pussy
It's
ass,
fear. It
fucking
is-
run. We didn't see that from him the entirety of this. But watching his ass run, twofold, watching the cowardice in him and the cowardice in his run, but also the interception. Fucking Superman just be like,
God
nope,
damn.
checks the shit out of
Smoke his
him.
ass.
like fucking nope,
It
not
reminded
this
me-
time.
Do you guys remember Terry Tate, office linebacker?
Oh, I was just thinking of it.
He does that same thing to Batman in the animated series when they first meet. He
Yeah.
didn't
Oh
like
yeah,
it.
but then Batman fucking flips him over his shoulder, which always
Yeah,
pissed me the
yeah.
fuck off.
They
Mm.
didn't.
Yeah,
That
but he
whole
could plan it.
crossover. That whole crossover, they kept giving Batman
World's
wins
finest.
over
World's
Superman.
finest.
Oh, he did,
Yeah, I
he
was
did a
like,
judo
man.
throw? He judo throwed him?
He did, yeah. He judo
Yeah.
threw Clark Superman
Wow.
across the room, bro.
Yeah.
Yo,
And I
Bruce
was,
Timm hates
I-
Superman.
Bro, I always got mad because I'm like, in that scene, to me, Superman would have just like flown. He would have
He
just
came-
like
Flipped him, fucked this girl, left and left and just left. We'll
Fucking
see
ridiculous.
next time.
Fucking
You can't bring
ridiculous.
that weak shit up in this Humpty Dumpty. You killed a Joe, you make some more.
He literally said, "You piece of shit alien.
Mhm.
You piece
Yeah.
of shit alien." I don't think that's ever been said by Lex Luthor in fucking live action.
Hey, it's been thought for sure.
Oh,
but it was-
100%.
It definitely was said this time.
But yeah, Clark ends up giving that impassioned speech about like, I am as human as you. I wake up in the morning and I just do my best every day, even though I don't know what to do. I just try my best to do my best. And that's my greatest strength. And one day you'll realize it too. Like even there in that moment, he's not trying to fight him or anything like that. He's just like, come on, man. What the
Come
fuck, bro? Like,
Stop.
get,
And
yeah.
then, and then even after that, Lex just calls you you pathetic clown.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of his rant, kind of like what happens to Loki,
Yeah.
in the middle of the
Get
rant,
the
Crypto's
puny
like,
god.
shut up, man, shut
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
And just dog pounds him, man. It's
Oh my
ridiculous.
God. The Crypto just like being in the air and just fucking like flinging him around. So good. And Superman's like calling it, like trying to call him off too. Like he doesn't want this to happen, but come on. Oh, he's getting banged up and shit. And then yeah, just Lex with tears in his eyes. I got taken back to the
With a
whole.
broken arm. You're like, my arm is broken.
I don't know if you've seen the menu. You've seen the menu, but like his character in the menu is just somebody who thinks he's all high society and gets taken down a couple fucking rungs, and it becomes basically a child. Just like in this situation here, it's just like
Nice.
you know, it's all amounted to nothing. All this whole blind fury has amounted to nothing. Luthor's done. Lex and his cronies are arrested and sent to Belle Reve, famously where the Suicide Squad hang
Which
out.
there was a moment I felt bad for Lex when the dude throws him in the car and was like, "Get your bald ass in this car." I was
And you're like, right, you gotta be against
come
both.
on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Oh, and something that Yogi was just talking about. We were just talking about like, you know, in this world, it might be some people might have an issue with how quickly the people turned on Superman. They turn on Lex, turn on Lex right here like a motherfucker. Not only do they turn on Lex, but even like the pundits, the political pundits that were talking and glazing him up are like,
Fucking
yeah,
Michael
no.
Like, yo,
Ian
man,
Black.
Traitor. He's
Michael
a
Ian
traitor.
Black.
We had him on the show. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
It was great. There's reflective of stuff that's happening now that they could never have ever predicted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
James Gunn's got to
It's
start giving out
wild.
lotto tickets.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yep.
like I look at again. Obviously, we said everything fucking half a million times with me. Or something. Like Elon Musk was at one point like the golden boy, and then when he had anything to say against Trump, overnight it was like, yeah, we need to get fucking rid of this guy. This guy's fucking terrible. Look at all the terrible things he did. Yeah, and it's like that's all it takes. If the news cycle wants to zero in on you,
and he still hasn't
making
recovered.
At least he's making a third party. At least he's
yeah, the America Party,
Well,
sponsored by Real
probably.
American Beer and American Freestyle Wrestling, or whatever the fuck is going on. there.
Yo, listen. I would take a Cybertruck in an instant if he said, "Yo, you want a Cybertruck?" Yes, I'll take it. Thank you.
I ain't against this, but
It's a little too Halo for me, but
they end up.
Warthog it up, bro. Let's go.
Superman ends up offering Lois the exclusive interview, another try at it, and a kiss. And they get their beautiful kiss where they float into the sky, and she finally tells him that she loves him. Back at the fortress, a rebuilt fort informs Superman that his cousin Kara has arrived. Very drunk Supergirl stumbles in, collects her dog, calls Clark a bitch, and stumbles back out.
I'm out.
There are people rallying against this depiction of Supergirl, and to be honest, there hasn't been many, so I could see why they would just be like, "This isn't like the two I saw in the last 50 years," and it's like, well, yeah, I totally get it, totally get it.
Well, Melissa Benoist,
maybe 4.
Yeah,
Melissa
Benoist,
Benoist.
God damn you.
Melissa Benoist was awesome.
Benoist.
Lara Vandercook on Smallville was pretty solid. Was pretty solid.
Yeah.
And then you have that one from
70s
80s
movie.
that was
70s movie,
70 early 80s. She looked great. What's her name? What's the actress's name?
I don't know, but she ends up being Helen Slater.
Helen Slater.
yeah.
Helen Slater.
She
Yes.
ends up being
Helen
the mother.
Slater.
Yeah, she ends up being Supergirl's mother in the show.
His mother. Yes. This is a very new take on Supergirl. I mean, Tom King is known. I mean, Heroes in Crisis, right? We mentioned it before.
Yeah.
Is known for his way of changing up a character. That story is great. I think if people from this read that story, they understand why she's the way she is. So
I mean, technically they're gonna see that story because they're just straight up doing Woman of Tomorrow as a film. But yeah, like it's just the hubris of like, that's Supergirl. Like, why is she drunk and why is she whatever? I'm like, you think the fucking Superman Krypton story is sad?
Oh
she
my
was
God,
fucking
hers is
on.
so much
She
worse.
fucking lived on Krypton. She spoke Kryptonese, whatever the fuck. She went to school on Krypton. She had friends on Krypton. Her family's on Krypton. She remembers all that shit. Clark was a baby, and not to lessen his tragedy, but fuck, if anyone's gonna be going around drinking because they have no home, it's fucking Kara.
Yeah.
And I completely fucking buy that.
And honestly, even Clark, that goes back to that interview he has with Lois. The way he describes, like, "Oh, I'm from a planet that no longer exists," which, think about it. How many the really relates to what's going on nowadays. Relates to this whole made up war in this movie. People, how many people? I know people from Serbia. Serbia don't exist no more, man, or
Yeah.
barely exist in some way. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
or people whose regimes in their countries, you know, they go to sleep and say, "Hey, President Smith is great," and they wake up and find out, "Oh, President Smith's dead. We have a new president. Great."
If only. Sorry.
Well, it's
Sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's diaspora to the 10th degree, right? It's diaspora to the millionth degree. Feeling alien even in the place where you're welcome because not the place you're from, not the home you knew.
Right.
So I completely buy that. I like Millie Alcock. I was taken aback at the bitch, but I also have cousins, and and cousins talk shit. That's what us cousins do. That's what I've always done. So I totally backed on that. What are you thinking, John?
So there's a lot of Supergirl fans that actually don't like that CW kind of used Kara as like a cow, like Clark girl version.
I got
like,
you.
Yeah.
You know,
The same
like,
way they did with Arrow and Batman. How they made Green Arrow Batman.
Yeah, exactly. So I've seen a lot of fans kind of celebrating that people are gonna see like a different side of Supergirl. I just thought, I mean, I know it's based on Women of Tomorrow, but there's other depictions of Supergirl that are more
Well-
teenage-esque than
Yeah.
Well, what sucks is I feel like the Supergirl that most people remember, at least in my age, is one that wasn't even really Supergirl. It was a freaking alien, a shape-shifting alien.
Matrix.
That
That one.
Doomsday punched in the face and turned her
Matrix. Supergirl Matrix with the
Matrix,
headband.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
She was cool. Her thing with Lex was weird. I don't like to think about it. Like, why
Do
would
you have
make
like a
hot
Supergirl?
teenage blonde girl? He has weapon around his fucking.
I
mouth
wish
for no
they would.
reason.
I would.
What's
I
going
wish they
on?
would just. I
I'll be
wish they
right
would
back.
just
Give me a
draw.
moment, guys.
I wish they would just draw on the Justice League Supergirl.
I get it.
I get it. I like that. I like that we're gonna go to more rebellious younger, not teenage, because she gets drunk, but younger Supergirl, different from Clark, entirely different. And he's like judging her and shit. Him and the robot are like judging her entirely. Like that can't be healthy.
What didn't make
Can't be
sense to
healthy,
me
right.
about
Clark
it
has no boundaries.
yeah, was he said she likes to go to the planets with the red suns because she can get drunk there.
Mm-hmm.
How does she get off the planets?
But transportation usually. This world is they have like intergalactic transportation.
That's probably fair.
Yeah,
I was
there's,
like, I was
I
like,
think there's a part where she's like on a train and talking about how smelly everyone is on the train.
I was like, if she can't fly, how's she getting off these planets?
It's like you know how you can't drive home. You gotta you gotta take the bus.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's even
like? Doesn't Lobo show up in one, and then she uses his bike?
Yeah,
I think he's the set up to be the villain in the new in her movie. Yeah,
I know she'll definitely be there.
I can't wait to hear Bastich.
Oh, fragging Bastich.
Fragging.
But the other thing is like it's got to be bad enough. You have all the trauma from that, right? But then like your cousin's a literal Boy Scout, like he's literally Jesus, and so people see your symbol and are like, "Oh, are you Jesus too?" It's like, no, fuck that. I'm not. You know, like she's like, I'm none of that. I never said I was any of that. He did, and I guess I am now. Like I guess that's what this means now. I guess what this. So yeah, I'm excited to see. And I did find it quite humorous that Crypto was like literally smashing her into the ground and cracking the ground.
she's like laughing about it.
Yes,
Laughing about it, right.
and then Superman's like, see, that's why he is the way he is, or whatever the fuck he said.
No boundaries.
One of my favorite lines in it was at the beginning when he was like, he's a dog, and he knows deep down that we wouldn't care if he lived or died.
Yes.
And I thought that was one of the funniest lines in the entire movie.
Yeah, and this one, I'm okay. So this is actually the only line that I felt was a bit jarring. All that stuff about Supergirl felt like very random shit to just say. Yeah, she goes to other planets and drinks alcohol because she's under the red. I'm like, who is he talking to?
It was very exposition-y. It was very.
But the robots know
exposition-y.
Kryptonian physiology.
Right.
Why wouldn't they know that she
Right.
would need to go to a red sun? Well, who's
They
he
don't understand
expository?
alcohol.
He's talking to us. He's talking to the
Yeah.
regular.
Well, it's intergalactic, isn't it?
There's new robots here. Actually, there's a whole team of new
That's
robots.
true. Yeah, only one survived. Only
Okay.
Gary.
Only
right?
4. Yeah, Gary. Excuse me, Gary.
Oh, he
That
earned
is
it now. He's Gary now.
he acts once he acts to
He's
be
Gary in the
he can be
audience
Gary.
or in the credits. He's Gary.
Once he acts to be Gary, he's Gary. Like before that, he is 4. He wasn't. He didn't. He
4 is the
didn't-
name.
I'm not pushing Gary on him until he asks for it.
No, I was gonna. So, Superman climbs back into his healing machine. We go kind of get similar similar wording from 4, where he says, "Do you want me to put on the video of your parents again?" And like, yeah, sure. And we just get this beautiful, beautiful montage.
It soothes him.
Yeah, because it soothes him. A beautiful montage of Iggy Pop's. Oh, it's not an Iggy Pop song, is it? Isn't he like featured on it? A punk rocker.
It's featuring.
It said Iggy Pop on the. Okay.
When I looked it up,
featuring
it was
Iggy Pop.
featuring, but I couldn't remember who
Yeah.
the main person
Yeah, that's fucked up, right?
is. And like, I'm like getting emotional, and they're showing
Noah
more.
and the Whale.
Yeah,
No, this is the wrong song. That's
Yeah.
the other. That's the Mr. Terrific song.
yeah. I'm sitting there and I'm getting more
Teddy
emotional, with it,
bears.
and they're showing more teddy bears. You got
Teddy
the artist.
bears. The teddy bears featuring Iggy Pop.
There you go. The teddy bears punk rocker. But yeah, they're showing this montage, and I'm like getting emotional, and then it's just showing more, and I'm getting more emotional. And then they get to the part of like Superman with the fucking towel around his neck, and doing the Superman thing, and it's like I was held and flown around my living room. I grabbed nieces and nephews and flew them around my living room. We've all been, either the receiver or the receivee of this idea of like, could you imagine if we could fly? Could you imagine if we had super strength and all this other kind of stuff? And just watching like these like birthdays and baseball games and Christmases and all this stuff, and just like how much this means to Clark. How almost like I wouldn't say he took it for granted, but now he almost understands more that these are the building blocks that made him the kind of person that he is. And then, like I said, it dares you to be sour about it, because it just goes on Superman. He just gives the biggest fucking smile. And as he smiles, the sun seemingly shines so bright that the screen just is enveloped in white. And then, I know this is going to sound fucking like pedantic, but, how many movies you only know they end because they go to black and then the credits come up, right? But the fact that this one ends in such a beam of light.
Title.
Yeah, the fact that this ends in such a enormous beam of light, and then the whole like a film by James Gunn, I was just like, yeah, I got it. Like, you want more of my money? I was sitting there like you guys got it.
Can I pay for it again?
Yes.
You, John, you posted a little snippet that showed, hey sir, the exit's this way, and it's somebody walking back into the theater with a smile on their face. And that's how, after the first time I saw the movie, I felt that way. And even today, I was like, man, if I didn't have to record this, I would have just stayed and hung out and watched it again. It's a great freaking movie.
I got to see it again last night for the first time in a week. I watched it last Monday, so I got to sit on it while everybody kind of reacted.
Last
fun.
Monday, we come on, man. Just if you're gonna brag, say it. You were at the premiere.
Just a few days before everybody. Nothing crazy. Not as
Flex,
crazy
bro.
as Civil War. I watched Civil War like 2 months before the rest of the world. That's nuts.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah. So watching everybody's reactions, the biggest thing was that I gave a review on Tuesday morning, and I spent like 5 days people calling me a paid shill. I was like, Jesus Christ! I wish. Anytime I enjoy something, I'm a paid shill. I've noticed. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Nobody.
Right, but you can't possibly be paid to hate it though, right?
No, I know, right? That's crazy how that somehow actually generates more money, but no way. Anyway,
I got paid to fight uphill. Like, what the fuck?
Reaction, exactly. The reaction now that it's actually come out. Holy shit. Not just people enjoying it or critics and giving it good ratings and shit. The conversations and the memes, it's just like people being kind. Like the fucking trend
Yeah,
is to just
that's
be
the new
good.
joke. Yeah, it's a joke. Like he says it. I mean, we missed the big line, right? But it was the whole idea of like, you think everyone and everything you meet is beautiful, and he's like, yeah, well, maybe that's the real punk rock. And like that's what's really been resonating is we've come full circle in our world of cynicism. We're now being hopeful is rebellious and being
And
like,
it literally is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Punk rock in today's world, the rebellion would be like the memes that act in irony, but it would be like ironic. None of this is ironic.
No.
The memes are straight up like,
He actually
I
says
helped
that
a
like
woman
quite
carry a bag
straightforward.
today. Like,
Who said that?
John did. Like they ask him about the whole punk rock that line, and yeah, he pretty much says that like, yeah, if the most punk thing you can do is just like go against the grain, then the most punk thing you can do right now is just be good to people.
Yeah.
In this dark world we live in.
Grant Morrison said that 20 years ago. 20 years. It's been 20 years we've been waiting. But we're
He
here.
said it in a very roundabout way that nobody quite really understood.
We're here now. I love seeing.
What did he say? What did that guy say? Did he say something about bombing each other?
Yeah, right.
Like I said earlier, I enjoy the Snyder movies, but being able to share the real Superman with like my son and watching like him and his generation being like, this is fucking awesome. This is Superman. This is what kindness feels like. I was like, whoa. I didn't expect this. This is incredible. I love this as a parent and as a Superman fan. This is the type of fucking influence that they should be putting on television.
Yeah.
Superman. This
Who
is
would
the
have thought?
Superman.
Who would have thought?
What are they saying? This is the Superman, the Iron Giant.
As the editor very liberally continues to paste in that John Williams beat.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Don't get me started. If you wanted me to shit on this movie, that's next to the father thing. The fucking score started pissing me off. There's Last Son, and Last Son. If you listen to that shit, it kind of redeems the whole thing. Like if you listen to it by itself, it's like, wow, that feels great. But throughout the whole movie, that motherfucker was just spamming John Williams, spamming.
Yeah.
I was like,
James,
fuck.
what do you want to put in this scene? The Superman?
John Williams again. I was like, if you're gonna do that, just make it. I thought when they made this movie, I thought that the John Williams theme was gonna be for the trailer, and then when we watch the movie, we'll get like a new we'll get John Williams, but they'll also give us an original thing. And no, they just play this shit over and over again.
Yeah.
I'm like,
see, I didn't. I thought that at first, and then I kind of lost all faith in that once like all the title screens with John Williams. I was just like, oh, we're just going for it.
Yeah.
They did have some good stuff. Don't get me wrong. The Lex, that Secret Harem theme, the one that plays when the fucking president gets revealed to be working with Lex, that guitar riff, the Daily Planet song just sounds just like a newspaper thing would. Like I said, Last Son, Home, the first song. I listened to the soundtrack just to make sure I wasn't bugging. Like
Yeah. That makes sense.
But yeah, that's my complaint. At the end of the day.
We can go to the post credits real quick. Superman and Crypto chilling on the moon. I kind of wish that was the last one.
Okay.
Like I wish that the Mr. Terrific part was the mid credit, and then the Superman Crypto thing was the last. The Superman Mr. Terrific thing about the building being like not 100% lined up,
slightly off,
is may seem throwaway, but it's another 100% characterization of Superman, right? Like this could be better. This, like we did a job here and we could do a better job. And he's like, "What the fuck? What else do you want me to fucking do?" And Superman's like,
"Gosh, I could be be so rude."
Yeah, this is.
I wish they hadn't revealed the fucking. Why did they give us Superman and Crypto on the moon and all the promotional material then? Like,
if that was like the last line or the last whatever, and we didn't know,
you could have saved that till today, till Monday. You put it out on Monday.
It's on the rewatch, when I just saw it, I just like, but on the rewatch, it
made a mighty fine wallpaper for my phone, so I ain't gonna bitch about it.
Yeah, but it's not just like Crypto like on him; he's like holding him. Crypto's like
hugging him.
Yeah, Crypto's like hugging him, and he's like looking over both his shoulders. So it's such a beautiful moment here. Again, two things that speak so much to that character, but It happened when I saw Chris Evans as Cap, and it happened when I saw Grant Gustin as Flash. That there was an ability to play these characters straight, not too goody two shoes, not too punk, not too, you know,
Metal.
well, not metal, but like not too wavery or weak. Like a lot of the when I grew up, no one wanted to be the fucking leader. You know what I'm saying? You didn't want to be Leo. You wanted to be Raph. You didn't want to be Cyclops. You wanted to be Wolverine. You know what I'm saying? You didn't want to be Jason. You want to be Tommy. You know what I'm saying? No one wanted to be the guy who had to
I
do.
wanted to be Jason and Leo.
Well, I ain't mad at you. I think that's why you're a Superman fan, though. I think that's why you died in the Superman fan, because it's a harder job to do. It's a harder job to wrangle everybody up. It's a harder job to not let your emotions get the best of you, and it's hard to portray that restraint without seeming like that restraint is just because you're scared. You have to.
Right.
If anything, the restraint is like, I'm more scared of what I would do to you if I let all this out. And that's where I get from Superman. It's like, this whole film is about restraint. This whole film, he doesn't use his eye vision until the very fucking end. It's the most destructive power he has. One of the most destructive powers he has.
And that's a restrained version of it.
100%. So you're watching somebody that's literally like, please don't make me. Like, come on, please. And, that depiction, that restraint, that heart, that compassion, I love this film.
By the way, can I point out that like imagery of Clark's like burnt, blackened eyes is a horrifying image.
It is. And people thought that was like a residual effect of him using his own heat vision.
Using his own heat vision. No, man, he
did.
I know. Even when I saw it,
when
I saw it, I was like, yeah, that was him taking it to the face. Well,
right. Bad wording, but all right.
But yeah.
Oh no.
Are we not still doing phrasing?
Yeah, this was an excellent film. We gave you a jam-packed episode talking about it. I'll go back around the table for final thoughts. Future of DC convo. But I'll go ahead and start with you, GT. With all this said and done, now that we've talked about it, how do you feel about this film?
I'm a big fan. I'm pretty sure I will be in the can for that pretty shiny steelbook 4K when it gets dropped up.
There's like 3 of them.
Yeah, I ain't that in the can.
Pick one.
Those people are crazy. I'll pick one, and I'll be happy to have this film. I look forward to more. I look forward to Superman being in other stuff and working with other people. I look forward to the inevitable Batman-y bullshit.
Yeah.
That they will eventually do.
Yep, and he's Joker in the post credit.
And what?
He's Joker in the post credit. He said, "Watch it."
I mean, they already teased Batman in the movie. If you saw it.
What do you mean?
When they're evacuating Metropolis, you see a sign that says Gotham City, like this way.
Oh, the line, yeah.
Keep left. There's James Gunn. Somebody asked him about the Superman sequel. He was like, "Define
Superman 2."
Yeah, he's like, "Define Superman 2." So I was like, "Oh, I guess that means there's like a midway point." I don't imagine we're gonna wait 10 years for a crossover, right?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I've got PTSD from Man of Steel. Like, they were supposed to do Man of Steel 2 18 times. They called Matthew Vaughn was supposed to do Man of Steel 2 at one point. Remember? It's like, I have this colorful and envision this thing for Superman, and it's like, yeah, we'll do Man of Steel 2 after the Harley Quinn solo movie. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are we what are the fucking... It's PEMDAS. Follow the order of operations. It's Superman before fucking everybody else.
PEMDAS.
It's PEMDAS, bro. You got to follow the order of operations. It's always Superman first, and that's what my biggest takeaway of this is. This is, to me, is not perfect. I give it room to grow because I know it will. This reminds me of, like, God, if they could just stay the course, this could be bigger than Endgame. In my opinion, if they could stay the course. Their characters are longer, their characters are older, they have more stories as a team than the Avengers have good stories as a team. I'll stand on that. But we never get past the first act. And the idea that this movie said, fuck the first act. You know that.
Yeah.
We're starting here, and here's an entire team, and here's all the bad guys. Like, we are laying groundwork in the DC universe faster than we ever have in the cinematic sense. Ever. Think about who was in Man of Steel, the first film. Like, that was gonna lead to bigger, like, world building. How many?
Remember people thought the whale was Aquaman?
Yes. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't he like confirm that was an Aquaman thing?
He egged that shit on too in the interviews. He's always just talking shit afterwards. I used to hate his fucking interviews.
John just got sicker and sicker when he have Snyder had anything.
Fucking hate hearing anything he had to say. Like, you're making it hard to enjoy this movie, bro. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up.
Yeah, they, like I said, like it's amazing to watch them build the house that I know what it's gonna look like when it's done and how quickly that they've managed to do. It's impressive.
Isn't it crazy how they were able to like open this world to this universe without actually bogging the movie down with Easter eggs to like the future?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, look at all these things I want from this universe now, and none of it was like we had to tease a fucking.
I think that's why people were. I think that's why I saw people upset with the post credits, because they obviously, the post credits have built up this expectation of being something.
Yes, I agree that then on first watch I was like, these were kind of nothing, and it's mostly because I have to sit there, right? That's the only reason why I care. That like, if I'm at home and they're nothing, it is what it is. But it's like, I waited for this or whatever. I waited to see fucking Ocean Master eat a roach or whatever the fuck happened in that film. So like,
sandwich.
I felt that way here, but also like, it's almost like The Simpsons did it. Like, it's a cliche to be like, the post credit and Uncle Ben has come back from the grave, and what is that? He has to get the amulet of Glorlark, and it's like, no one fucking knows or cares about any of that shit. Let's get people to care about these individuals first before we tease whatever the next fucking big bad is. And even people now are like, in Superman 2, I want to see. I'm like, this motherfucker's been out a week.
You remind me of fucking Tony Gilroy going, "What the fuck is a Tesseract?"
You understand? Like, but patience with this film. Watch it. I do think people are going to become better people for this. And I'm just happy because, again, I'm in the generation that for a fucking full decade, we did not get a fucking Superman movie. Then the next one we got, everyone said that they hated it. And the next one we got, it was increasingly divisive. So if this brings people together on one of the most important superheroes ever, the first one, you know, a lot of people like to call him, how do you lose? You know, this is such a win for comic book fans, for people who need an injection of hope, for people who have felt unheard about some of the political stuff, and now they see that behind a blockbuster, like the most iconic person ever is saying that they're right or they're justified or deserve to live, or, you know, have a right to you know, to all of this. It's an important film. It's gonna go down. Like, we're gonna talk about this when we're way older. And we're like, remember how bad things were before Superman? Like, this is the what is it?
Age of Enlightenment.
No. AC, not ACDC.
No.
Like before Christ, after Christ stuff.
After
AD,
BC 80.
This is the BC 80, but it's for Superman. Everyone's gonna remember what happened before Superman. Everyone's gonna remember what happened after.
And AS.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need to workshop that.
Remember, All Star Superman is ass. That's what that acronym is for that. ASS. But Asa, any last words on?
Overall, first time I watched this movie, I gave it a 7. Second time I gave it an 8. I feel like that's its ceiling for me. You know, the immeasurable positivity, I think, is a good story. Same reason people love Ted Lasso. Mm-hmm. You know, the positivity, teaching people how to believe and think in a positive light is a good thing. I hope,
John, watch Ted Lasso.
This is the kickstart that we get for a real DC world.
Yeah.
Also, I appreciate that the after credit scene was just a final scene in the movie to set up the next movie, as opposed to, you know, just, oh, Supergirl's here. Oh, she's gonna go party, whatever.
You mean it's not a fucking giant, like, turning dark side head?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just like my lord. We've heard of the crypto. It's like, God,
I just appreciate that it's in the movie. And then so like I think that's a different thing. And it's a movie made by a guy that loves comics for people that love comics and movies. And then so
And now he's gonna get people who love movies to love comics.
yeah, like it's James Gunn has been the comic book movie visionary we've all needed. Yes, there are issues, but he's the guy who it feels as if he's
Well,
willing to
nothing's
stand.
perfect, right?
But yeah, but it feels like he's willing to stand up to studios and say, this is the kind of movie we need. You know, look at Guardians, you know, look at the Suicide Squad, now look at this. Like all of his movies are great comic oriented and then they're great movies. So at the end of the day, I think we should all believe in James Gunn.
Yeah. He's done a great job with every one of these films that he's done, from Guardians moving up to these things are like chicken soup for the soul. They serve up empathy to their audience. And you know, maybe it takes a spoonful of sugar for some people, but it will go down and they will be better people because of it.
I hate that I see what you did there.
Cock. Any last words on Superman?
This movie was a solid 8.5 for me. I really want people to see it and be happy. Go to the theaters, have a great time, enjoy sitting in the theaters. I feel like this is not for me, but for a lot of people, this is the first movie, like you said, that you sit down and you leave and you're happy and you're hopeful and you want to come back to the theaters.
Mm-hmm.
Because AMC right now is not doing very well. I think all the other theaters aren't doing very well, and it's kind of scary to think we might have a time where there are no movie theaters or they're very hard to find.
Yeah.
That's scary to me because I love going to the movie theaters.
And
Not
they'll
just
all be named Taco Bell.
right. Demolition Man. Let's go. No, so I love going to the theaters. I love the shared experience. I love afterwards, you know, talking to people and just smiling at people like, yo, that was great. That was great. You know, so theaters need to stick around. And I hope this movie is one of those movies that people remember, kind of like a turning point, you know, a BC 80 kind of thing where it's like, yeah, remember when Superman made everybody want to go back to the theaters? Because as I was waiting to watch this movie, I just walked around AMC and was like, look at all these posters for in my opinion, mostly good movies and even anniversaries. They're putting Jaws back in theaters for the 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
Turtles is coming back.
Turtles is coming back. I've never seen these. Well, Turtles I saw in theaters, but
Yeah.
but Jaws, the first Jaws, I never saw that in theaters. You know what I mean? And or even other anniversaries that are coming up, or if they're doing all the Miyazaki, Peach, not Peach, Princess Mononoke, and all those movies back in theaters. And you know, even the other, like, I love that my son is telling me, "Oh, we got to go see Bad Guys 2, and we got to go see the next whatever movie that I just went over my head." And I'm sitting there going, yeah, of course, because we go to the movies. We go to the movies, and so keep the movies going. And also, guys, as I always say now, you know, keep print alive, read more comics. Go to the comic stores. This issue, I guarantee you, is probably damn near impossible to find now.
Yeah. Especially some of the cooler variant covers. Fucking gone.
Yeah.
They're fucking gone.
So, I mean, why? Because not enough people are going, making pull lists, and making the comic stores order 50, 60, 70, 100 copies of these books. So now they're becoming more of a collector's item than ever. Not because people are buying them, but because the
less
stores
are being
aren't even
printed.
ordering them.
Yeah, less are being printed in general.
So guys, if you want to have this stuff, instead of having a $4 issue is now all of a sudden $20 in a week.
Yeah.
Start pre-ordering your stuff.
The cool little phenomenon I'm seeing happen with this film is, like, they knew this film was good. The reason why they let, like, an early screening of it happen, and then they let Prime people talk, you know, go and watch it and talk about it, and the people over the weekend sit there and watch and talk about it. So it keeps the movie in conversation in waves, different people talking about it. I think we have hit, not the peak of it, but we definitely hit a point in discussion where we are generating FOMO. I think the common person is going, what the fuck is up with that Superman movie? I need to watch that Superman movie. So many people are talking about it. So many people have seen it. I need to make my own mind up about it. And that's the gateway. That's the, you know, so get on the bandwagon, man. You don't gotta be FOMO forever.
I mean, I helped that happen because after I saw it the first time, I was so hyped on it. The next day at my job, I have a part-time job at a bowling alley where I'm allowed to control the music. And I played the original John Williams score for like 20 minutes and everybody started talking. Oh yeah, Superman. Isn't there a new Superman movie? And I'm sitting there going, yes, go see it now. Stop bowling. Go see
Lane number
it right
5. Go
now.
see Superman.
Right.
I'm
Man
putting
over
your
here
bumpers back
practicing
up.
like large wave suggestive manipulation.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
I'm telling you. John, you want to
You are
round this
all
out?
individuals.
Yeah, right. Yogi,
What was that?
you want to round this out? What are your final thoughts on
Yeah.
this film?
Yeah, man, it was just again, I pretty much said everything I could say about it. Just it was awesome. It was better the second time. I thought it was an 8.5. The first time I went back, it was a 9. Now this is special. Can't wait to own it.
Maybe we need to go again.
But I will. I might. I might. I just might.
I
It's
want
a
to.
9.5, guys.
I want to go with younger people, and that's usually never the case with me. I'm usually like, get kids away from me.
Uh,
I'll go watch my movie, and then I'll come back. But now I'm like, I want them to see this.
There
Is
was a
fun. It's
baby
cool.
at my theater.
There's a
There
big-
were dogs. There were dogs at my first screening.
Really?
Guy
That
came
sounds
with 3. He
annoying.
came with 3 dogs.
It came
They
to
were quiet.
support crypto.
That's
They were
good.
very well
That's
behaved.
Sorry,
good.
it just made me think of the Chappelle Show skit
yeah.
where he's like,
I-
white people. Like,
They mentioned earlier I did go to like a premiere or whatever, and I dragged my daughter. She didn't know what to think of it, but when the movie was over, she loved it. She wanted to see it again. She's begging me. She wanted to go to the theater. So I was like, oh wow, it works.
New era, kids tying towels around their necks, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
It's gonna be really
It's like,
fun.
especially when Supergirl, and she, like I said, she didn't know what any of this was, and then the girl one comes out at the end after all that cool shit. She was like, "What the fuck?"
They just-
There's-
They just gotta
Holy-
they just gotta change the tagline. It just has to be Superman. You will believe a man can cry. Because this is that's exactly what the fuck. you thought we thought everyone was stoic, everyone's been fucking desensitized from all the bullshit going on. Watch this.
Yeah. I came around on Supergirl. It threw me off a little at first.
hmm
Most people, I understand where people were coming from. I liked the Supergirl I had gotten, but like I also read the New 52 run, so I know like the ugly, volatile kind of like teenage Supergirl bullshit we can actually get.
Yeah.
The former Red Lantern.
Yes.
Supergirl.
Red Daughter Supergirl. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, that one.
I can
So
dig on that.
I came around on it, and like I was telling
Oh my
John, like
gosh.
I was telling John, like I got fucking 7 very long seasons of the Supergirl that I kind of like think of. So like this is fine.
It's one of those things where it's like the entire cake is perfect. I got the wrong candles. I'm not throwing the cake out. You know what I'm saying? Like every this all came about very well. I'm still waiting to hold out on what this Supergirl.
Yeah. I think I just had a visceral reaction to her being like this, like the kind of childish, annoying teenager I would not like in my real life.
Yeah.
She's getting that Red Lantern ring, boy.
Man, it's gonna have to lead. Right?
No, they're doing Blackest Night. James Gunn's Blackest Night.
oh,
Phil, the War of Lights. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Don't be a
because
pussy.
supposedly, the Green Lanterns are gonna discover something on Earth that's going to cause them to have to get into the fray.
It better
Peacemaker's
not be
around the
that
corner.
fucking box.
There's a lot of rumors that Pattinson might just end up being the DCU Batman for sake of just not knowing what to do.
I would not. I would just pay Matt Reeves whatever the fuck he wants to get that shit over. Because why are we even gonna try to compete against your own
Yeah.
Batman? Like, why
Yeah.
are you even doing that? Doesn't make no sense.
That's
I
what I
mean,
thought.
wasn't that what they were already trying to do?
Well, I thought the point was to have an older Batman, so you could have a like a Damian, like Brave and the Bold situation.
That's a little bit too deep in the pool. I even think like we never even gotten a proper Dick Grayson. Like,
There's 3
we never even
Robins
got
before
a
Damian
real
and shit.
Robin. I thought that I love Damian personally. That's one of my. That's actually my favorite Robin. I grew up like like I said earlier, when I was reading comics, that was what was happening. Damian was cool with me. So, but I even think like putting him on screen without like we never even did Dick Grayson Robin. We never did Jason Todd.
No, we
Right.
Tim Drake, man. Put some respect on Tim Drake, man.
Stephanie Brown,
Tim
Who?
Drake.
Cassie Kane,
Don't
bro.
do that, man.
My girl. Let me get my girl Cassie Kane up in here. But
Yeah.
No,
Robinson.
no, what are you talking about? Birds of Prey did a great job with her.
Of
Oh
course,
my
and they
God.
look
Give
and
me
they
a
look
heart
great
attack.
Rip your
together.
throat out.
Give
Robert
me.
Pattinson and fucking David Corenswet, Superman and Batman, they look fucking great together.
But
Like,
Maurice can't
I don't-
stop Pattinson and Kravitz from fucking in the Batmobile, so they gotta do something else. They're like, we have to change the script. Out of control. I would like fucking like it's amazing because we're like talking about this, like the reinvention of a brand new hero that started an entire generation of comics. And we'll be doing the same thing in 2 weeks when we talk about fucking Fantastic Four. Like it's just bonkers, and we got
I'll be
this shit
here.
fucking back to fucking back. Next week we'll be actually covering the story, the coming of Galactus, to prepare for Fantastic Four.
He's
I'm
coming.
I'm excited about that, but I don't think it has to do as
Shut
heavy
up, John.
lifting as Superman does. It's Fantastic Four is it has to be a great episode in an already long running series. Superman had to be
Yeah.
the start of of all this, so I have a little bit less high hope, not high hopes. Like it doesn't have to do as much to impress me, Fantastic Four. But similarly to the Superman thing, restore the feeling. I need to feel for this family. I need to put them back on a pedestal, and everyone else needs to put them back on a pedestal. And this film hopefully will end up doing that. But that is the end of our supersized Superman recap and review. But yeah, man, visit us at comicbookclique.com. We actually have a new shirt in our merch store. The kindness is the real punk rock t-shirt that's out there. All proceeds come to us, and then we use it to just build this brand. We have a bunch of ideas that we're trying to come up with new forms of content for you guys, whether it be video, audio, or just typing articles up. We do all that at comicbookclique.com. Is one-stop shop for everything Comic Book Clique. Articles written by us. Our merch store is already there. All this stuff is already in the a link in the show notes. Every episode of the Major Issues podcast is there. That's over 390 episodes. We're getting very close to episode 400. Bonkers.
Woo!
One of the things, and maybe this is something, if you guys are deep dive lore people who are listening to this and like you love comics, stuff like that, follow the journey of these podcasters, the people I'm talking to right now, as we talk about Man of Steel, as we talk about, Zack Snyder's Justice League, as we talk about this new Superman movie coming to being, and now this. All of that is recorded. All of that exists and lives as part of the Major Issues podcast. You get to actually see us go through the stages of grief and come out the other end at a level of
This is
acceptance.
like a massive culmination of just years of us mulling over Man of Steel. The way
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, it's never been it. That's why, like, I wanted to have this conversation with you guys, because everything I would say, I don't have to preface with. And I've always felt, because we've done this. We've had a million of these fucking conversations. So go ahead and check out some of these older episodes. Check out the new ones that we got coming up. Like I said, the next two will be the coming of Galactus and the Fantastic Four First Steps recap and review. Remember that we're at facebook.com/comicbookclique, Instagram at comicbookclique, and use that hashtag comicbookclique to talk about the newest, hottest, latest, and greatest things to come to comic books, comic book media. We're at Major Issues CBC on Twitter, also at Major Issues CBC on Twitch. I keep saying Twitter. I'm always gonna say Twitter, but also,
Same.
I'll be remiss if I didn't mention that we share comicbookclique.com with the great folks at Dirt Sheet Radio, the industry leaders in all things professional wrestling and pop culture. Those guys are killing the game, and they are all getting on their second IV drips after this week of 5
Sometimes
events.
the game kills us.
Yes, after these 5 back-to-back events, including Monday Night Raw, and NXT's out now. These guys are killing the game. They're super tired, but they always are putting their best foot forward, their best efforts forward. Those guys over there work tirelessly, even though they are exhausted, to give you guys post shows for things like Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Impact, and more. And then, like, for a pay-per-view weekend, manage to knock out post shows about the pay-per-views, then do something like this where they tackle, Superman over here on Comic Book Clique. So go and check those guys out. Not only are they tackling everything modern, they also got retro reviews out. And their Facebook page is downright hilarious. So go check out what's going on over there. All of Dirt Sheet Radio is going to be in the show notes here. The last thing I will implore you guys is consider becoming a Patreon at patreon.com/CBC Clubhouse, where for as little as 10 cents a day, $3 a month, you can help us afford the hardware and the software we need to keep providing you guys content free of charge. And that content, stuff like Major Issues Live, the regular Major Issues podcast, We got new comics with the Cog. He's doing major hauls over on YouTube. We have some Marvel Snap stuff going on over on YouTube. We do 5 Fast Facts. We got all kinds of reels. We're literally coming up with all kinds of streams of content. So yeah, get on the bandwagon before the bandwagon gets full. Thank you for everyone who's already been here. We're marching on the road to 50K on Facebook. Marching on the road to episode 400 for the Major Issues podcast. So many landmarks, and next year will be 10 years of the Comic Book Clique. So every year, especially in the last 5, we have grown exponentially and made humongous strides to become a better, more encompassing comic book and comic book review company page people. So grow with us. We got a lot more growing to do, just like this franchise does, and we got a lot of places to go. And hopefully you guys will be there for with us. John, is there anything else you want to plug?
No, man, just check out all of Dershi Radio on social media everywhere. Just Google Dershi Radio. Follow me if you want. You don't have to, but you can.
Does anyone else want to be followed or tell the people where they can find you? People don't. Wanted to bring it up.
Hey guys, just make sure you're following us on YouTube. Our YouTube is blowing up. Or if you Snap, the Marvel Snap has captivated me this time around. I cannot stop playing it. I love it. I actually had a great time doing my first stream on it yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to doing it again. And once Pulse Glazer gets himself settled in Vietnam, yes, I said Vietnam, we will continue to do that and maybe even do like in-house tournaments or something because the game is fun. The game is fun. And through that, maybe even do other games as well as just keep watching for more and more fun videos because they're coming.
Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. Asa, DT, no.
You guys could follow me on Twitch at CBC All Star Asa, or on Threads at Asa H Griffith. I got a big mustache in the profile picture. I do.
Don't be alarmed.
Yeah. It's gone right now, but it'll be back for Halloween for being Mario.
It was because of that role. They brought you back for reshoots. You had the mustache. The whole thing.
We couldn't afford the CGI, so I had to shave.
$4 million. God, you remember that conversation around that? It's like, wasn't it easier to just put a fake one? Anyway, so yeah, guys, follow us in our next steps. We'll be covering Fantastic Four and having a fantastic time doing so. I think that is all my plugs, which means that there's nothing else left to say. Yeah, about right. There's nothing else left to say, but my name is George Serrano, aka The Don.
And I'm Alex Garcia, aka The Cog.
This is John Escudero, aka Yogi.
I'm Gregory Thomas, aka GT Rebirth.
And I'm All-Star Asa.
This is usually when I say "and this," but just hearing all that just made me very happy. And this is our recap and review of Superman. And remember, whether you've come from another planet to save us or to enslave us, whether you're a good boy or the best boy, whether you have meltdowns like Luthor, pose like Eve, or that thing like Jimmy, always remember that we are the Clique. Always remember that we are punk rock. And please remember that you, yes, you are worthy. Thanks, guys.
Recording stopped.